When you hear this bell, give me an example, please. Just hit it twice. The next words out your mouth should be in conclusion, and I would like to summarize. That's for everyone in here and those who are at home watching. When you hear that bell, the next words out your mouth should be in conclusion. Not that we're trying to be mean or anything, but we want to be respectful and mindful of everyone who likes to get their concerns in. And we're going to stay here to make sure everyone has the opportunity to communicate. So with that being said.
Thank you, sir. And Senator Berthel and Representative McCarty, I do not see here yet. There's a bunch of different meetings going on around today. So people will be popping in and out. I know that Commissioner Russell Tucker is with the Finance and Bonding Committee, so she'll be in shortly for her testimony. Commissioner Bai, do you want us to give you a moment to breathe and we can bring up? All right. Sarah Egan, do you want to kick us off this morning or this afternoon? Good afternoon.
Good morning to good afternoon to the committee. My name is Sarah Egan and I run the state's office of the Child Advocate. Appreciate being here this morning, offering testimony on two bills. The first, an act concerning special education. We wanted to talk specifically about the important provisions in the bill regulating the use of restraint and seclusion with students in school. In particular, Section 6 of the bill makes changes to Connecticut's laws regarding the use of seclusion, would prohibit the use of seclusion in educational settings going forward. This has been an issue that has continuously come before the Office of the Child Advocate from individual children and families that we have investigated and continue to investigate on a regular basis. Our office issued a report several years ago about the use of restraint and seclusion in schools. I think it's important to say a couple of things. One, the use of restraint and seclusion in schools has been found to be not only counterproductive for students with disabilities, but harmful to students and staff, increasing the rate of staff turnover, the risk of injuries to students and staff. We also know from data in the state of Connecticut that children most likely to be subject to restraint and seclusion are young children, often diagnosed with autism and other developmental disabilities, and in elementary schools. This data has not changed over the last several years. We know that the use of seclusion continues to be used in Connecticut schools and is extremely harmful to children. So we support those provisions. A couple of recommendations that we have. OCA notes that with the proposed prohibition of the use of seclusion, the bill would also eliminate the requirement that schools record and report the use of isolation, while leaving timeout as a permissive intervention for children. However, we continue to see instances of children confined to rooms while a school employee stands at the door to prevent the student from leaving. These instances are not treated as seclusion by the district and are not recorded and notice is not provided to parents. We would urge the committee to consider adding a requirement for the tracking of the use of timeout, in particular, tracking the frequency and duration of the use of timeouts and notification to parents if the use of timeout exceeds certain limits will be important to ensure that we do not see an over-reliance on timeout. If a child is in timeout for 3 hours of the school day repeatedly, that would be an indication of a problem. Under the current language of the bill, such a situation would not trigger notification to the parent of a PPT meeting. We would also urge the committee to consider requiring video monitoring and recording of children placed in timeout spaces. OCA believes that this would serve as an important source of information for parents whose children are repeatedly placed in timeout. And I offer that in particular because over the years in our investigations, we have seen spaces used for the isolation and confinement of children that I think would be shocking to you. We have seen closets, padded cells, other seclusion spaces, doors closed. Even when this committee passed legislation that required windows for children to be able to see out, site visits that we've done, just happenstance in response to complaints, have not found those to be used. Or we find that there's a pinhole where someone can see in, but the child can't see out. Or we find that there's a window pane up high where an adult can see in, but a child, and again, it's mostly younger children that are subject to restraint and seclusion, also can't see out. So I think it's really important that if a parent's child is put parent's child is put into isolation, that parents know what space is being used to confine their child. I just wanted to share something quickly with the committee. This actually came into my inbox this morning. This relates to an investigation that we are doing right now on a program that serves only children with disabilities. And it highlights, it came in from an expert that our office retained to review the adequacy of educational programming in this facility. Student A was placed at this program at grade 3, age 10, with a behavior intervention plan created at his previous school. Yet a program review later that year indicated he's performing below grade level due to a lack of access to education based on extended timeouts. Students' records showed multiple timeouts most days, ranging from 4 to 49 minutes. Upon placement, a safety plan recommended that she be searched daily to ensure that she had not brought anything to school which could be used to self-harm, as well as adult supervision at all times. A social work summary a year after her placement at the program noted a history of 70 timeouts and 7 restraints during her first year in the placement. No behavioral intervention plan was included in the available records provided to the OCA. The same was true of student C, also an elementary school student, whose record indicated 69 restraints over a period of 15 months. Student D's record references a behavior intervention plan and a one-to-one support, although no behavior intervention plan was included in the record. So I think this highlights a couple of things. One, our concern about the pervasive use of restraint and isolation, whatever it's called, for young students with disabilities, a general lack of oversight for certain programs that serve primarily children with disabilities, and the necessity of recording what occurs for these children and notification to parents. So I just wanted to highlight that. Have a couple just additional recommendations for the committee that we included in our written testimony. Really important provision regarding transparency in this bill that would require that the State Department of Education publish information regarding their complaint resolution and corrective actions. Right now, that information are public documents, but they're not published for other school districts, other parents to see. So there could be an investigation by the State Department of Education and corrective action in a school district related to, let's say, the provision of special education to children aged 3, 4, and 5 in a school district. But parents and other school districts would not necessarily have access to that corrective action published on the SDE website.
Weigh in because
I think that's an extremely important provision. We would add a couple of some language to that provision, specifically a requirement that SDE publish all approvals, reapprovals, monitoring and enforcement activities, corrective action plans, and monitoring and implementation of corrective actions related to private approved special education programs or other separate schools. We would recommend that the committee add a requirement that the department publish information describing its the methodology and outcomes from all of its IDEA mandated monitoring and enforcement activities related to highly vulnerable students. And we urge the committee to consider holding an annual public hearing at which the State Department of Ed would report on its findings, corrective actions, and related ongoing monitoring and enforcement of implementation of special education services under IDEA. And I just want to underscore the importance. None of this would create new activities by the department because they are mandated under state and federal law to monitor and enforce the implementation of special education across the state. What we want to make sure is that there is transparency around those activities, that the information, that the monitoring and enforcement activities are published and available to the public, to policymakers, and to parents, because we can't get to equity for children with disabilities without both funding, enforcement, and transparency. I'll rest. I know you have a lot of folks waiting, so I'll rest on the remainder of my written testimony.
Thank you so much. Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and welcome. And thank you so much for your testimony on this very serious and important issue going forward. I just want, and I know we do have a long day and I will follow back up, but if you could just talk for just briefly about the role of the parent in notification and what we can do in that regard. And also just about, and I'm sure we can follow up on this again, what type of interventions you would suggest that could be used in some of these cases, because as you say, we have laws that are in place currently, but just to, and whether you think there should be more training in the schools in that regard, because we want every child to be safe. And some of the impacts that you have seen in your work on when a child is restrained or secluded for inordinate amount of time, what those adverse impacts are on the student. If you'd like to just address those points
Yeah.
quickly. Thank you.
So there was a lot in that, but I'll try to hit the highlights. I think it's important to know that education law and practices, as much as they've improved in the state of Connecticut over the last decade, have been way behind where federal mental health law has been. For example, over 20 years ago, federal health care law was changed to outlaw the use of planned restraint and seclusion in federally funded healthcare facilities. It took a lot longer to start making those kinds of changes into state education laws, including in Connecticut. And most reforms in our laws have been made really over the last decade, right? It took really until maybe 15, 20 years after federal law changed to remove seclusion as a planned intervention in a child's behavior plan, despite enormous amounts of research saying that those interventions are harmful physically and emotionally for children and are iatrogenic in that they do not change the behavior they are designed to prevent. They scare children, they interfere with the educational and therapeutic relationship with the teacher and staff, and they risk escalating children's behavior to cause injury. We had an intake just last week, Representative, from a parent whose young child was placed in a padded cell and who got so upset in there that he banged his head against the wall, unseen because he was right up against the wall where the window was, wound up hospitalized with a concussion. Now, we got involved in that case and went out and talked to the school folks. And so they're going to end that practice for that child, right? So we're continuing to investigate that. So the practices are extremely harmful. As you pointed out, there are a lot of good laws on the books in Connecticut now. You can't seclude as a routine part of a child's IEP. You have to record it. You have to notify the parent. If there are X number of seclusions, you have to re-meet in a planning and placement team meeting. But what we found when we've investigated those practices is that those don't always happen. Or we isolate a child, but we don't call it seclusion, right? Put a child in a space and prevent them from leaving or penalize them if they leave, and we don't call it seclusion, right? So I think part of the problem is how do we monitor and enforce these protections? We know where most of these restraints and seclusions take place. They typically take place in specialized programs, publicly funded or publicly approved, that serve young children with more complex disabilities like autism, intellectual disability, and children who are multiply disabled. So if we want to know what's happening for children in those programs, we have to monitor and enforce the requirements of state law. And we have to look at, how vigilantly those programs are overseen, both by the local school districts and by the state. So I think the provisions, couple of things. One, the provision in this bill that permits timeout. Okay. I mean, timeout can be an appropriate, removal from to calm a child down, but it should be documented. What we don't want to see is what came in my inbox today, that a child is timed out 70 times for up to 45 minutes at a time with no documentation requirement, no notification to the parent. And God only knows what that space looks like where that child is. If I'm a parent, I want that information, right? So I think that that's an easy addition to this bill. And the provision in the bill around SDE having to publish its monitor IDEA, I would broaden it to say that they have to publish their IDEA monitoring and enforcement activities throughout the state, but include specific requirements around the monitoring and enforcement of IDEA and programs that primarily or exclusively serve children with disabilities.
Thank you very much. And again, thank you for all of your work in this regard.
Thank you.
Representative Zupkis, but before she goes, just a reminder to the folks online, if you do have questions, please feel free to raise your hand. We are monitoring the Zoom. Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Sarah. Nice to see you. And
too,
as you know, I work a lot with people with IDD and from a high functioning level to a very low functioning level. And I find it interesting. So parents are not made aware when these things happen.
So that's going to vary, Representative Zupkis. So, but there's no requirement. There's no explicit requirement in state law that if your child is placed in a timeout,
Mhm.
right, that you
Mhm.
would be notified. And you could see
Right.
where, maybe that happens for 3 minutes or 5 minutes and they come back to the play group or whatever it is, right? What we worry about is without a requirement that that be documented, and then after, like, let's say 5 timeouts in a month, well, you got to bring the parent in, right? That's
Right.
what we have for seclusion right now on the books. If a child is secluded, I think it's 4 times in X period of time, there's supposed to be notification to the parent and a PPT held to say, hey, what's going on?
Mhm.
So I would, if we're eliminating seclusion from the statute, which I think all science and research supports doing, right? And leaving time out, then we need to know, then we need 2 things. One, there has to be a documentation and notification requirement to the parent, right? And 2, I think parents need to know what that's, if their child is placed in a timeout space, right? I think parents need to know what that space looks like.
Well, especially if it's a padded cell. I mean, that's
Correct.
And Representative McCarty went down kind of the road I was going to go down, but I have seen kids where it has been, we've worked and worked and worked, and then we have to say, okay, something has to be done, mom and dad. Like, is this ever going to be able to solve? And maybe sometimes the child has to be taken out of the place, right, and found maybe a new place. So I think there's kind of a balance there, but I'm a strong believer in parentals, parents knowing it and all of those kinds of things. Are these issues tend to be at the same locations?
Well, I think it's a good question. I think.
I mean, does every school have a padded cell?
No.
Or, I mean, are these like
No.
specific places?
No. So I think the spaces and the practices that programs use are going to vary pretty widely. And that's even what we've seen just in our ad hoc complaint driven investigation and advocacy, right? So we've seen spaces where kids are sort of de-escalated in that are therapeutic, right? That don't have doors on them, that are soft, that have sensory materials. And we've seen spaces that look like cells, that with all concrete and doors that clang closed and windows up high, that you would never want any child, your child or anybody else's child in. So, I think it really varies, right? And without the monitoring and oversight, particularly for the rigorous monitoring and oversight, I would say, for the types of programs where data tells us children are most likely to be restrained and secluded, I think those practices could continue unabated.
I guess, but my question is, is it across the board? Because there's integration of
Yeah.
special ed students in regular classrooms. And then there's these specialty schools. So are you seeing this more across the board at public schools, or is this at these specialty schools? I guess is kind of what I'm trying to get at.
I think it's a good question, based on my experience, right? I think it is a mix, right, of self-contained programs within public schools, public alternative schools within the district, and state-approved private special education programs that serve kids with autism or so-called emotional disability or disturbance.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Reddington Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question pertains to what we have right now in place. Are there any specific criteria for these quote seclusion rooms and what they should look like and how they should be monitored in place right now?
Yes, there are, and I don't have all the details of that right in front of me. I have our associate child advocate with me. She may have that off the top of her head. But there, Connecticut, again, in our last decade, we've reformed our law a bit to have more requirements like the window where the child can see out of. Which as I said to the committee, we don't always see that. The child has to be monitored while they're in there. Parent has to be notified of what occurred. What else, Christina?
I think that really covers it. It really is, there's some provisions with regard to seclusion rooms, that Sarah alluded to, the window so that the child can see out, the monitoring, and the notice, and then the separate piece of if there are 4 restraint seclusions within 20 school days, notification that there needs to be a PPT to review the behavior plan, and, make changes, obviously. So that's what's in place right now.
But I just would add to that real quick. In the last investigation, which was a few years ago, that we did into, I think, 7 programs that serve children with disabilities, that 4 and 20 requirement, 4 seclusions in 20 days, you have to have a PPT. We pulled 70 records across these programs. I did not see a single IEP where that had actually occurred. Right. So that goes to, you can pass, and this committee has passed good laws to say these are the requirements.
Yeah.
But if nobody's monitoring it, that doesn't mean it happens.
So that would be saying that there were 70 violations there.
Yes, the meeting has to occur unless the parent in writing waives their right to that PPT. I saw 0 PPTs happen during that time period.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions, Sarah, we appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Before we bring up Commissioner by Senator McCrory. Oh, okay.
So, Commissioner Bai, come on, you're up. You're on the warm seat. And I will just remind my colleagues, I know we have a lot of energy early in the day and you want to get all your questions in, but I want to ask you to be mindful of your colleagues and also of the public. So can we limit our questioning to 2 questions, Commissioner? And as we move forward, again, this is a public hearing. We want to hear from the public. And if you have questions for any of the commissioners or any of the other individuals come up, please use your time off camera to have those conversations with them. Commissioner Bry, you're up.
Senator McCrory, the seat just got cooler with that announcement.
Yeah, no, 2 questions can be tough.
Thank you, Representative Curry, Senator McCrory, Senator Berthel, and Representative McCarty, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Beth Bai. I'm the Commissioner of the Office of Early Childhood. I'm here to speak about HB 6879 and HB 6884. I will start with 6879, and I know I spoke to this in the Appropriations Committee. We certainly understand the workforce challenges that the public schools are facing, and early childhood is facing one at least as challenging. And there are real issues with shifting the pre-K to 3 and 1 to 6 certifications to bring kindergarten into the 1 to 6. And Commissioner Russell Tucker and I have been talking about this and working on this for several months, knowing that this issue may come up. Our higher education institutions that offer early childhood teacher preparation focus their programming specifically on the early childhood years, preschool, kindergarten, 1st grade, on special education intervention, and on working with families. These are very important areas of focus for this particular certification. They influence children's brains, and they're really trained to look at young children and screen and identify intervention needs, and with a particular focus on working with families. Some of you were probably here when this last happened and the legislature moved kindergarten to elementary certification. We lost multiple early childhood education programs at our colleges, and they have never reopened, adding to the pipeline problems in both early childhood education and this exact problem we're trying to deal with today with this bill that you're looking to deal with. If it moved to kindergarten again, it could repeat the same exact problem. So SDE and OEC have been talking, and what we'd like to do is work with the committee to offer that for 1 year, we allow 1 to 6 teachers to teach down to kindergarten to avoid some of the big challenges being faced right now and give us time to complete the work on aligning certification. So that may be something new to you, and Commissioner Russell Tucker will speak to that too. I'm very worried that when you make a structural change that's permanent right now at a time of crisis, it could have unintended consequences, as it did the last time the legislature made that move. The other, I'll just go quickly. The other piece that I'd like to speak about is, I just also want to mention Senator McCrory and the Education Committee last year did appoint a task force, an early childhood task force in PA 21-171 that's working on this exact problem. So let's use that task force before we make a change. I knew there was something wrong. This is flipped over. We also oppose section 10 of 6884, an act concerning the recruitment, retention, and enhancement of teaching professionals. Section 10 would change the kindergarten entry age from 5 in December to September. We will not oppose this when there is universal preschool available in Connecticut. But any change like that also requires careful study. There would be about 11,500 children who would not enter kindergarten who were planning on it. And those parents would have to afford another year of childcare. And I think this committee knows that it's the higher income families that generally tend to retain their children in preschool, what we call red shirting, very common in the suburbs. Not that it doesn't happen in cities, but it's a suburban practice. And the irony is that leads to kindergarten teachers saying, I have 4.5-year-olds and almost 7-year-olds. But the solution isn't to not have the almost 7-year-olds. You're saying, oh, well, let's keep the 4.5 or 5-year-olds out. And that mostly disadvantages lower income families who are relying on that kindergarten, as we learned in the pandemic, both for childcare, and in some cases, families haven't been able to afford preschool. So it's that child's first experience in school, and that wouldn't happen for a whole year later. So we are not against changing the kindergarten age when there is universal preschool and there aren't these unintended consequences of leaving children out. The other thing I'd like to talk about is House Bill 6884, Section 11. The OEC promotes the use of play-based learning, and we give special funding to help programs get NAEYC accredited, and all of our programs need to be NAEYC accredited, which is all about play-based learning. So we call for that in our early childhood programs, but we leave it up to this committee in terms of this bill. We're not taking a position either way, as it is a public school issue and we are mostly preschool, but of course we know that children learn through play in those early years. So thank you. Happy to take questions.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Commissioner. And thank you very
Thank
much
you.
for your thoughtful responses and answers to these concerns. I'm pleased to hear that the Department of Education and OEC will continue to work together and collaborate to find a solution. So thank you for that. But could you provide maybe which colleges? I mean, it's a little unnerving to hear that we're closing programs that we have work to do with early child care programs, and we want to do everything possible that we can there.
I can get you the names of those programs. I can tell you one data point I do know is that we have seen a 60% reduction in early childhood education majors at our community colleges and state universities. And some of that has to do with the draw to elementary because of the pay differential and there can be different levels of respect, but also because there are fewer programs offered, but we'll get you the programs that shut down.
And I think that's valid work that we need to continue to do to help with that situation. And so with the, we've heard a lot about the kindergarten age and the entry date, and that is a big issue. And I understand you would be supportive only that we don't have universal pre-K in the state at this point. Am I understanding that correct? Because we don't want, well, I believe that it should go for it because the optimal learning is something that we should have under consideration. What is the actual best time for that particular individual? But I hear your concerns and I'm hopeful that we can work on that together. But if you want to just take another moment
Sure.
to clarify.
I mean, another thing the committee might consider, and I think Representative Cook and I had a conversation about this, is saying you have to send the children at this time. And I know my wife taught high school, and she said, if you think there's a big difference between a 4.5 and a 6-year-old, you should try teaching a class full of sophomores in high school, because you have people reading at 4th grade level and people reading at college level all in the same room. So this is a problem throughout education, but I do think that we have to be careful here in not and also think about who's talking to you about this. Is it your families with the highest needs asking for this? Is it the kindergarten teachers? Is it the families who most need kindergarten to start in September? And my guess is it's not the families counting on kindergarten starting in September who are talking to. So I think there's an equity issue here that before any change is made has to be taken into account. People who don't always have the time and energy to come here and talk with you, who would be the most disadvantaged.
Okay, I'm not going to continue, but thank
Yep,
you
thank
for
you.
also including your solutions to the issues.
Yep,
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Representative Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and great to see you, Commissioner.
You too.
I do have one question. So do you know how many states off the top of your head do not have a universal date at like September 1st or October 1st?
I think most every state has a universal date, and we are definitely outliers compared to other states. So sometimes there are, it's difficult when a family moves here. So I think there just have to be, I'm not saying it doesn't need to happen. I just think it has to happen in a way that doesn't disadvantage 25% of families.
So I believe we're one of the last two in the country that do not have a September 1st or an October 1st, depending on what that looks like. And
Mhm.
so my question for you is, would you consider a phase-in approach? So where we see, and it's not something that we've talked about, but as I sit here and I think about my kids, and all 4 of them, 3 of them started at the age of 5 or 6, but my older daughter started at 4, and she said it was the worst thing that ever happened to her. Not that she's not successful, but there's so many social emotional issues that happen later on. You can't drive, you can't hang out with your friends. You go to college, you can't get medical attention without your parents being there. And so, not to mention all the other things that happen when you're in school. So would there be an opportunity to potentially do a phased in approach to say, instead of December, maybe November, and then move it back accordingly?
I appreciate that. And I think it's worth consideration. You would still have families who can't afford preschool having a whole other year without anything. If you did that, ultimately, it would lead to the same thing, just over time. And I would just say, if the committee, does some research about the impact of redshirting, you'll see there's some data that children who are retained are more likely to have behavioral problems later in high school. So I think there are a lot of clinical stories, individual stories here. And then there's data about what happens. I think parents aren't going to give up their right to retain their child a year. And that's, we have a lot of parent choice in this state, so I understand that. But I think we're trying to look at population level impacts, and I think this would have population level impacts that are just real. It doesn't mean there aren't impacts now. It's not perfect now. So you're trying to pick what's less bad.
Also,
I'm good, thank you.
thank you, Representative. Senator Bethel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. So I just have one question, and I'm happy to have a dialogue offline. I know we want to keep the proceedings moving here. Has there been any consideration to, and I fully understand what you spoke to just now about universal, preschool and the whole issue with moving the date back, but where's the consideration for specifically the child here, in terms of maybe doing an evaluation or having a process for an evaluation to see if that child is socially, intellectually, cognitively ready to move forward? And I only ask the question because I have a December 18th child who's now 16, is a junior in high school. And there were economic issues for us 16 years ago, where it was economically more feasible to move him forward, okay, and put him into kindergarten at 4 years and 8 months, not whatever it was, right? But that was not the deciding factor. We had him evaluated by the Watertown Public Schools for free. And we had a former first grade teacher, kindergarten teacher, who said, this little guy is ready to move forward for all the right reasons and legitimately. So I think that while I fully understand where we're trying to get to, and you spoke just a moment before I started speaking about, we have such wonderful parent choice options in Connecticut. I'm wondering if there's some way we can incorporate an assessment of the child into that decision, instead of just making this something that's codified in a statute that you have to be certain age. So, but I'm happy to have that's not really a question. It's just a statement, but if you want to respond to that, please do.
Well,
Thank you.
My only response would be that one of the challenges with young children is up until age 7, testing can be unreliable because of just the age of the child. Not that there's nothing reliable. And most districts have some kind of kindergarten screening. Currently, not all, but I think most towns do. But I think it's worth having conversation about. So thank you.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no further questions or comments, Commissioner, thank you very much. Nice to see you as always.
Thank you so much, Representative.
Next up, Commissioner Russell Tucker. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I hope that binder's not all your testimony. But nice job, Laura.
So I didn't do it for effect. However, it's very interesting, but thank you very much. And thank you I was in the bonding commission meeting earlier, subcommittee meeting. And so thank you. So good afternoon. So Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Senator Berthel, Representative McCarty, and members of this education committee. I'm Charlene Russell Tucker, Commissioner of Education for the department. And I'm pleased to have the opportunity to provide you with a testimony today regarding bills that appear before you. You have my 15 pages, and I feel like I need to apologize, and it could be longer, but it is 15 pages of extensive and very detailed testimony covering major bills on your agenda today, because I think it is so important that we provide you that information. We've been thoughtful in our review of the legislation and have provided our insights as to how these proposals could affect local and regional boards of education, the department, and in general, our state in education. So today you've got 11 bills on your agenda pages. It's 150 pages if you count them of proposed legislation. And seriously, we know if passed will impose new requirements on either the department or our local or regional boards of education. So this is really important. One of the bills on your agenda today, because I can't touch on all of them, and I think the struggle with listening to everyone else, you want to jump in and all those conversations that are happening. We certainly won't be able to do that, but I did want to bring to your attention the actual concern in mandate relief. The issue of mandate relief, we talked a little bit about at the end of the last public hearing. And as you know, it's a concept that is really welcomed. However, and ironically, that this mandate relief bill in the first section is a mandate on the Department of Education to study the mandates that are here. So my recommendation is noted in the testimony. And however, I recognize the importance that we grapple with this together because it truly is important. We firmly believe that this and all the proposals that you have are well-intentioned. We want to really do great things for all our students and our educators in the state. But I do ask you to, as you deliberate the merits of each of these bills, that you ask, will the bill solve the perceived problem? So that's question one. Will the bill have any unintended consequences? I know you talked a little bit about that before. And finally, can the bill be realistically implemented in the desired timeframe that is there? And so I know that you'll have many bills before you to consider before the close of the session. Know that at the agency, we value your critical role in impacting education, and we stand ready to join with you and our other educational partners in exploring the most effective policy moves to achieve the best outcomes for, and this is a new number, 513,513 should be an easy one to remember, students in our state and the over 100,000 staff across the state. So I will just leave it at that at this point. And I'm here with my team as always to answer your questions. You had great conversations just now about seclusion. We have more to contribute and add to that. Representative Cook, in our testimony, we have a link to information about a kindergarten age across the country that may be helpful. So with that, Representative and Senator, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. And listen, we would love nothing more than to not mandate you to look at mandates. But I will tell you just from personal experience, this is my 9th year here. And during those 9 years, I've repeatedly asked every organization under the sun to provide me with a list of mandates that they want removed each and every session. And not until this session, when given a very specific deadline, did I ever receive those from organizations. And so if that had maybe happened sooner, maybe we wouldn't be in this position. But I think given the fact that we do have additional mandates and requirements that we are asking of the department and of local districts, it's important that we also review what's on hand now. With that, Representative McCarty, and just again, as a reminder, as Senator McCrory mentioned, we all have relationships with the State Department of Education and are able to take these conversations outside of this room at our convenience. So please limit your questions to 2. Representative McCarty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and primarily a comment. Welcome, Commissioner, and thank you for your very detailed testimony. After the meeting, we'll have time to go through all of it, but I do want to concentrate on the mandate relief. While we're all smiling, I do take that very seriously and try very much that we keep focused on what we're asking of the department, of our boards of ed, and on curriculum. So we do need to take that into account. Fortunately, as my good chair just said, this is to give public hearing, to hear the comments, and that we'll take all of those into consideration as we looked at what proposals will be moving forward. But I would like to ask you, and again, this is not fully a mandate, but something we had begun before. In the section on the revision, sorted revision bill, there's a lot of interest in continuing the work that the department has started already on looking at the possibility of a remote learning school online. Would you take just a moment to comment where you are in that plan? You made reference that you're going to continue to work with what the report that the commission did. And if you would just take 2 seconds to comment, or what you need, but I would appreciate that. Thank you.
No, thank you, Representative. And I always appreciate the conversations that we have in the room and out of the room, which is so important. So we have the Remote Learning Commission, and we produced a report, the initial report to the legislature that was asked of us. Really, we're looking at the remote learning, the impact of remote learning. And we have the Remote Learning Commission with wide stakeholder groups, and we've met, we've talked with others across other parts of the country with remote learning and what that looks like. And so as a matter of fact, I think next month we have another meeting getting back together on part 2 of the request, the ask of us that we need to be able to provide additional information to the legislature about a remote learning school. There is we've opined on the change of definition that is here for eligible students, because we do believe that all students should have the ability for that school when and if become implemented and in statute. So we are moving forward with the commission to do the next phase of the work that we were charged with in legislation.
And thank you very much. I appreciate those comments. And I think that we can set the parameters, right, within what the size and who would be eligible. So I do appreciate it. I won't belabor. There's a lot of questions we all have, but I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And the standards for remote learning came out of the commission's work, and that's posted and available right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for your testimony. I will keep it extremely brief. I have a number of questions, but I will take them offline with you. But I one quick question was under SB 1199. It removes a requirement for in-class experience being in certain categorized districts. I was wondering if you could just clarify to me what a categorized district is.
SB 1199, equity in education.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find that definition.
What section was that, Senator?
I don't know if I have the section, sorry.
Yeah, it would be helpful to know.
We check.
Oh, okay, I find it. Section 8 that talk about the district reference groups, and I'll have our chief performance officer talk to us. It's an outdated definition that we've used. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
Ajit?
I'm sorry, your question on that is whether
Removing the
why
designation.
we're supporting the removal. So
Yeah.
I think as it says in there, the DERGs are sort of this outdated grouping of districts, and the SDE has not used that for more than a decade and has not really updated it, because it leads to a thinking or a way of thinking in districts of looking at your own performance relative to just people like you, and not really looking at what your own trajectory is. And where you need to go in terms of your own performance. There seems to be sort of this satisfaction among certain, districts when you compare to your DERG. I'm as good as my DERG, so that's good enough. Whereas if you look at your own data and look at your own trajectory, you might have a lot more ways to go. So I think, I guess that our response here that we're okay with this removal.
Plus, it's not updated. I mean, this
Right,
was
we
the-
haven't really looked at that data since 2006. So we haven't really
Comparative
updated.
I'm sorry, comparative DERG data, is that what you're saying?
That's right.
Okay.
They're outdated. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And I saw you for a brief moment in bonding. but, so two things, as I've been new to this committee, and every time I come to public hearings and meetings, all I hear is more things that are going to be put onto our teachers to teach. Literacy, media literacy, civics, financial literacy, great. They're all great. I see in bill number, I put my glasses back on. The same bill, 1199, in section 10, it adds cursive and world language beginning in kindergarten. I think that's great. I think we should teach cursive and we should teach world language. I'm not sure in kindergarten. Kindergarten, I don't know. I think you're learning to speak English and all of those things. So my question to you is, we're continually adding more and more on teachers and in the classroom. How is this all going to work?
Great question, which is why we really need to have these conversations that we're having when you're talking about adding to what needs to be there. And in this particular case, what you've seen us say, we'll explore how we infuse this and include it in what we're already doing for model curricula in this particular space, while we know districts that continue to do this work, because we truly have to be sensitive. You've heard me talk about impact and the impact of what we're doing. And it is a challenge for when we have all the educators, and each year there's new things that they're needing to do. And we have to do our due diligence to make sure we provide that support as well. So it's a challenge, and that's why we need to continue to have these conversations during this policymaking process.
So are you for adding it or opposed to adding it? I guess is my question.
What we were neutral in terms of, we will work to make sure we can incorporate that in the work that we're already doing, versus coming
So
up with
we're
something
adding it.
completely different.
So it's another
Yeah.
addition.
But it
Okay.
is an addition.
I don't know what we're going to take off of these folks, but kids, I don't know how they're going to learn anything. So that's my comment. One quick question. Sarah Egan was up here before you. I'm not sure if you heard her conversation about the seclusion and all of these things in the schools. And so I just want to know, are y'all aware of what's happening out there in some of these incidents in these certain schools?
So thank you for that question. It was one of those that I said I wanted to jump in so we can have this conversation. And Brian Klimpowitz is my Director of Special Education. I know we don't have a lot of time, but I just want Brian to share with us what we know based on the data collection. Sarah is correct that there's been a lot done over the years to make sure that there's more accountability and more structures about the rooms that are there, the places for seclusion and all of that. And I testified about that here with a lot of details, but we are aware of the issues that are there and the work that we're doing around training, monitoring and training. I just really want you to be aware of what we're doing in that space. So
Quickly,
very
'cause
quickly,
I'm
Brian.
getting an eye. Has to be quick.
I could be very quick. Good afternoon.
Hi.
Yeah, I would point the legislators to our annual reports. There's a wealth of data and information there about the requirements and specific data broken out by every category you can think of. Our state really leads the nation as far as the data we collect around this. And we rely on the schools to report those instances when they do happen and they do occur. So the steps that you've taken up to this point to legislate only as an emergency use is phenomenal. And districts are trained and have core teams trained to use that as a last resort. In other words, to de-escalate our students.
Okay.
40% of students have one incident in a year. So that's something to keep in mind of 5 minutes or less.
Absolutely. Thank you. And I just hope that y'all do work with Sarah and she works with you guys to figure that.
Yes,
piece
we
out.
have to.
I know it doesn't happen every single day, but
Right.
it does.
There are mechanisms too for us to follow up on complaints because they're very fact specific and individualized. But as a statewide look, we do have a really nice picture of what's happening in our schools.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Cooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for
You're
coming
welcome.
in. I'm going to try to keep this real brief. In your opening remarks, you talked about unintended consequences, and I'm looking at HB 6880, Section 7, which requires boards of education offer students a 30-minute lunch. How much of a problem is that going to be for those districts that are using 50-minute educational blocks, in which the lunch has traditionally been half of that block, 25 minutes, with 25 minutes for other activities for the students? What would be the unintended consequences for those districts that are using that 50-minute, especially the elementary schools?
So thank you for your question. And in my response, we noted while we certainly support the concept of more time so kids can literally sit and eat, that we recognize that the scheduling will certainly be one of challenge for districts to work through. And that's what I noted in there, that we want to make sure districts will talk to you about the time. That's instructional time and potential of lost instructional time. And I think we have to try to really make those the balance for what needs to occur there. And that was what I noted. We really need to work with districts about scheduling, because that would be a challenge.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Representative first come, last come, Johnson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much, Commissioner, for your great testimony and work. I just wanted to check in with you. We talk about the burdens on the schools and the teachers. And I just wanted to see if we had information that you could supply with respect to the burdens on the teachers in our schools that have to deal with so many different types of special education requirements.
Well, thank you very much. And before you came in, we talked about mandate relief.
I saw that.
We do collect, as you know, a lot of information in terms of what's required around special education. And we can certainly work with you to access that information. But largely, there's a lot of work that I know our educators are doing, which is why we're talking about impact and making sure that the decisions and the policy moves that we're making positively impact education in general, which is all those students and all our educators in that space.
And just one quick question to follow up, and that is classroom size. When we have numerous students in a classroom that have special needs and the size of the classroom is not regulated at this point in time, we have some places where the classroom size is about 30 students and other places where the classroom size is about 10 or 15. And whatever information you can provide about that would be appreciated as well, because I think that classroom size and dealing with different types of learning methods and disabilities or different styles would be something that would put a lot of burden on the teacher in the classroom.
Thank you very much. And I know that we have paraeducators in the room, and they also provide a valuable service in assisting our educators and our students.
If they're actually able to be afforded in that particular school district. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Johnson. And any other questions? Thank you, Madam Commissioner, for your testimony.
Thank you very much, Senator.
Okay, next up, we have House Majority Leader, Representative Vincent Candelaria. House Minority Leader, right? That's what I said.
Good afternoon, Chair McCrory and Ranking Member McCarthy. I am testifying in favor of House Bill 6880. I won't read my testimony, but I just wanted to, I'll just sort of summarize. I think it was last year or 2 years ago, we passed a bill dealing with virtual learning. The STE has issued a preliminary report, and I think what this bill is attempting to do is narrow down the scope, in particular of sort of this pilot program on a virtual platform for our school systems. And I do think this is an important piece of legislation for a lot of reasons. Obviously, we saw the impact of COVID and needing to move to a virtual platform throughout our districts. And, you know, when we look to our state up to the north, Massachusetts, they were much better poised addressing the issue because they had a platform to convert people to virtual learning. And so this is sort of what this bill is getting at. We do have a current population with the removal of the religious exemption where students cannot attend public or private schools. This could be a platform that's utilized by them, in particular, kids with other medical needs that might not be able to be in a school system could utilize this type of platform. So that's what the bill is getting to. And I think as it moves forward, we could look at providing a more robust educational opportunity for children, especially in rural districts that might not have more advanced courses that are offered. These platforms could allow for that. And so the fiscal note that was originally put on it is pretty large, but I think we could take a look at it and see, especially in the wake of us looking at education funding formula, how would the virtual world sort of play into that for those children that may want to utilize it? So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for, okay, I'll go last. Go ahead, Representative McCarthy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and welcome Minority Leader to Education. I just want to recognize you and thank you for your work in encouraging us to continue to look at this issue. As we know, the commission came out with a report, and I agree that perhaps that they were looking at a much larger remote learning school. Would you say that you would support capping a certain number of students on this as long as we opened it up to those that for vaccination purposes or medical issues were not able to attend a traditional school? So we're looking at creating a remote learning school, but perhaps the scope being much smaller than what was promoted in the last session.
Yeah, I would definitely be in favor of looking to limit a universe if finances is the hurdle. Because what I do think if we find it, once this is implemented, that it may not have the financial impacts that we think, and it might provide opportunities for children. I mean, this started for me in 2016. I put a bill in and my own son who is now in graduate school was able to utilize a virtual platform in order to get his high school credits done and take courses that he wouldn't otherwise have been able to be challenged by. And he did very well for himself because of that. I think that this could really open up opportunities for kids who have different interests that might not be able to get, be in a certain magnet school or so I think there's a lot of opportunities here. And if money is the hurdle, I think this is one way to start the process.
If I may, just to be clear, we're talking about a virtual learning school.
Yes.
Not just a virtual learning experience or remote learning, and with the right people looking at this and understanding that this would still be run under the Department, the State Board of Ed, would require the same public school teachers and would still have all those aspects in place. But just to clarify, we're looking at a virtual learning school.
Right, that's correct. And I think making sure that we have Connecticut certified teachers that are involved.
Right. I appreciate that very much. And again, thank you for your advocacy.
Thank you.
Representative Zuppes.
Thank you. I'll be quick. Mr. Chair, thank you for coming, Representative Candelora. I think it's a great idea. First of all, it's under our Constitution to make sure every child is educated, number one. And number two, I hear time and time again that, we're a shortage of teachers and some schools don't offer something that other schools. And so to me, this is somewhat of a great idea that we can offer something, whatever that class or course or extra thing is, to all students from different schools could come together as one. So I've had constituents talk to me about that they're concerned because some school may be offering some great language class or whatever it may be. So that might be a good benefit as well.
Any other questions? I'll just add, I was one of the legislators that actually went to Massachusetts and visited school. I thought it was a great idea. We know that in Connecticut, things take time and we never get anything right the first time around, but I'm very interested in exploring the opportunity to give parents and children choice opportunity, because we know for forever, there are some kids for medical reasons, they're just not going to be able to operate in a traditional brick and mortar school. And for a lot of kids, a traditional brick and mortar school just doesn't work for them for whatever reasons. Could be a number of reasons. So I think this is an opportunity to continue to explore this option. I think it's something that we're probably going to get to in the near future. I'm not sure right now, but if we continue to explore a little deeper, I think this is something that will need to come to Connecticut. I like how they're doing it in Massachusetts. They're still ironing out some of the kinks. It's less than about 6 years old, but I think this is something that should be coming to Connecticut sometime in the future. So thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate your leadership on this as well. Thank you.
Next up, we have Tyron Harris from the East Hartford Board of Education. He might be online. Tyron.
Yep. Good afternoon, everyone. How are you?
After Tyron, we're gonna have Caroline Simmons, the city of Stamford mayor, followed by AJ Salin, a student at UConn. Tyron, you're up.
Thank you so much. And good afternoon, Education Committee. I did submit testimony, but I just wanted to read a few excerpts from the actual testimony itself to save one time. So CAPE supports SB 1198 at implementing recommendations of the School Indoor Air Quality Working Group. The need to delay and reporting back to the legislature. It's a complexity of working towards an equitable solution for all. The increase in the annual funding from last year also reflects the magnitude of the need. CAPE appreciates the state's commitment to air quality control. In addition, CAPE supports Section 9 of SB 1199, and that concerning equity in education, the opportunity to grow the pool of educator applicants for higher education would be a tremendous asset to the state of Connecticut. CAPE also supports SB 1200, an act concerning special education Section 1. The exclusion of ARPA funding where calculating a board's net current expenses for the special education excess cost reimbursement grant. Section 6 has CAPE concern because the removal of the emergency use of this inclusion, removal of the students from the situation immediately where they may be harming the students and staff would be a first response in an emergency. Staff would need the flexibility to utilize their best judgment. Also, CAPE support SB 1201, an act concerning authorization of state grant commitments for school building projects and a revision of the school building project statute Section 3 increases in reimbursement percentages. Is appreciated as the cost of constructions and goods have risen in our state. The deduction from this project cost of federal funds prior to the construction of the grant allows the district to utilize more resources to fund other projects. The teacher shortage has also CAPE concern and thus supporting HB 6879, an act concerning teacher certification in Section 1, because it enlarges the pool of teachers candidates by changing the teacher endorsement from grade 1 to 6 to grade K through 6. CAPE also opposes the mandate for 30-minute set lunch for students. This would disrupt the schedule, possible impacting passing times and potential length of the school day, which would lead to bargaining consideration. Section 8, boards of education already post their agendas on the website and associate documents. Post requirements lessen the use of paper and And the pandemic has also had boards previously make these decisions. So we also has some concerns over the 30-minute lunch for students. So I don't want to take up any more time, but most rest of the testimony was submitted earlier for your reading.
Thank you. Thank you, Tyron. Any questions for Ms. Harris? Seeing none, again, thank you for your testimony. Up next, City of Stamford's Mayor Caroline Simmons. She may be on Zoom, and she may not be here yet. So we'll come back to Caroline. Up next, we have the coming together, AJ and Victoria. All right. Followed by Adrian and then Louis Ortiz from Concan.
Good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, and members of the Education Committee. My name is AJ Salon, and I'm a resident of Bridgewater. I am currently a student at the University of Connecticut. I offer the following testimony in support of HB 6881, an act concerning various revisions to the education statuses related to educator compensation and paraeducators. In 2001, I was born 17 weeks early with little or no chance of survival. I have cerebral palsy and I struggle with simple life tasks every single day. I pursue over 60 surgeries and countless hours of therapies. All that hard work has paid off. I will graduate in May with a bachelor's degree in speech and hearing sciences, with the hopes to continue my education and eventually become a doctor of audiology. I could not have come this far without my one-to-one paraeducator that I had in the Danbury public school system from the age of 3 to 18. My parents were second to none and went above and beyond their call of duty to help me be the best that I could be. There were two that stood by my side, each for years at a time. The first one was when I was in elementary school. Ms. Kelly taught me basic skills that I will carry with me forever. She taught me organizational skills, how to read, how to organize my thoughts on paper and out loud, how to socialize in an acceptable way, how to unscrew the top of a water bottle, how to walk safely in a crowded area, and so much more. She had medical issues, but she still showed up to work every day to help me. Her family even took her away on vacation after her treatments were complete, and she bought my parents and I each back a t-shirt. I will never forget that. The other pair I will never forget is Miss Ginny. She was with me in middle school and high school. She was my second mother. I couldn't get away with anything. She taught me how to organize my studying and notebooks. If I didn't buy the correct materials at the beginning of the year, she would physically go out and buy them for me. She would spend her own money and do it on her own time, just to ensure my success. Miss Ginny also taught me how to advocate for myself. She gave me strength in more ways she will ever know. She was my rock. Now my mother is a paraeducator, giving back to the community that gave so much to me. She loves her students like they are her own children and worries about them even when she isn't working. I've seen my mother come home with bite marks, scratches, and so much more. 5 years ago, a student hurt her so badly that she had to have surgery and was out of work for 5 months. It's a difficult job. Paraeducators are heroes in my eyes because they help students like me that can't do everything on their own. We need help, and paras are our parents away from home, constantly educating us and protecting us. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Please support student learning by prioritizing paraeducators and passing HB 6881.
Thank you. Thank you, AJ, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions for AJ? I'm glad you had a great, sorry, Representative.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Town of Danbury.
That's right. Big town of Danbury. Where did you graduate high school, AJ?
I graduated from Danbury High School.
That's right. And you continue to make us proud. And I want to thank you for your testimony and sharing your incredible story and for all the work your mom does for our students. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And any other questions? And AJ, I'm glad you had a great experience with your para. We need more of them like that.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Up next, we have Caroline Simmons, City of Stamford Mayor, online. Oh, I'm sorry, your mom wanted to testify also. I'm sorry, go ahead, come on.
That's okay. Good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Victoria Ceylon, and I'm a resident of Bridgewater. I work as a paraeducator in Danbury Public Schools at Granville Avenue School. I offer the following testimony in support of HB 6881, an act concerning various revisions to the education statutes related to educator compensation and paraeducators. I work in the pre-K program for our district where the students are ages 3 to 5. We lay the educational foundation for our youngest learners. Paraeducators are the key to each student's success within the school. We teach our students social skills, coping skills, and support standards-based learning. We conduct small group instruction and individual instruction. We also manage behaviors and follow behavior intervention plans set forth by teachers and behavior specialists. We monitor every student carefully and ensure their safety and care for the physical needs of our most medically fragile students. Unfortunately, with all the wonderful education that we provide for our students, we are understaffed and underpaid. I have been a paraeducator since 2014. And as embarrassing as this may be, and to say it publicly, I make under $16 an hour. And that's shocking because I made more money as a teenager babysitting in the 1980s. And that amount is before taxes and before any medical, dental, or vision insurance premiums. Do the math and you will see how little I bring home. In this economy where a dozen eggs cost between $6 and $8, a gallon of milk is close to $5, and electricity premiums are through the roof, many paraeducators find themselves working 2 to 3 jobs. We cannot survive on this salary alone, and we struggle to put food on the table for our families. We also cannot ignore the fact that we work September through June and do not get paid in the summer months and are not allowed to collect unemployment. How do paraeducators survive financially, you ask? They just can't on this salary alone. Yet the ones who have been in this job for a while do it because they love their job and know they make a difference in the lives of children. Why am I so passionate about my job? Because I'm the mother of a child with cerebral palsy. From the age of 3 to 18, my son had one-to-one paraeducators in the Danbury Public School system. They were with him at all times. Now he's graduating from UConn in May, and he would not be here today if it wasn't for the phenomenal paraeducators that he had throughout all of the years. I thank you very much for your time and for listening to our testimonies, and we ask that you support this bill and help paraeducators make more money within the state. Thank you so much.
Again, thank you for your testimony. Victoria, any questions? I have a question. Were you your son's para?
I was absolutely not.
Oh man, gee.
I was.
Are you happy? Well, how you feel about that, young man? You were happy that you didn't have your mom all day, every day?
I was my son's advocate.
All right, cool. That's even better. Any questions? Representative Johnson.
Thank you very much, Chair. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for all you. I know we're hearing from a lot of your colleagues today. And the one thing you mentioned that I want to highlight is that is not a living wage, and we know that to be a fact. But what would a living wage enable, and I apologize in advance, this is a more forward question, but at a living age, what would that enable you and your family to be able to do? Are there things that you're finding, like, and you can speak perhaps just based on what you hear from your colleagues, what are folks giving up to be able to do this hard work?
My colleagues are giving up family time because a lot of them do have to work 2 or 3 jobs. So when we leave work at 3:15 in the afternoon, they are rushing out. They're on the phone with their children. Did you do your homework? Make sure you do this. I'm running to my other job. Call me if you need me. They're missing quality family time, and it's very hard for them. They're exhausted. And with this economy, things are just getting worse. And it's very, very hard. They choose. Some of my colleagues have to choose what bills they're going to pay that month. And that's sad. And some of them, well, many of them have special needs children. We do this because we want to give back to the community who gives to our children or who gave to our children. But they're sacrificing their quality time with their children. And it's not okay. And, yes, we can go out and find other jobs, but we do this because we want to do it. We're making a difference in these children's lives. They need us.
Thank you. Thank you. Bobby Sanchez. Virtual.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a question. Thank you for your testimony. I know the important work that paras do in our school system. But one of the questions I have is, have you ever found yourself alone in the classroom due to the teacher having to attend an IEP meeting or whatever, and you found yourself alone maybe for half an hour with all these other children, including the one that you're there to service?
Thank you for your question. Personally, no, I have not. Our school always ensures the safety of our children and always makes sure that we have more than one staff member in a room at all times.
Great, that's good to know. Because I have heard in the past where, particularly in special ed classrooms, the teacher would have to step out and a para would find herself alone with maybe 6 or 7 other children. And I find that really concerning. But I just wanted, since you're a para, I just wanted to see where you stood in that aspect at your school district. But thank you for sharing that. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none. Again, thank you both for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Caroline. Yes. Next up, Caroline Simmons.
Thank you. Good afternoon, co-chairs McCrory and Curry, vice chairs Leeper and Winfield, ranking members McCarty and Berthel, and all members of the Education Committee. My name is Caroline Simmons. I'm the mayor of the city of Stamford, and I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you and testify in support of SB 1201, an act concerning authorization of state grant commitments for school building projects and revisions to the school buildings project statutes. As the second largest city in Connecticut, Stamford has experienced incredible growth across all sectors, including our school district. Stamford Public Schools serves a diverse population of over 16,700 students, providing them with extensive academic and extracurricular activities and programs, and a learning experience rich in cultural diversity that prepares them for our global world. And key to preparing our students for our future is ensuring that they have safe, quality, and adequate school facilities to learn in. Stamford Public Schools is currently in the process of implementing a comprehensive long-term facilities plan for our school district. We're in the process of repairing many of our schools as well as building new schools, since many of our school buildings are decades and decades old and have significant need for upgrades. Our long-term plan has identified over $1.5 billion in school facility needs. And this is the most important investment that we need to make in our city so that we can ensure our students and our teachers and our school administrators have safe, quality learning environments. So this bill specifically provides support and authorization to 2 key projects in support of that long-term facilities plan. One is our proposal to rebuild West Hill High School in Stamford. This was previously authorized, and this is essential for rebuilding one of our most important high schools in the city. And then second, a plan to rebuild Roxbury Elementary School and turn it into a K-8 school. So we urge all committee members to support passage of SB 1201, which will enable the city to stay on track and fulfill our obligation to deliver modern and safe educational facilities for our students and teachers, and ensure that we can keep these projects on track for the future of our students in the city of Stamford. So thank you again for the opportunity to testify. It's great to see you all virtually, and urge you to support this important bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great. And thank you, Caroline, for your testimony. Glad to see you in Stamford doing your thing. You were a great asset when you were up here at the state capitol. Any questions for the mayor? Any questions? Seeing none, again, Caroline, thank you very much and continue the great work you're doing down there in Stamford.
Thanks,
Next-
Senator. Great to see you.
Always. Next up, we have Adrian, followed by Louis Ortiz and Kate Cummings. Adrian, I don't want to butcher your last name, so it's Accioly. Come on up.
State University. I am testifying against EdTPA and against all the requirements that student teachers must do. So the state of Connecticut is very, very ironic to me, and they're treating me unequally, just like every other student teacher out there. We are not paid. I am an independent and I'm in financial need. I work over 80 hours a week to get this degree. And after I get this degree, I know I will be paid 20% less than my colleagues. And Connecticut, being a state school, Central Connecticut State University, I am always reminded that I am a professional. However, I'm not viewed as a professional to Connecticut. Why aren't we paid? Why do I have to submit EdTPA if you trust your own professors? EdTPA is very redundant. On average, student teachers spend 40 hours to complete this assessment. And the assessment requires us to write a 40 to 50 page portfolio on stuff that we already do. I sit with my professor and host teacher almost daily to go over the changes that I need to make in the classroom, how I'm doing, and creating assessments, grading, and I need to write all that too. I'm already meeting with them, and then we have class. So on top of the 40 hours spent in the classroom at Middle School of Plainville, I'm spending extra hours on creating assessments, creating rubrics, grading students' work. And then 4 hours every other Monday dedicated to class. That already equals way over 50 hours. And then on top of that, I am making $200 around a week. And this is including work. I get paid more as a server, $18 an hour, than I do in the classroom, being seen as a professional. So that means I had to save up a crap ton of money over the summer and winter to be able to sustain living. My expenses go way beyond $200 a week. And I'm struggling to pay all my bills. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your testimony. A lot to speak about, but I won't. I'll just say that's why we're looking to make changes in the teacher preparation program around many of the issues that you just brought forth. And we have to, again, we're trying to enhance this profession and get more individuals like yourself to come into our classroom and get the great experience. I will just say this, do you think that once you take this assessment as EdTPA, does that make you a better teacher? Do you think that will make you a better teacher in regards to your relationship with parents, your relationship with students, your relationship with other teachers? Do you think EdTPA provides that assessment for you?
That is a very empowering question. And I believe that it actually takes away from my students and the students' parents, because during the time that I could be spending sending emails and providing feedback for my students, I am writing a 40 to 50 page portfolio instead.
Thank you. Any other questions for the committee? Seeing none, again, thank you for your testimony and stay in the profession. You're gonna get there. Next up, we have Louis Ortiz, followed by Kate Cummings, followed by Jennifer Jennings. You don't look like Louis. Oh, okay.
Good afternoon, co-chairs Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, ranking members Senator Berthel, Representative McCrory, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Luis Ortiz. I am the state grassroots manager for Concan. And we're here in support of SB 1199, House Bill 6879, and House Bill 6884. But to save everyone time today, to get everyone home at a decent time, I'm going to share my time with our executive director, Sabira Gordon, who will be able to answer any questions much more effectively than I will be able to.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Sabira Gordon, and I'm the executive director of Concan. Today, we're having lots of really important conversations, and I'm going to start my testimony talking about Senate Bill 1199. I want to thank Senator McCrory and the leadership of this committee for always putting educator diversity at the forefront of the conversations in Connecticut. Right now in Connecticut, there are 22 districts with 0 teachers of color. Another 102 districts have less than 5% educators of color. In other words, 62% of our districts have less than 5% of educators of color. To make this personal, my son is in 6th grade and has yet to have an educator that looks like him. As many of you know, research shows that for Black kids, just one Black teacher can make a significant difference in a student's outcome. That's why this work is so critical, and it's really important to continue the conversation. Concan is pleased to see the adjunct professor model for high school, college, and career coursework. This could make a drastic difference in the teacher shortage conversation. We're looking to ensure that we are following all the rules around collective bargaining, but it really, if we look at the shortages that exist in Connecticut's teacher pipeline, we are seeing that in a lot of schools in many of our districts, students are being bused to other schools to be able to access high-level coursework. We're also really excited about the apprenticeship program. This change would allow Connecticut to leverage federal funding and true accountability for districts make progress on educator diversity goals. This law passed a few years ago, and I think up to today, only 8 districts have created these diversity educator plans. We need to put our money where our mouth is. If we truly, as a state, care about creating a more diverse workforce, this needs to be a priority. And changing the language around creating aspiring educator scholarship takes away the deficit mindsets from minority teacher to actually creating educator scholarships. So we really applaud the work of this committee, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank both of you guys for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? None? Okay, cool. We're moving. Thank you, Sabira. Thank you, Louis. Up next, we have Kate Cummings, Jennifer Jennings, followed by Tammy Beatty. Kate? No Kate. Jennifer?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for this opportunity to testify today. I'm Jen Jennings. I actually wear a few different hats that all kind of fit into a variety of bills here, but specifically today, I am up here supporting Senate Bill 1197, an act concerning workforce development, specifically sections 4 to distribute information concerning vocational, agricultural, technical education, and career programs to students in middle school. Sections 6 and 7 to establish a grant program for boards of education that includes registered pre-apprenticeships programs and high school curriculum. I'm the mother of 3. I have a 2nd grader, a 7th grader, and a 10th grader. I'm also on a local board of education. In my capacity as the executive director, I represent the interests of 85% of the HVAC industry in the state of Connecticut. We have contractors statewide who are struggling to hire. It is a profession that is in complete demand. I'm not sure how many of you have recently tried to hire an electrician or a plumber or an HVAC technician, but they are certainly hard to come by, and the demand for the position has also increased the costs. So with that said, there is a hiring ratio that is a barrier to this workforce development. The hiring ratio regulates the competition. It has nothing to do with the training or the safety on the job site because the job site ratio is 1-to-1. But there are 5 trades: electrical, plumbing, heating, cooling, and sheet metal, that have a hiring ratio, which is a restriction that regulates competition. It tells a company how many employees, how many apprentices they can hire. So for every 1 apprentice, they have to have 3 licensed journeymen. Even though they can put 1 apprentice and 1 journeyman out in the field, we restrict as a state how many they can hire. Most aren't aware of that. And again, it is only these 5 trades. We don't do it to nursing. We definitely don't do it to educators. Could you imagine any other industry having this imposed on them? So as we put legislation forth that is phenomenal like this, to be able to hire more pre-apprentices and to put more kids into a trade-based program, I think we have to address the hiring ratio that impedes these trades from expanding workforce development. On another note, with regard to expansion into the public schools, I would love nothing more than to see us support the technical high school programs and our individual regular education in our local public schools. Trade-based learning is so important to bring back our shop classes, our automotive, our hands-on carpentry. I listened to discussion about IEPs and 504 plans. There are so many students who really do phenomenal with hands-on learning. And our trade programs are essential. Buildings don't get built on iPads. They might be designed, and the engineering programs and the architectural design and STEM focus is wonderful. But again, we still need our skilled labor. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your outstanding testimony. I hate saying give you opportunity to say a little further, the ratio. So currently right now, if we have a student in, let's say, technical school, they have to have 3, I'm gonna say certified tradesmen to each one student in order to be trained to do the work. But when you're out on the field, it can be one-on-one. Is that what we're saying here? That's not
right. So once you're hired, when you put them out on the job site, if you were to hire a contractor tomorrow to come service your HVAC unit, we would send 1 journeyman, 1 licensed contractor, and we could send 1 apprentice.
right.
But the firm can't actually hire. You need to have 3 licensed guys or 3 licensed people for every 1 apprentice you take in. So in order to get these students, these tradespeople that are working, these apprentices jobs and register onto the program, we're creating a bottleneck.
Right.
And it's been decades of this. And so the real problem has come home to roost because we have a major shortage. This is not a pandemic related shortage.
So this legislation will change that to more of a one-on-one.
No, this legislation is phenomenal that we are going to encourage more of a pipeline, and it looks like it will expand access to trade education and a focus on it. However, I think it's important that you do take a look at that ratio, which is inside the Department of Labor's apprenticeship program.
Yeah, I mean, we can encourage it. If we do encourage and get more people involved, we're still gonna have a problem if the ratio is still there.
Right.
Okay.
So
I just want to make sure.
yes, it's definitely important to take a look at that piece of it.
Any questions? Representative. Oh, good.
Thank you so much. I think you bring some really valuable insights into work we're trying to accomplish, which is to get more people trained to do these jobs where we know we have critical shortages and expanding need. I just want to clarify. So a company needs to have 3 unique journeymen per each 1 apprentice they hire?
So for the first hire, it's 1-to-1.
Yep.
And then in legislation back in 2017, they put a working group in to look at it, and they put a table. So it goes 1-to-1 and then 1-to-1 and then 2-to-1. Ultimately, it goes 3-to-1. So when we look at some of our companies that have a couple hundred employees, if they were able to hire what their company needs, if they're going to staff 1-to-1 out in the field, if they were able to hire that way, they would take in 30 to 40 more apprentices tomorrow. They have a wait list of apprentices to be hired. So as we pump all of this money into any of our schools, whether it be local boards of education dollars, or it is through the state technical high school system, we've got to make sure that we have the opportunity to hire and to expand the workforce.
Do you think that you don't have to answer this because it might be a question of opinion, but I'm wondering if the intent originally was to ensure that we weren't using apprentices to do the work that should be done of journeymen. Does that make sense?
I do. I've heard that. And I've heard that before. It's been questions. It's actually been an opposing argument for why we do keep this hiring ratio. But you can't put them out there legally. You can't replace them because you're staffing them 1-to-1 in the fields.
Yep.
So that we're really not talking about the job site and the ratio to training and safety. We're talking strictly about hiring, which is regulating competition is what it's doing.
All right. I appreciate that. Thanks a lot.
Representative Cooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for coming in. So if I'm understanding you correct, we can train all the apprentices we want through the prepare apprentices through the vocational system. But once they get to the point where they need to actually apprentice, there are less slots available than what we are proposing to produce. So we can produce all we want, but the apprentice slots will not exist for them unless we deal with the labor side as well.
Correct. We need to tackle this hiring ratio component. And then truly the demand is there. I mean, indoor air quality right now is a huge piece of what's going on, and climate control and energy. All of this, really HVAC contractors are needed. It's not going away. It's a in-demand job.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here. I had a question for you regarding the apprenticeship. What is the hours they must accrue, or the time? And then once they are licensed, is there continuing education for the journeyman status?
Yes. So it varies per license, per category. For example, a D license is a 2-year license, an S license is a 4-year license. So it's either 4,000 apprenticeship hours or 8,000 on the job apprenticeship hours. And then the different schooling components. If you graduate from one of the Connecticut technical high schools, you graduate with your educational hours already, your classroom hours, and a portion, depending upon which program you're in, a portion of your apprenticeship hours as well. And then, yes, there is continuing education for certain licenses. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, again, thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Up next, Tammy Beatty, followed by Laura Rodriguez, followed by Sal Menzo. Is Tammy online? Tammy, you're up.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, senators, representatives, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Tammy Beatty, and I am a resident of Sherman. I work as a paraprofessional in Regional School District 12 at the Chippewa Valley Partnership, which is our transition program in our district. I am offering the following testimony in support of HB 6881, an act concerning various revisions to the education statutes related to educator compensation and paraeducators. HB 6881 is an important step in improving the work life and career opportunities of Connecticut's paraprofessionals. Most of all, this bill is an opportunity to begin to treat paraeducators with the respect and dignity we have earned. I could speak to you for hours about being a para, but we'll focus on one aspect. I have been a para for 22 years. I have worked at all levels in schools, K through post-secondary. I currently work as a paraprofessional job coach with students ages 18 to 22. Our transition program prepares students who have graduated from high school but still receive services until their 22nd birthday. Students in our program receive individualized services and supports that are determined by PPT meetings that I don't attend. The program couldn't exist without our paras. I work one-on-one with a student on a daily basis. We focus on adult living skills, such as employment. I work as their job coach out at the job. I support them at our local gym with a fitness program. Without a para, most of our students would not be able to participate fully. The teacher in our program sets up the work placements that these students will do. They're set up during their PPT meetings. Again, I am not present at those meetings. I implement what the team decides. Teachers we know have been stretched in all of their assignments. We've heard that today. Therefore, they are relying more and more upon paras to work with their students. It has been a,
Summarize.
I ask that you pass this bill. I also invite all of you to come visit any school and see what paraeducators do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none. Next up, Laura Rodriguez, followed by Sal Menzo, followed by Priscilla Santos.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. So good afternoon, members of the Education Committee. My name is Laura Rodriguez. I'm an assistant professor of education at Eastern Connecticut State University and a former Connecticut middle school science teacher, although I've also taught at the elementary and high school levels. I strongly support Section 4 of House Bill 6884 to eliminate the EdTPA requirement for pre-service teachers. EdTPA is an unreliable, invalid, and inauthentic measure of the capability of teacher candidates. It is an unnecessary cost burden on teacher candidates, many of whom must continue working, sometimes more than part-time jobs, during their unpaid student teaching internships, and it diverts time and resources away from meaningful instruction and teacher candidates' preparation. EdTPA was originally conceptualized as a formative assessment to support development of better teaching practices and a common language among teacher candidates and educator preparation institutions. But when EdTPA became a summative high-stakes test disconnected from formative feedback, it lost its instructional value, and it has been found to have a negative impact on teachers and programs. Now it is an added burden on teacher candidates who should be focused on using feedback from the professionals supporting them in their student teaching internships, their cooperating teacher, university supervisor, and seminar instructor. These students are taking their first steps in integrating and implementing the many facets of teaching, meaning planning and implementing instruction and assessing student learning. Administering a summative assessment such as EdTPA in the initial stages of teacher candidates' classroom practice is inappropriate at best and harmful for many. There is a reason it's called student teaching and not teaching. This semester, I'm teaching the seminar at Eastern that is a co-requisite with student teaching for secondary teacher candidates. Preparation for EdTPA has become part of this course, taking away valuable instructional time from the teacher candidates. Instead of debriefing on their experience in their placement, discussing best practices, and brainstorming solutions to challenges they are encountering for the first time, we have spent a majority of classroom time understanding the requirements of EdTPA. When talking about the requirements for the video recorded segments and what to do if a student without permission to be video recorded is in the frame, one student blurted in exasperation, "Now we also have to become video editors?" What could I say? But yes, you do. On top of trying to master a craft with multiple moving parts in your first 8 weeks of trying, and before you've had sufficient sustained and supported practice.
Laura, can you please summarize?
Last sentence. Please vote to eliminate this flawed high-stakes assessment for teacher candidates. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Representative Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Laura, for your testimony. I've been hearing from students and from teachers for years now in regards to EdTPA. And students from across the state, UConn, CCSU, and so forth. Do you believe there's another tool that can replace EdTPA that would be a much better tool that we can use in the state of Connecticut? And also, can you tell me as well if this affects, what's the effect on this with students of color? Because it's my understanding that many students of color decide not to get into the teaching field because the certification process makes it's just so difficult, and EdTPA is part of that difficult process. Can you give me a little feedback on that?
Yes, there have actually been studies that have shown that EdTPA is inequitable. And had that in a different version in front of me, not in front of me at the moment. But it is another hoop to jump through. It's another barrier. And it has been shown to not be effective. The second was it section 5 and 6 in the bill go on to talk about how our institutes of higher education should develop our own assessment, which could be embedded, within the teacher education programs. That would be a much better option. Massachusetts has gone that way. In fact, I think it's down to only like 3 states that are mandating EdTPA at this moment. New Jersey and New York both just ended it. Many of the states have ended it because of the teacher crisis, the teacher shortage. But to me, that is a side issue. It's important, but the fact that this assessment is put so much stress onto these novice, they're not even beginning teachers yet. They are student teachers, and we're asking them to do a summative assessment. All right, so with the summative assessment, it's an end, right? That's an end product. As their seminar teacher, I cannot give them any individual feedback on what they're doing, which for my teacher heart is incredibly difficult, right? Because they are learning. This is, they're first really putting everything together in the classroom. And so I hope that answers your question there. If this goes through, sections 5 and 6 will put into place, I think, a performance assessment that will be, as long as it is formative, it will take away the cost, the $300 to take EdTPA, and then multiple costs if they don't pass parts of it. So.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I just wanted to say that when I spoke to a number of professors at UConn and at CCSU in regards to another tool, I've been told that Connecticut does have another tool that they can use to replace EdTPA with. So that's why I brought that. I asked you if it was another tool. But yes, definitely, I'm a strong opponent of EdTPA. But thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony, Laura. Have a good day. Next up, Dr. Menzo.
Good afternoon, Sal Menzo, Superintendent, Goodwin University Magnet Schools. Good to see you again. I'm here to testify in support of a couple of bills, but Senate Bill 1197, the advanced manufacturing or the career bill. The first part that I support definitely is the dual enrollment, the expansion of dual enrollment opportunities for students across the state of Connecticut. This is a key part of Goodwin University Magnet Schools. We're an early college program. So many of our students graduate with at least 12 to 42 credits a year, but we're working with other districts, Goodwin University, University of Bridgeport. So your publics and your privates are working together to offer opportunities across the state to many students. And we see that the expansion of this is essential. The other part of the bill that I support it, but I also want to just bring your attention to the fact that it talks about an aerospace manufacturing high school, a feasibility study. We're building one of those. So I'm just offering the fact that maybe you don't need to do a feasibility study. Maybe you don't need to plan for one because we're already doing that and it'll open in 2025. So I offer our technical high school that we'll be building on our campus as a interdistrict magnet school as the possible solution for that portion of this bill, rather than replicating this. We're working with industry partners through CCAT, the Center for Advanced Technology, as well as all the major corporations in the state, as well as Paul Lavoie, the head of manufacturing, Kelly Valeries, who's the Office of Workforce Strategies. So we're working with all the key players that I would imagine this would also recommend to be worked with. Lastly, I would not be able to go home and speak to my mom tonight if I did not come out and support the bill regarding pay for paraeducators and also our teachers. My mom is a paraeducator of over 40 years in West Haven Public Schools. God bless her. She continues to do so, and she wants to continue to do so because, as she says, her students need her every day. And she is a little dynamo that just does not stop going. And many times she is the person who is in the classroom without having support. But she does a great job with those students. And she has many, as you can imagine, who come back years and years. But I have to say, I would be remiss if I didn't say it was very difficult having a mom who worked in that capacity, the income was not there necessarily at all the times that we needed it. So I do support paraeducator increases as well as our teachers. I know as a superintendent, it's not popular to advocate for raises. However, I think that we are in a position where we need to make sure that we professionally respect everyone in our organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Menzo. Good to know you'll be allowed at the Sunday dinner table this week.
Absolutely.
Any
Italian
questions?
boy, you gotta.
Questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony. Next up, we have Trisha Santos online.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Trisha Santos, and I am a staff representative for AFSCME Council 4, which represents paraeducators here in Connecticut. I also am the co-chair of the Para Advisory Council, and I was a paraeducator for special education in the town of Killenly for over 11 years. I am here to testify in the support of HB 6881, an act concerning the various revisions to education related to our paraeducators. Last year, the Para Advisory Council was tasked with conducting a study about wages, healthcare, retirement, and working conditions for our paras. The results of the study showed a comprehensive need for better wages, healthcare, some retirement, and their working conditions. Last year, the budget included a $1.8 million for professional development, but as we all know, that did not go far enough in supporting with our para pay or their healthcare. It is long past due that we show our paras that they are valued in our school districts and pay them a living wage. Part of this bill has to do with letting the paraeducators into the state partnership plan. This would be a game changer for paras. Some paras have to decide whether they're going to buy groceries or take their child to the doctor because they are in a high deductible plan of a $2,000 deductible and on a pay of $1,550 cannot afford to do both. Putting them in the partnership plan would give them a stable health care, which we all know they deserve. Part of this plan also allows paras to be part of the PPT team, not just if a parent requests them to put them in a PPT. This is very important. This shows respect for our paras. Our paras are working one-on-one with our students, and nobody knows the student better than the para. So why aren't paras included in the PPT process? They are an intricate part of our team, and they deserve to be there. There's nobody better to ask a para what triggers a student than the para that's with them for 6.5 hours a day. Paras do know what's best for our students, and it is time for us to show them and tell them thank you for all they do. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Trisha, for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Next up, we have Kevin Egan. Good afternoon.
Check. Oh, it's on. Sorry. Good afternoon to all esteemed members of our Education Committee. My name is Kevin Egan, President of the Waterbury Teachers Association and elementary school teacher in Waterbury. Let me first thank you for this opportunity to speak in support of HB 6884. I could think of no better time or bill to address what we are currently experiencing in Waterbury with our extreme shortage of certified educators. Although recent contract negotiations with the district has served to be a good first step, we now need subsequent support from the state to provide the resources that will help immediately close the shortage gap, which now stands at 200 teachers, with close to 65 of them being in the special education area. Take a moment to consider the amount of individualized educational program service hours that are now being unaddressed. Our teachers are pressed to the edge and they are hemorrhaging. Our special ed teachers cannot burden the extra caseloads. Our elementary teachers cannot catch their breath, and our middle and high school teachers cannot continue to push themselves as they try to teach full 7-period days to cover the 390 extra classes resulting from our shortage. This is why the timing of HB 6884 could not be better. No doubt increasing salaries and offering tax credit in sections 1 and 2 to newer teachers would help, but we'd also like to see a bit more with increased salaries and tax credit for teachers at all stages of their dedicated years of service. The COVID pension credit language in section 3 is a great starting point, but can we take another look at the year in which this kicks in and adjust it to an earlier, such as 24 or 25, and increase percentages to help current teachers who may be close to retiring? The prohibited practice parity language in section 9, which would allow the labor board to issue a stay while adjudicating a prohibited practice claim, would immediately help teachers who are subjected to unilateral decisions, as Waterbury teachers experienced when the district made unilateral changes to our health insurance a few years ago, and our teachers had to live with those affected changes until we won our unfair labor practice. Section 13 language would establish duty-free prep time. And honestly, I could not think of a better opportunity to allow teachers time to not only plan, prepare, and initiate lesson content without disruption, but to simply take a moment for themselves to absorb and address the stress and tension of their days. My elementary teachers would love you for that. Teacher exit surveys suggested in section 14 would go a long way to address issues within a district that is sometimes unwilling to take a valuable look in the mirror into what is causing teacher shortages. In summary, I once again like to thank the committee for giving us this opportunity to speak and ask you to approve HB 6884 to help our students, help our parents, help our teachers, and help save our profession. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. No questions online. I will say I did have a chance to take the Education Roadshow out to Waterbury this past week, and I'm going to step aside and show you a video that they produced that looks like a movie premiere opening.
Yeah, it's really good.
Of what occurred. So Waterbury is doing some great things out there. So thank you very
For
much
sure.
for coming out today.
Thank you.
Thanks. Next up, we have Cynthia Ross-Swig.
Good afternoon, members of the Education Committee. My name is Cynthia Ross-Swig, and I'm a paraeducator in New Fairfield, Connecticut. I'm also president of the Paraeducator Council of CSEA SEIU Local 2001, and I'm proud to represent over 2,500 paras in districts throughout the state. I offer the following testimony in support of House Bill 6881. Today, you've heard testimony of what it's like to be a paraeducator and the importance and impact they have on a student. There are some facts as legislators I feel must be brought to light that will help answer questions on why there is a high turnover rate among paras, as well as the impact of disparities from district to how paras are treated and valued as educational workers. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, women make up 1 in 7 out of 10 workers who are the lowest paid occupations, basically 69%. The 3 major causes of these low wages are job type, discrimination, and shouldering caregiving responsibilities. And even in the absence of needed data about paraeducators, something addressed by this bill, I can tell you that the overwhelming majority of paraeducators are women. As an example, Zippa, a career expert, using a database of 30 million profiles from Census and the BLS, states that 79.6 paraeducators are women. 45% leave the paraeducation position within the first 2 years. Why is that? In fact, to give you a sense of how important the data collection section of H6881, one of the last comprehensive reports on paraeducators, was issued all the way back in 2006 by the since discontinued Legislative Program Review and Investigations Committee. While there's a lot of interesting information in the PRI study, we cannot depend upon reports from a decade and a half ago. And HB 6881 we will not have to do that. The average hourly wage for paraeducators in Connecticut is 15.50 cents per hour. Let's compare that to other service jobs. Starting wage for sales clerk at Oldley, 17.67 an hour, plus holidays, paid vacations. Costco and Home Depot each start their workers at $19.90 an hour. And Amazon's starting salary for warehouse workers is $18.90. To provide more context, Michigan and Rhode Island pay their paraeducators $33,945 on average per
Cynthia, if
year.
I could ask you to please summarize.
Sure. Let me just give you an example of inadequate healthcare benefits. A para
Hopefully that's
called,
a quick example, Cynthia.
yes, it's a quick example. A paraeducator called me at 10 o'clock at night crying because she could not afford her medicine. She couldn't pick it up. Her deductible is $4,500. She doesn't have money to pay for this, and she needs this medication. She's scared and she doesn't know what to do. Think about how hard that was for her to make that phone call. And paras across the state are going through similar situations. This is simply not okay. Who truly suffers when paras aren't there? Students, teachers, and the whole education community. If we wish to improve learning in Connecticut and support students who are in need of support, especially after 3 years of learning with COVID, I ask you to support the paraeducators and Bill 6881. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony today. Not seeing any questions. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thank
Next up, we have Beth Vickery. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Senator Berthel, Representative McCarty, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Beth Vickery, and I'm a resident of East Hampton. I work as a paraeducator at East Hampton High School. I offer the following testimony in support of HB 6881. Paraeducators are on the front lines of student learning. We provide one-on-one support to special education students, reinforce instruction, implement IEPs in the classroom, and make sure all of our students are getting the social, emotional learning that is so critical to our students' mental health, especially in these few years after COVID. Our expectation is not only to support teachers in their instruction, but to help students reach the Connecticut state standards of education. I should say, far exceed the daily tasks of a paraeducator. We care deeply about our students, but that is all part of the job. In order to help my students achieve, I make it my priority to invest in building relationships and connections first. To share a quick story with you, 2 years ago, a student in my Algebra 2 class showed me a picture of his dad, and he mentioned that he had died a few years prior. I immediately empathized for this young man and asked how he and his mom were doing. He went on to tell me that his mom left him when he was a little boy and he lives in foster care. At that point, I made it a priority to advocate for him as he had nobody in his life to guide him. I told him how much I believed in him, and I made sure he applied to college. We worked together, filled out his application, and I wrote him a college recommendation. And this past August, I moved him in to his dorm at CCSU. He has told me many times that if it weren't for me, he wouldn't be where he is today. All it takes is one adult to believe in you, to encourage you, to support you. This is what we do every day as paraeducators. Legally, paraeducators are essential in carrying out the special education law and ensuring that our students get the education they need to fully access the curriculum. Many students require a one-on-one according to their IEP. Paras provide that particular support, and if we didn't, our schools would be considered non-compliant and parents may be able to pursue a lawsuit or other legal actions against the school. Despite the importance of our job, we are the lowest paid employees in the school. The living wage in Connecticut is around $32,000. I've been in my district since 2007 and currently make about 23. My hourly rate is just a few dollars over a barista at Starbucks. I'm offered health care, but what I pay for my premium is approximately 30% of my paycheck. We are not paid in the summer and are not allowed to collect unemployment in the summer. The bottom line, and I'll summarize, is that paraeducators have the closest relationship with students, usually working with the ones that need the most support, yet we are not compensated accordingly. I implore all of you to get the living wage that we deserve, to be paid through the summer and retire with dignity. Thank you for listening.
Beth, thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you.
For your
Thank you very
testimony.
much.
Seeing no questions, have a great day. Next up online, we have Rebecca Mickelson.
All right, can you hear me?
We can. Floor is yours.
All righty. Good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Senator Curry, Senator Berthel, Representative McCarty, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Rebecca Michelson. I live in East Haven and I teach preschool in New Haven. I'm a member of NHFT and AFT Connecticut, and I testify today in support of House Bill 6884. This bill covers many things, including play-based learning and an educator's Bill of Rights. I fully support a codified set of protections for equal rights and safe environments. And the best way to ensure we have a society predisposed to such equity is through developmentally sound education from the earliest years on. If we don't want our future leaders to threaten the diversity of humanity, it is best if we help guide our students to become adults who would not ask this of us. As such, I'm here to advocate on behalf of children, their families, and teachers everywhere. The people in the classroom have long been advocating for play-based learning and other student-centered pedagogy. I think people are afraid that when they look at a classroom without a clear objective of what I am supposed to be putting into students' heads, that I am therefore unable to observe what students are learning and what skills they are developing. Play-based instruction is nebulous, and that is a good thing. Does it make a teacher's day easier? In some ways, yes. Does that mean we are not hard at work being of service to our students? Absolutely not. Play-based learning can help us move from an authoritarian do-as-I-say school environment and broader society to one that helps students see themselves and one another as humans who can and should receive the same respect that adults demand from them. Good mental health and physical health is a key component to being able to learn and grow throughout all of life. They need to navigate freedom and take control of who they are. This is how they develop responsibility. Some will get it wrong for a long time before they show proficiency. And in a world so accustomed to convenience and quick fixes, this intimidates people. We depend too much on an antiquated system of rewards and punishments, pretending compliance is synonymous with respect. This is linked to the erroneous notion that test scores provide an accurate snapshot that others use to judge students and educators. I urge you to help us move past this. I care about our students' best interests, not future employers nor textbook companies. I'm here to support learning based on more caring for our collective humanity than on making grades. This is the heart of play-based instruction. Thank you.
Thank you much for your testimony. Enjoy your afternoon. Next up, we have Jennifer Reynolds. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Jenny Reynolds, and I'm here to support Bill 1200. I have two wonderful children who attend public school in Fairfield County. My oldest daughter has Down syndrome and a congenital heart defect. In 2019, she was restrained for 12 minutes on the circle time rug of her second grade classroom. Arms stretched out in a T position, held down by 3 adults who each weighed about 3 times she did. 12 minutes, the amount of time in an entire NBA quarter. 12 minutes, the amount of time my daughter was being told through the actions of adults she trusted that she was not valued and not safe at school. The antecedent to this, she wanted to finish her picture book before joining her class for a science lesson on that same rug. Thankfully, this time period was interrupted by COVID and remote learning. I'm sorry. After 18 months, she returned to school and immediately exhibited anxiety, which was met with additional restraints, seclusions, and calls to pick her up within the first 2 hours of school. We had submitted a letter stating that we did not consent to restraint and seclusion, as well as a letter from her cardiologist as to the risks given her cardiac history, but they still did it. They did not have the tools to support her and had given up on her by treating her like somebody who didn't belong. She begged us not to send her to school. She curled up in a fetal position in her bedroom. We were watching her joy and vitality disappear. We were terrified that we were losing her to this trauma. We removed her from school with absolutely no game plan, except to keep our daughter safe. We were able to move her to another elementary school in the district, where she is now included in her classroom and in her school. She feels safe, and therefore she can learn. She's made gigantic academic gains, and she has robust friendships. She didn't need to be restrained or secluded. She needed to be supported. You can change all of this. You can do this knowing that there are decades of research demonstrating the trauma associated with these approaches, and that restraint and seclusion happen disproportionately to kids with disabilities, especially with communication delays. You can do this knowing that restraint and seclusion are greatly underreported in schools. We learned of many non-reported events on our kid from others who witnessed them. And you can do this knowing that there are alternative approaches, ones that focus on connection and collaboration rather than compliance and authority. My child is deserving of a place in our society. She is deserving of an education that does not traumatize her or punish her for her disability. This is why we have laws like ADA, and Section 504. Yet these laws did not protect her. I am asking that you strengthen the protections for our most vulnerable kids. My daughter didn't die in her restraints, but she could have. Other kids have died. This was our fear when we pleaded with the school to never restrain her. That request was ignored, but hopefully this one will not be. Please pass this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jenny, and thank you for sharing. And removing a student from school to keep them safe is a sentence we should never utter. Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And Jennifer, I just wanted to thank you for coming forward with your personal story. I think it's so important that we hear what's actually taking or did take place. And can I just ask you, how old was your daughter at the time?
The first time she was 8.
8 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you may have been present today to hear what the child advocate said about the harmful impact. And you just pointed out that you can speak to that with your own daughter. So I just wanted to thank you for the courage. I know it was difficult to come forward and speak today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Belinsky online.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Jennifer, thank you so much. How old is your daughter now?
She's almost 12.
Wonderful. I'm so glad that she's thriving. And I don't have a question for you other than my than just expressing my respect and my admiration for you taking the stand on her behalf and your advocacy. Your testimony is the most compelling piece of testimony that I've heard today on any bill. So God bless you for bringing that to us. These are experiences that we as legislators hear from individuals that are in our constituents in our own districts, across the state. So it took an extraordinary amount of courage for you to bring this to us, and it is very, very appreciated. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much, Representative. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you so much again.
Thank you.
Next up, Shelley Davis. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Representative Curry, Senator Bertha, Representative McCarty, and members of the Education Committee. I am Shelley Davis, and I've been a paraeducator in the Hartford Public Schools for 32 years. It is on behalf of my colleagues and the students we support that I testify in favor of HB 6881. This committee should be alarmed. There is a crisis in our classrooms. Connecticut has more than 1,300 unfilled paraeducator positions across the state. 73% of all paraeducator vacancies and 25% of all teaching vacancies are in special education. There is no sugarcoating it. In districts as wealthy as Westport and as under-resourced as Hartford, students are not getting the services and supports they need. Hartford Public Schools has over 70 unfilled paraeducator positions. Students with disabilities aren't getting one-on-one assistance. Teachers don't have managing classrooms and reinforced instructions. And supports for English language learners is limited. Individualized education plans, IEPs, are not being met. Students have suffered learning loss and social emotional regression during the pandemic. Now they risk falling further behind instead of catching up. Students aren't the only ones at risk. Significantly understaffing has also made classrooms unsafe. We couldn't have predicted the pandemic, but this storm has been brewing for a long time. For more than a decade, we have come before this committee. For years, we have been begging this committee to give us the respect, the wages, and tools we need to succeed. For years, we've been told, not now, we wish we could, there's no money. As we sit here today, Connecticut's projected fiscal year 2023 budget surplus is $1.35 million.
The rainy day fund is full with another 3.1 billion. And today you cannot tell me and my colleagues that there is no money to invest in our children by investing in their paraeducators. Yes, this bill is expensive, but the cost of doing nothing will be far greater. Connecticut has saved a tremendous amount by waiting for decades to address these issues. Failing to act now will only exacerbate the crisis and drive more paraeducators out of schools. IEPs will continue to go unmet. Students won't reach learning benchmarks. Teachers will be stretched thinner and thinner, and classroom safety will become even more challenging. There are no shortcuts. I will summarize. We implore you to stop the madness and make transformational changes on behalf of the students who need us. Please help us stay in our schools. We strongly urge you to pass HB 6881. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shelley. Not a question, just more of a comment. I think it's important for members of the committee and for your fellow members to definitely connect and see about getting folks into the classrooms. Because I know when folks come before us and they tell us of the stories and they tell us of the struggles, I don't think people fully grasp and fully understand what it means to walk into a classroom with 30 children, 1 educator, and 0 support staff, when half of those kids are likely high need, and to walk away and think everything was great. I just don't know how anybody does that. But I think folks need to get into the classrooms, get into our schools, see exactly what is missing. The fact that more districts have not been sued by parents and families because of the lack of staffing to fulfill their legal obligations, I'm just shocked. And it should never take a lawsuit to fix what we sometimes have the ability to do ourselves. So I appreciate you coming forward and having this conversation.
Thank you.
And we'll continue to have this dialogue as we move forward. Representative McCarty.
Thank you. I'd like to echo some of the comments of my good chair, but also Shelley, since I know you do a lot of this work, we appreciate very much the work of the paraeducators. I don't know if it's in this bill, but it is somewhere in one of our proposals. Would you say, and we should involve who actually can become a paraeducator? I know there's a proposal to look at high school students and train them naturally, but to become paraeducators, my only concern would be if we had high school students, you'd want to see where they would be placed, because some of them would be so close to their peers if they were in a high school. So I just, while you're here, I thought I might just throw that out and see if you had a comment. I do. I appreciate that question. You know, we had the question about, well, should we have high school students or people with no degrees become paraeducators? We had paraeducators that we had to let go of 350 because they did not have an associate's degree. They had to have the para-pro test to be grandfathered in. And as much as I love our high school students, we have them in programs in some of our schools, the after-school programs. You cannot just take a high school student and expect them to have the experience and the skills that paraeducators have. Personally, I think it's not a compliment to parents that are in that position to say, hey, we're going to take high school kids and we can put them in here and be great. You will have bodies, but you will have other issues happening. The paraeducators we have are highly skilled. They have gone through some things. They stay in the classroom. During the pandemic, we stepped up. We were in the place of teachers. We did the classroom management and we did everything that needed to be done. I don't think you can just take experience and wisdom and expect a high school student coming out to do that. There would have to be other things in place to have that happen. Thank you for those remarks. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing other comments or questions? Representative Jenga.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony, and I'll summarize my comments as a former teacher, high school teacher in East Hartford, who dealt with several paras. The paras, 75% of them dealt with special education students, special needs, and they were put into mainstream classes, which I taught, and they were very valuable. We developed strategies specifically for those types of special needs students, and the paras were so good that whenever I was out of a classroom, they had to have a certified sub replacement. But I always was very confident that the paras were going to make sure that the class was well taught because they really understood it. The system I come from in East Hartford had a very valuable way of handling paras. They got basically what you're asking for: healthcare, pensions, chance to advance as a para to another level if they took certified courses. I can't say enough for paras. I will point out that the last committee of program review and investigations did a study of paras. It's very informative. And one of the things that they recommended, which was very inconsistent throughout the state, is to provide training to the paras before they started with their specific assignments. So I can't say enough, but I can't say enough about the system of East Hartford, who does what you're basically asking for. So I appreciate what you're doing and certainly support it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Always appreciate the East Hartford shout out, Representative Django. Thank you so much, Shelley. Next up, the good representative from the 8th Assembly House District, Tim Ackert, the man, the myth.
First of all, it's great to be in front of the Education Committee. I used to be on that side, so now it's great to be on this side. So Chairs McCrory, Chair Curry, Ranking Members McCarty, and Ranking Member Berthel, and the esteemed members of the Education Committee. I'm Representative Tim Ackert. I'm going to wear a couple of hats today because in the bill I'm looking at to strongly support is raised bill number 1197, Act concerning workforce development. Probably one of the most exciting bills I've seen in a while that really is going to get, I believe, help in our closing the open job slots in the state of Connecticut. Because if we could start getting these young folks to get either apprentice / or internship ideas going in the high school level. You know, back in the day, we had, other courses, whether it was our industrial arts classes to some manufacturing, just a touch in each of our schools. And those kind of got taken out sometimes. And I'll say maybe as somebody that was on the Education Committee as a ranking member, some of the mandates and you filled your days up. I like what you have in this legislation. It says may. So schools may partner with groups outside the school system, whether it's in the Aerotech school. If you've been to the Connecticut Aerotech school, those graduates come out with a $75,000 and up career. Whether it's in healthcare, as we know, we're in dire need of those individuals to work in our healthcare systems, like you have in Section 2. And in Section 3, we're just mentioning that you were bringing up paraeducators. So getting somebody that may want to get into and further themselves in working in the school districts. I mainly was going to come here and talk about Section 6, talking about the grants that would be provided, but the whole piece of legislation to me is a good piece of legislation. And Section 5 dealing with the apprenticeship programs and getting those people into trades. Earlier, you had somebody mentioning the trades and how we are woefully in need of people in the trades, especially the licensed trades, and how if we can create a grant program like you have in Section 6. And then in Section 8, very interesting. I do some work. So in my other job, I mentioned I'm coming here. So I'm into trades, having a small business and a sponsorship for apprentices. This section that deals with the manufacturing of aerospace and having that task force working group that would be provided for this. We still have an enormous footprint in aerospace. And if you drive through South Windsor and East Hartford and see all these small manufacturing companies that are hurting for those that could work in that aerospace manufacturing, dire need there. So strong support of that piece of legislation, and also for supporting 6882, House Bill 6882, the mandate review task force. I think that's a good step. And really, because I tell you, I think all as legislators, we've been said, stop mandating stuff. well, tell us what we could get rid of. And I've asked that to, superintendents, and I never get a list. So looking forward to having that working group come out and actually say, that these are the areas that we really can lighten the load up for those in the supervisory roles, our superintendents of schools, and say, okay, this is where we can provide some support. So on that note, it's an honor again to be here and provide testimony on those two bills. You've got a heavy slate today, so if you do have any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Thank you so much, Representative. Yes, and Senate Bill 1197, the number of proposals we had from members on both sides of the aisle with regards to workforce, it was really a pleasure to kind of sit down and go through those to see where everybody's focus was going to be this legislative session. And hopefully we'll see some of this over the finish line. I did look it up online. I did not see your name added as a co-sponsor yet, so I will await that. So Representative McCarty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just wanted to thank you, Representative Ackert, for coming in and to let you know that we do miss you very much on this committee. And it was so refreshing to hear your compliments today, because we are looking at mandates, and going forward, we want to have mandate relief. But thank you for giving us your opinion about the workforce development, the early college credits, the pathways, the training, and the apprenticeships. Thank you very much.
Representative Slosky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for your passionate testimony. I appreciate your background in both the trades and on the Education Committee. We heard a couple testimonies back about apprenticeships. I think that's the one that you referenced, that there's a 3-to-1 ratio in certain trades for apprenticeships to employees, I guess. So could you talk a little bit about, your experience or your background or any insight you might have on that ratio? Apparently, it's something that I learned just today, that there's a kind of a law restricting the hiring of apprenticeships. So maybe it's not an education issue so much as a labor issue.
Well, thank you for that question. Yeah, this legislation that you have starts to get people into the trades through a pre-apprenticeship program, which that turns into an apprenticeship. What we struggle with in the state of Connecticut is a barrier to work, a barrier to jobs. There's no jobs that you can think of outside of the trades that literally says you have to limit hiring people. There is none. Doctors, nurses, teachers, you name it. There is no barrier to hiring except in the trades, HVAC, plumbing, electrical, pipe fitter, and there's one other where you literally have a hiring restriction. We call it ratios. It's called hiring restrictions, that your company can only hire, if you have 3 licensed tradespeople, 1 apprentice. We'd love to see this legislation move that you have in front of you and say, hey, let's get more people into trades. But then you get to that level, you go, wait a minute, there's no jobs there. Well, the job openings are there, but because of the restrictions, they're not there. So it's something I've been working on for quite a while, and would hope that as we look forward to, good work like this, workforce development's great. And we have job openings, but sometimes we don't have the ability to fill them because of laws that we have sitting on the books that takes a simple change in some language, and we can start filling those slots. Whether it's one of the concerns I have, and I don't want to belabor it because you have just a heavy load today. If we're going to reach our climate goals that we passed in this legislature, we're going to have to do it with outside of Connecticut workforce, because we don't have the workforce. We have the opportunities for workforce because of the openings, but because of our hiring restrictions, we're not going to obtain them. And that's in HVAC, plumbing, and electrical right now. So thank you for that question, Representative.
Yeah, thank you for that answer. And certainly the need for those services are out there. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely. Seeing no further questions or comments, enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thank you. You too.
Take care. Next up, we have Douglas, who I don't believe put a last name. So we just have Douglas. Sir. Oh. Good afternoon. Just be sure to hit the button in front of you. Yeah, hit the button on the right in front of the microphone. Perfect. Good afternoon.
Okay, good afternoon. Give me a minute, I'm just gathering myself. Good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Representative Carey, Senator Berthel, Representative McCarthy, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Gwyneth Douglas. I am a native of Hartford, Connecticut. I have been a parent educator in the Hartford Public Schools for 22 plus years. I am here to testify in support of House Bill 6881, which is an important step in improving the work, life, and career opportunities for Connecticut paraeducators. But most of all, this bill is an opportunity to treat paraeducators with the respect and dignity we have earned. Now is the time for the committee and the members of the General Assembly to take immediate and meaningful action to raise paraeduc pay, lower our healthcare costs, to ensure that we have meaningful retirement benefits and give us the tools we need to help our students succeed. The title of my story is Live to Tell. Shortly after retiring in 2016, give or take a few, I suffered a nerve damage, had no feeling from the waist down. Close to Christmas, I found myself on the floor, not being able to walk, could not afford hospital bills, and my wages were at a level that was not necessary for my health. I worked for 22 plus years and couldn't catch a break. It took me 2 years to heal, to walk again. And here I am, here I stand right now. I had to fight for health care. I had to fight for the right to be treated. I am a productive paraeducators. That's who we are. And I fight for right now, for the ones who come before me, who came before me, who are coming after me. And now I am here to fight for the paraeducators who are still in classrooms today and the ones who haven't accepted their calling yet. Passing this bill will allow, and I summarize, us a financial freedom, not to just be with our families, but to be productive members in our society. It will allow us to focus our energy on working with our students in every single special ed classroom. Many of our colleagues have multiple jobs, work paycheck to paycheck, and are in fear of not having medical and might have an emergency medical costs that will cause them to be off balance. So in short, committee, we urge you to prioritize students' learning by prioritizing us, paraeducators, and passing the bill of HB 6881, which will allow us to have dignity, respect. In short, it's not to us, it's with us. We stand together, we fight, we stand up to speak up and to speak out. If it doesn't fit, you must acquit. Thank you. I'm ready for any questions.
Not sure
Hello,
that's perhaps
sorry,
ever gonna be settled.
We're up right now.
I appreciate your comments, Gwyneth. I don't see any questions or comments. I'll just add, it's important, the words dignity and respect. And I think the Education Committee came in this legislative session really hoping to focus on bringing back the level of dignity and respect to all educators. And when I say educators, that's my umbrella term. That's teachers, that's paras, that's everybody in that school who's helping to further along our children. And I think something happened post-COVID in which too many have been vilified and not supported the way in which they have. So dignity and respect should be at the forefront of everything that we're doing. So I appreciate you really highlighting that. Thank you so much and enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thank you.
Next up, we have, is Jennifer Corbeil in the room? She's not online. All right, moving on to Tom Kosker. Good afternoon. Nice to see you again.
Yes, good afternoon, Representative Curry, Representative McCarty, and the rest of the Education Committee. My name's Tom Kosker. I am from Rocky Hill. I'm a disability advocate with Disability Rights Connecticut. And I'm here to address House Bill 6883, an act concerning students with developmental disabilities. I'm also, as some of you know, a parent of a child with a disability. My soon to be 14-year-old son this weekend, who has an intellectual disability and epilepsy. Some of you have had the pleasure of meeting him recently. So I'm here today to offer some information about the bill and how it would affect people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. You have before you, or you will have written testimony from my executive director, Debbie Dorfman, on this bill. There's many beneficial provisions to this bill. I'm here to speak specifically about one particular part of the bill, which is section 13. I'll say subsection FII. I don't know how it's labeled, but that's the thing. It's on line 407, which would require that boards of education inform parents about the laws relating to becoming a conservator. I want to share how this provision would impact students and individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities, and some personal perspective as well. Parents have many things going on during that time, and this is around 17 years old towards 18. They have many things going on in their lives. And parents trust that schools are going to give them the information and full, complete information and relevant information. And oftentimes when only one or two options are presented to the students, in this case, conservatorship and guardianship are generally the ones that are put forward by the school district, parents will lean towards those options. Individuals, intellectual disabilities have a wide range of needs, It runs the gamut. And conservatorship and guardianship are for some students and not for some students. And I think it's important that we make sure that educators in the school systems are informing parents of all of the range of options, including things like supported decision-making, powers of attorney, healthcare directives. There's many other options in addition to guardianship and conservatorship that are out there that that preserve the rights of the individual more so than conservatorship and guardianship, which often take away some of the rights of individuals. School teams. So again, school teams should provide that information on the range of options. Connecticut, incidentally, has one of the highest rates of guardianship in the country for individuals with intellectual disability. We're around 80%. The national average is around 40%. That's 3 minutes. Oh my gosh.
You have a little time to summarize.
Holy smokes, that was really quick. So again, as an advocate, as a parent advocate, parent leader in the community, I talk to many parents. Again, it's really important that they hear the full and complete information from their educators, which is what they're relying on. Again, as a parent myself, I'm in the business, so I know these things. I'm aware of them. I'm going to make that decision, an informed decision. Parents don't always have all that information. I think it's important that we make sure that they get that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I appreciate your comments specifically on that section, because I know when we were drafting that and meeting with a number of folks, the concern was just that. It was, you don't want to just push folks towards one option. But if you have other options, ideas, things that you think that should be more of a comprehensive conversation, that was the intent, is that the conversations are at least happening, because they're not happening everywhere. So we would appreciate, if you have that information, send that on over, and we can definitely work to make this better than what it is today.
Yeah, thank you very much. And we can have that conversation. We can, go back and forth on that. And again, I read it as that intent, right? That's the intent of it, have the conversation. So on the surface, I was like, good, great. We're making schools have that conversation, but it's important what that conversation is again. And the data shows that we've definitely swayed that way in Connecticut to more restrictive options for students. So.
Absolutely. An interesting data point that you said that we were having.
Yeah, and I can get you that data from the ICI. Yeah. I can get you some of that data. Yeah. It's out there.
Representative Rader.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your advocacy around this.
Thank you.
I sit on the Board of Ed in my community, and we talk very often about that transition. We actually started a transition academy this year in our district, which is great because it fills that gap after they leave high school until they're 22, and really gives them those skills needed to hopefully navigate in life really well. When do you feel that conversation, getting beyond this conservatorship identity, when do you feel that conversation should start to happen with that community of students?
Yeah, as we say in the business, it's never too early. I say that as an advocate, as a parent, there's so much going on in your life. You can't even get through the day, right? So sometimes there's too early, but I mean, there's laws in the books right now that require when school districts have to do transition discussions and transition goals and objectives, which is age 14 and all that stuff. So you guys are aware of that. Specifically on guardianship and conservatorship, I think earlier is better. I mean, 17 is great. That it's cutting it close, honestly, right? I mean, to be honest with you, that's better because most parents don't think about it until a month before their 18th birthday when they go, oh no, my kid's turning 18, and they panic and they freak out, and then they have to make a decision really quick, and it's not necessarily the most informed decision, right? So you know, I don't have a specific age that would be good, but I think early is always better. So we can talk about that as well. Fine, is what would be better, whether it's 16 or 17 or something like that. But it makes
Just one
sense.
follow-up question. Do you think that process is cumbersome for families and caregivers, that, you know, guardianship or conservatorship process?
Yes, I think it is very cumbersome, and you don't know where to go for that information, right? And that's what my point was, is we do trust, because that's our connection, right? To really all of that is the school and the educators who we've come to trust. We entrust our kids with them. So when we get that information from them, we think there's weight to that, right? There's weight to that. And not all individuals, again, we speak about individuals with intellectual disabilities who may or may not go on to services through DDS, right? So sometimes they're getting that information from DDS as well. And that messaging there is important. Again, I'm just speaking to this piece of it today, but yeah, I think it's cumbersome. It's a challenge, right? And there's lots of things going on in that student's life, in that parent's life. And that's just one thing. And if it's easy to say, hey, everyone's saying guardianship or conservatorship, let's do that. And I talk to parents all the time because I'm a parent leader in the community, and I run parent groups, and yeah, I'm not sure what to do, but I think I'm just going to do that. And then I can deal with it later. And honestly, I can speak to examples of students that when they turned 18, their parents didn't know options. They put their student in a guardianship. They became guardians over their child. I have a good friend who's now in his late 30s, early 40s, who went through struggles to get rid of guardianship, right? He's living independently. He didn't really need it. They didn't know at the time. They didn't know what the options were. So they did guardianship, and he fought for years, you know, to get rid of his guardianship. And it was a challenge, and it was work, because it's not easy. It's easier to get it than it is to get rid of it, right? On any of these things. So really it's just informing the parents. Yeah, to try to not make it so cumbersome, but it is a challenge. It is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Bennington Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Kosker, for coming in and giving us this information. My question is who would you think would be a good partner in order to facilitate some of this information? Would it be the court system? Would it be a group that advocates, you know, for children with disabilities? Who would that lie in?
That's a great question. I think it's a lot of people, right? I think it's like this team approach, which we kind of take in special education and the disability world in general. You know, there are groups right now, and we can connect you with those groups that are working on this, doing this work, right? Disability Rights Connect, we have a seat on a supported decision-making coalition that's going on right now. That's just one of many. So there's many organizations in Connecticut that are working on this. I just happen to be one that brought it up today. And by the way, I will support that paraeducator thing too. I know I'm like the only one that hasn't talked about that yet, but that's all good. My child had a paraeducator, has a one-on-one right now, and it's amazing and all that stuff. So yes, play them more, please. But yes, there are many people, but again, probate is one of the pieces, right? That we want, that supported decision-making coalition wants to educate probate, because that is an important place. But oftentimes they only get there, right, when they've been told, hey, look at conservatorship and guardianship, then they have to get there. It's important that we educate probate as well to say, what are the options? So that it's not just, oh, you came for this, let's do it, right? And it's not that simple. I know that it's more than that. It's more involved than that. But probate's a piece of it. Educators are a piece of it. Adult service systems are a piece of it, right? I mean, DDS is certainly a piece of it for individuals with intellectual disability that qualify for services through DDS. So I think it's a combination, right? And there are parent groups. There's a lot of advocate groups out there, including us, Disability Rights Connecticut, that can help with that. So
Well, thank you very much.
thank you.
Seeing no further questions or comments. Nice to see you.
Excellent.
Enjoy your
Thank you.
afternoon.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Faith Sweeney online. Good afternoon, Faith.
Good afternoon, Representative Curry, Senator McCrory, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Faith Sweeney. I have been a teacher for 27 years. I am a K-5 literacy coach in Westport, and I'm also an NEA teaching fellow working with CEA. I have submitted written testimony, and thank you for giving me this time to share my thoughts today. First, I would like to speak in support of HB 6884, an act concerning the recruitment
retention, and enhancement of the teaching profession. Enhancing the teaching profession is necessary because the teaching profession is in crisis. Retention and recruitment are at an all-time low. Working conditions are burdened with unnecessary structures, policies, and practices. Attacks on the teaching profession are now being legislated across the country. However, Connecticut can be the unicorn. This state can and should provide its aspiring educators and early career educators with all the necessary funding and tools to thrive in this profession. This legislation can change the structures, policies, and practices to help retain its educators who dedicate their lives to this profession. This legislature can show how it respects, trusts, and values educators by providing protection, giving educators voice, and improving those working conditions. The second bill I would like to speak in support of is SB 1199, an act concerning equity in education. While I am hopeful about removing the term minority in documentation, I would suggest using culturally, ethnically, and racially diverse because minority refers to culture, ethnicity, and race in the original intent of the law. It is necessary to be clear about the recruitment and retention efforts based on culture, ethnicity, and race. My final thought goes towards accountability measures for the recruitment and retention of culturally, ethnically, and racially diverse educators, and how necessary it is to help the teaching force in Connecticut reflect its students' populations. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I don't see any questions or comments. Enjoy your afternoon, Faith.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Erica Webb.
Hello. Sorry, excuse me. Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Senator Berthel, Representative McCarty, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Erica Webb, and I'm a paraeducator in the Groton School District. I have an associate's degree as a disability specialist, and it's likely no shock that I'm here to speak in support of House Bill 6881. I've worked as a paraprofessional on and off since 2004 in 3 different districts. This year I've worked with 3 second graders, each with vastly different needs, but thankfully all in one class. Throughout their days, I monitor behavior, assist with a variety of tasks, and help them solve problems like toileting, spelling, or the nuances of the second grade social scene. Above all, I am a touchstone for them. When they're struggling, I'm there with ideas for how to make things better. I enable teachers to focus on the class as a whole and ensure their lessons meaningfully reach every child in the class. We have so many para vacancies that the jobs are being filled by building subs and there are still holes. We aren't getting any paras by offering $15 an hour, and I don't think it's shifting any paradigms to say that if the fish aren't biting, use better bait. If you've got a fish on the line, make sure you've got a net handy. With the aggression of some kids and the plagues that permeate schools, it would make sense for educators to have good health insurance. However, the insurance offered to paras from my district would cost me half my take-home pay per month and has a monster deductible. I make little enough to qualify for assistance on the healthcare market. I have a small life insurance policy from my district, but no retirement. I live paycheck to paycheck and try not to think about my future. That said, I love being a para. I love being in the trenches with the kids, collaborating with teachers, and finding solutions that change frustration to understanding. The job of a para is no longer just to make copies and zip codes. The role has evolved to be integral to a school's achievement. Simply, a para's role is to amplify teacher effectiveness and student success. Connecticut prides itself on its schools, and we are being sandbagged due to the lack of staff. If a para's role is treated as small, they will continue to be small, admirably performing a vital job at the cost of their own prosperity. If paras are valued, imagine how much our schools and state will bloom when you make their well-being a priority. I urge committee members to support House Bill 6881, and I would contend you cannot afford not to.
Thank you so much for your testimony today, Erica. Enjoy the rest of your
Thank
afternoon. Next up, we have 2020 Connecticut Teacher of the Year, Megan Gary. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon to the committee. My name is Megan Hatch-Geary. I am the 2020 Connecticut Teacher of the Year, a high school English teacher, and a member of the Connecticut Teacher of the Year Council. I testified today in support of House Bills 6881 and 6884, which take important steps toward addressing the educator shortage and improving education in Connecticut, which includes salary enhancements, appropriate and effective funding, COVID pension benefits, adding a non-voting teacher members to the State Board of Education, and the creation of a teacher advisory committee to offer perspective to the Connecticut State Department of Education on the implementation of policies and initiatives in districts. To illustrate why this legislation is so vital, I will, as teachers do, tell you a story. On Monday, I walked out of school several hours after our contracted time with a few other teachers, one of whom is a special education teacher. We got to chatting about what had kept us late that school day. I had been grading papers and creating a display of student work. She had been writing an IEP, one she had started hours earlier. She shared that writing a typical IEP these days takes her nearly 4 times longer than it did just last year, and that this process is set to become even more onerous next year with additional data requirements from the state of Connecticut. She then gestured toward her tote bags full of papers and folders and said she was praying for a snow day on Tuesday so that she'd have some time to catch up. I lifted my own heavy bag and nodded in agreement. Then she shook her head and said, "Megan, I just don't know how much more of this I can do." She went on to say that she had never been an anxious person, but now she struggles with anxiety. She is exhausted, she feels overwhelmed and undersupported. This is a teacher who started as a paraprofessional, I'll add, who cares deeply about her students, an excellent teacher who has changed the lives of students with severe challenges. She is their champion. But the increasing demands of her job and the lack of support she receives, whether it is in the form of time, staffing, or salary, is turning her away from the profession she loves. She does not believe her voice or the voices of teachers are being heard. In an attempt to offer her some comfort, I shared that the legislature was set to effect some real positive change for teachers in our state. And she said to me, "Meg, I really hope so. They need to listen to us. Do the people who decide these things have any idea what we actually do on a given day?" She then told me about her own child who is in college now and who expressed the desire to follow in her mother's footsteps and become a special education teacher. But instead of being proud and excited by this news, my colleague said her maternal instinct was to tell her child, "No, do not do that to yourself." I would like everyone to pause and just really think about that for a moment. At a time when we are facing a public education crisis and need more young people to want to go into the profession, we have a talented veteran teacher counseling her own child not to do this as a career because she fears for her child's mental and physical well-being.
Megan, I
The
just
thing that
summarize if you could.
The thing that should galvanize all of us in this room today is the fact that this is not an isolated story. It's not an outlier. This is common and familiar. And yet, right, teachers do this vital, important work, and yet we are rarely invited to be a part of the discussions and decisions that impact our work, our lives, and the lives of our students. Connecticut does have much to be proud of when it comes to education, but we need to continue to be a beacon and lead the way in prioritizing the teaching profession. The Connecticut Teacher of the Year Council has recognized this for years and has been leading the way forward on these issues. Codifying the engagement of teacher voice in the state statute would be a major step forward for Connecticut, and centering teachers in the decision-making process will not only elevate the profession, it will elevate our students, and in turn, it will elevate the state of Connecticut. Thank you.
So much, Megan. Appreciate your testimony. And to the question of, do they have any idea what we do? Representative Poulos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Ms. Gary, I want to congratulate you again on your recognition as the 2020 Connecticut Teacher of the Year. You mentioned in your testimony that the Connecticut Teacher of the Year Council has advocated for involving teachers in the decision-making processes that govern their profession. And I was wondering if you could share how that program, the Teacher of the Year program, has worked to prepare teachers as advocates and spokespeople for public education in our state.
Yes, thank you for the question, Representative Poulos. The Connecticut Teacher of the Year, the finalists and the semifinalists, which we refer to as the cohort, are engaged in a variety of enriching activities centered on sharing and honing best practices, understanding current education policies, and learning how to be advocates for the profession. Much of these opportunities are also made available to a colleague for each member of that cohort. I actually benefited from the council's work before I was named the Connecticut Teacher of the Year in 2020. In 2017, I had an opportunity to attend an incredible professional learning conference called the Empowered to Lead Symposium as a guest of my district's Teacher of the Year, who was a semifinalist at the time. Because of that, I was also able to spend the next day learning from elders in the Mohegan tribe about how to strengthen and improve the teaching of First Nation and Indigenous studies in our state. The following year, I was then able to develop and present professional learning at the symposium, which was an invaluable experience for me. In addition to that, teachers in the cohort received communication training that exposes us to current policies, best practices, and provides us a priceless opportunity to collaborate and learn from our colleagues across the state. We also associate with other stakeholder groups and organizations, including our teachers' unions and content area professional organizations like the National Council on the Teachers of English. I've been able to work with and learn from virtually every stakeholder group in Connecticut, including the CSDE, CABE, the CTPTA, and Teach Connecticut. As a state Teacher of the Year, I've also experienced life-changing opportunities that are largely funded by the council and their sponsors. I've been to Google, to the White House, to the Capitol, to Space Camp. The list goes on. The things I have done and learned have improved my practice as a teacher. They have strengthened my advocacy for this profession and have developed my leadership in all ways. The council has changed my life. They're doing amazing work.
Thank you, Megan, for sharing those experiences and for all your advocacy on behalf of Connecticut's teachers, students, and families. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
And true to form, a teacher was prepared for that question. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, Megan, thank you so much for all you're doing and enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Online.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say hello quickly to Megan. As someone who has actually been in her classroom, she's a wonderful, wonderful teacher and someone who just engages her children, her students, and if her students could be just like her and go into the profession, it'll be a wonderful thing. And I also want to thank you for continuing to speak on behalf of all of our teachers throughout the state of Connecticut. It truly is a wonderful profession. I think it is. And I am excited that you're here today. So thank you. And as the good chairman said earlier, if you ever have a chance to visit a teacher's classroom, do so. And Megan's classroom is awesome. So thank you, Megan. Great to see you.
Thank you, Representative Kennedy. I appreciate that so much. And yes, I'm always prepared. And thanks for all of the work that you guys are doing to try to improve all of these things. I know it's a lot.
Thanks so much, Megan. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Next up, Andy Feinstein. Hit the button. You have 3 minutes.
Hi again. I'm Andy Feinstein. I'm Legislative Chair of Special Education Equity for Kids in Connecticut. I've presented written testimony covering virtually every bill up today, enormous amount of sections. Let me highlight a few. Now, other members of the Legislative Committee, John Flanders, Naomi Nova, and Terry Bedard are going to be testifying in very high numbers due to your system, and are going to focus much more on restraint and seclusion, which is by far the biggest deal in all this legislation from our point of view. Let me skip through and talk about a few other topics as we go through this. On restraint and seclusion, other people are going to talk, but the issue is not, we should not be focusing on how you deal with kids with inappropriate behavior. We should be focusing on how you prevent that inappropriate behavior from occurring in the first place. 10 witnesses after me is Ross Green, who is like the world's leading expert on that subject. Please listen to that. And that is the approach we should be following. We want to eradicate this behavior, not by punishing it, but by making it never occur in the first place. First point. Second, Section 8 of 1200 requires the Department of Education to post complaint its complaint decisions. Critically important part of transparency and part of accountability. Let me move to 6883, transition. You know, this has been an area that's been in the law since 2003. We've learned a lot about it, but districts have not used that wisdom, and creating this office and creating the priority for it could really make a big difference. So thoroughly in support of that.
Section 5 of that bill extends eligibility from the 22nd birthday through the school year in which the child turns 22. Services should not end due to the happenstance of birthday. They should have the full school year until June 30th of that year in order to benefit from the services provided. Section 20 of the bill, of that bill, is critical. Right now, the school district has the burden of proving that this program is appropriate, but the burden of production rests with the parent when they bring the action. That makes no sense at all. Burden of production should go with burden of proof, and that actually will end up shortening hearings. Totally in support of the Para bill. Paras need respect, need income, and they're the backbone of special education, and thoroughly in support of the CEA bill. I guess we should call it 6884. Teachers need to be compensated and need to be respected, and this committee can do something to change that. Glad to answer any other questions and got lots of other things to say about this, but it's in my written testimony.
Yes,
Thank you,
we
Mr.
appreciate
Chairman.
your written testimony and always for you coming before the committee to offer up your wise words of wisdom. Any questions or comments from Representative Jenga?
Hi,
How are you?
thank you for your testimony, Mr. Feinstein. Would you further elaborate about this burden of proof you were discussing?
Okay. In Connecticut, due to a ruling by Attorney General Blumenthal many years ago, the burden of proving an appropriateness of an education program rests with the school district. Now that's appropriate because they have all the paperwork, all the expertise, all the exposure. But in doing a due process hearing, the practice has been that the parents have to go first, which means that parents have to disprove have to demonstrate that the proposed program was inappropriate before the district produces its evidence that the program was appropriate. That doesn't make a lot of sense.
Speaking as a parent and educator and grandparent, my understanding is the burden of proof was on the particular school district.
Correct.
By law. And of course, the communities, the superintendents wanted to change that. When we drilled down specifically a few years ago, there were about 25 cases of this in the state. And the executive director that testified said of those, maybe half went to arbitration. Then I asked, what happened to the others? Oh, we mediated. But they tried to imply they mediated because of dollars. This was cheaper for them. But that's what we want. I think the parents are the most important and know the students best of all. I think the superintendents would like to take this off their back because it becomes an inconvenience. But I do not, from my experiences, and have seen it as a parent and seen it as a teacher, believe that the superintendents and the staff really, truly understand the needs of the student, more their own particular egos. That's my personal opinion, and I support that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not going to take that on. I mean, the
Thank
fact is there are very few due process hearings that go to final conclusion, maybe 15 to 20 a year. Mediation does solve the vast majority of cases, and this legislation really enhances the mediation system. Mediation system is the one part of the special ed dispute resolution mechanism that works really well now. You know, putting more of a load on it, that's great. That's how things should solve.
All set, Representative? Thank you. Any other questions? Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Attorney Feinstein, and thank you for your detailed testimony on all of these issues. And I'll follow up with you again. The one area in, I think it was Senate Bill 1200, if I'm not mistaken, there's a piece about the dual instruction. And we learned a lot going through the pandemic. And while I'm very supportive, as you know, with making sure that all of our special education students are served well, I do pause to try to figure out, and I know we collaborate well together in all of the various groups. We need to find an answer for that, because I did see for the teachers throughout the pandemic how difficult it was to do both at the same time in the classroom. So while I want to protect the special education students, I hope you'll be willing to help us find a solution as we go forward. If you want to just take 1 minute, and then we will follow back up.
Yeah, I want to be clear about that. Dual instruction is not only bad for teachers, it's bad for students. It's not a good way to learn. And to the extent that a student needs to be at home, homebound instruction of 2 hours a day for high school kids as required by the regulations is a far preferable form of education than just tuning a kid into video. The provision in the bill is consistent with federal law, which is that, with the IEP that requires dual instruction, well, the IEP can require dual instruction, and that would trump the Connecticut law on the subject. But as a general policy, dual instruction should be the last option used, and we should be using, if the child is stuck at home, we should be using homebound instruction, one-on-one tutoring, which could be done virtually or could be done in person. Thank you.
And thank you for clarifying that. So I think we're on the same page. Thank you.
Seeing nothing further.
Well, have a
Always
nice
nice to
evening. I'll be here for most of it. Thank you, guys.
Take care. Next up, we have Claire Nasrallah.
Hi, members of the Education Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Claire Nazarella, and I'm here to share my support of HB 6884. I specifically want to address the proposal to change the kindergarten start date to the end of September. I've been a teacher for 24 years and know firsthand of the teaching challenges with having students start so young, not to mention student mental health and academic repercussions. A late kindergarten start date means that many pre-K 3 and 4-year-old programs in our state have 2-year-olds starting in the fall. I currently teach at a CREC school where 120 of the pre-K students I teach bi-weekly include many 2-year-olds. I can clearly see enormous challenges with students this young. Pre-K lets children learn through play and develop social and adaptive skills. When a child is too young, there are emotional interruptions, potty training accidents, and difficulty in communication. Many 2-year-olds are not ready to learn in a school environment. As a 5th grade and 3rd grade teacher for 16 years, many of my late fall students had behavioral and social challenges. Year after year, my class would come together after winter break, and the whole class was ready to learn, and the students were all in the same age range. That rough start of my youngest students would often color their perspective on their whole year. I often wondered how it would impact that child year after year. On a personal note, my daughter has special needs and a December 29th birthday. After birth to 3, she entered a pre-K program in January. Because of Connecticut's kindergarten start date, she was expected to start kindergarten at 4 years old. I objected and asked for her to stay in pre-K until she turned 5. I was told we had to do a complicated process to retain her, and it was necessary to prove that one more pre-K would make a difference academically. I'm so thankful I pushed for this, and although she still struggles, she didn't have being the youngest on top of her intellectual disability. She's in the 9th grade now, and it's clear that her retention was worth fighting for. It is time Connecticut changes this late start date of turning 5 before January 1st. It will make a huge difference to teachers and students. I support universal pre-K and hoped it would happen on a national level. Some states are making headway, but as a nation, we're in a teacher and paraeducator shortage. There are numerous infrastructure changes that must take place for universal pre-K. I believe it's important to have universal pre-K, but our state needs more pre-K opportunities, but HB 6884 needs to be the first step. We need to start somewhere, and we can't wait for universal pre-K. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Claire. Representative Zupkis.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I just have one clarifying question. If I heard you correctly, did you say 2-year-olds? Because you were talking about starting kindergarten later, but then you said there's some 2-year-olds that start.
So, right, within the pre-K programs for CREC and the magnet schools, anyone who turns 3 by the end of December starts pre-K at 2. So you're used to hearing about 4-year-olds starting kindergarten. That goes back 2 years. And so your 2-year-olds are eligible to start pre-K 3 in September, as long as they turn 3 by the end of December.
Okay.
And we have numerous 2-year-olds in all the correct programs and many of the magnet schools throughout the state.
Thank you for clarifying that. 2-year-old sounds very early to me to start.
And we see that in 4-year-olds.
School. Thank you.
Right. Our 4-year-olds in kindergarten are very young.
Thank you so much, Claire. I don't see any other questions or comments. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. We have number 25 is back online, Jennifer Corbeil. Oh, Jennifer, we can't hear you.
Senator McCrory.
Oh, there you go.
Um,
oh, there you go. Yeah,
Senator
Jen,
McCrory, represent.
I think there might be something wrong with your.
Yes.
There you go. Maybe give it a go now. No, I think your connection may be a little faulty. So we're going to see if you're able to correct that, and we're going to move on at the meantime. Next up, 32, Deborah Field. Next.
Good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Senator Berthel, Representative McCarty, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Deborah Field, and I reside and work as a paraeducator in East Hampton. I proudly serve as a union steward for the paras in my school district. I offer the following testimony in support of HB 6881. As paraeducators, our duties are extensive and often legally required in students' IEPs. I work at East Hampton High School, both providing support to one-on-one students and as a vital part of several classrooms, assisting teachers, reinforcing instruction, and supporting students. I redirect students when they act out verbally and physically, teaching them self-regulation strategies. I advocate for ending the stigma surrounding all mental health issues and even started a student-led mental health awareness club. As paras, our days are hectic. Breaks are quick or non-existent. Flexibility is key as we are often pulled to cover others to meet IEP legal obligations. Over my 21 years as a para, my role with students has evolved as students' needs have changed. I continue to support students academically. However, now with an increasing need for student socio-emotional support, I also assist with this arguably more important role as well. Many students rely on paras as one of many emotional supports to get through the day. After 21 years of service as a para, I am currently earning about $30,000 and am not paid during the summer or allowed to collect unemployment. This is not considered a living wage in our state. I pay 16.8% of my wages for health care, and this is a financial burden. I fear many will no longer choose to be paras if something is not changed now. The high turnover rate and vacant paraeducator positions in the state affects the quality and consistency of the education of our school's most vulnerable population, special education students. Don't get me wrong, I love my job. At 62 years old, I am proud and passionate about being a paraeducator. As I am nearing the end of my career, I am giving my testimony not for myself,
but to fight for all the paraeducators who are currently working in our schools, struggling to make ends meet as I have for years. I am fighting for those who choose this career path and should be justly compensated with livable wages, reasonable healthcare costs, adequate retirement benefits, and professional development opportunities going beyond mandated trainings. Most importantly, students deserve quality paraeducators assisting, encouraging, and guiding them. I have often been told I care too much.
May I ask you to summarize, Deborah?
Yep.
Thank you.
However, the real question isn't about how much I care. It is about how much you care. So do you care? I implore you to initiate a meaningful change and show that you care. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Please support student learning by prioritizing paraeducators and passing HB 6881.
Thank you so much for your testimony today. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Deborah, for your testimony today. I myself am a high school social studies teacher, and so in the course of my career, I've worked with numerous paraprofessionals, and I appreciate very much so the work that you do. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
You referenced all of the social emotional supports that paraprofessionals give to their students, and again, I've seen that firsthand, so I know it to be true. One of the things as a classroom teacher that my colleagues and I often are looking for is more professional development in how to work with those social emotional needs, trauma-informed practices, and so on. So my question to you is, you referenced professional development right at the end. What types of professional development would you and your colleagues in the paraprofessional side, what are you looking for to better equip you to handle those, you're the first line of defense oftentimes in those moments of need. So what type of professional development would you be looking for?
I mean, we would appreciate being included in a lot of the teachers' paraprofessional developments in my district. Most of the time we are not included if it's not a day that we're normally working, when they have PD days, because they don't want to pay us more. And, anything to help strengthen working with the students, sometimes specialized things if you're working with kids on the autism spectrum. I mean, that would be also beneficial, things like that.
Thank you so much. And thank you again for the work that you're doing with your students.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thank you.
Next up, we have M. Gerber. Next up, Ashley Zane. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairs Curry and McCrory, ranking members McCarty and Berthel, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Ashley Zane. I'm a public policy associate with the Connecticut Business and Industry Association. I'm here in support of a few bills, but I'm only going to talk about two. The first being SB 119.
Ashley, hold on one second. I'm just going to let the room clear so that they're not taking time on the disruption. Go for it.
Sounds good. So the first being SB 1197, we'd like to highlight our support for a feasibility study of an aerospace advanced manufacturing high school. Aerospace and transportation equipment make up the largest percentage of the state's manufacturing sector at about 37%. The manufacturing sector as a whole contributes to $166.9 million in corporate taxes, $267 million in sales and use tax, and $16.2 billion in compensation. Within the sector, there are thousands of open positions and a need for qualified individuals to fill these positions. Additionally, we're also supportive of the state auditing workforce development programs that receive state funding. CBIA, along with our affiliate Ready CT, we urge the committee to ensure that these audits take a look at longitudinal data as well. We suggest additional funding for the P20 WIN. Having robust longitudinal data will equip the state to strategically abandon programming and policies that do not work and amplify those that do. Secondly, we're here in support of HB 6879, an act concerning teacher certification. The bill title might be about teacher certification, but at its core, this is a workforce development bill. It's mind-blowing that the certification process has not been reworked in over 2 decades. So individuals who are looking to become a teacher now are operating under the same rules and regulations that were in place before they were born. Ensuring the state has a streamlined, easy to understand, inexpensive certification process is critical to every workforce development initiative in this state. Allowing for second act instructors, increasing diversity within our teaching population is critical to ensuring that institutional knowledge is passed on to the next generation of the workforce. Removing barriers and modernizing this certification process is going to be an important step in helping to recruit and, more importantly, retain talented teachers. I don't think I need to tell anybody in this committee the teacher workforce shortage that's going on. So with that, I thank you for your time and urge the committee to support these two bills.
There you go. Perfect timing. I just want to say thank you for coming here and testifying. And I think it's important that CBIA's voice and the business community's voice is involved in what's happening around education. And during my brief stint as the Commerce co-chair last year, I saw that definitely was lacking and could be stronger than what it was. And I think that we talk about having this skilled and educated workforce, but you don't get that workforce unless they're skilled and educated. And so I think all of those conversations kind of start here. So we appreciate the business community coming into these conversations and helping us to move our students forward. Representative McCarty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair just about said what I was going to say too, but I wanted to recognize CBIA for helping us work to address this workforce shortage in so many areas. But I'd also like to point out the work that's going on with the early child care industry and the willingness for the business community to talk and to cooperate. So mine too is just a comment, but thank you very much, Ashley.
Seeing no other comments or questions, have a great afternoon.
Thanks, everyone.
Take care. We're going to give 25 another shot. Jennifer, good afternoon again. Jennifer. No, I don't think where you are is working again. No. Can you try turning off your monitor and maybe speaking that way? That way. All right. I think you're right. You don't want to hear me. All right, we're going to move on. We have 33 on M. Gerber. You are muted.
Hi, thank you so much for your time and the opportunity to speak, Mr. Chairman, Representative Curry, Senator Berthel, and Madam Chairwoman McCarty, and the members of the committee. My name is Manju Gerber, and I'm the chapter president for Moms for Liberty. I just wanted to say that I disagree with the portion of the SB 1199 to fund diversity educator programs. It's very much important to solely focus on the education of our children to give them the tools to move ahead. And curriculum should be made transparent to parents, just as they need to know what their children are learning in school. But however, I do agree that funding should be directed towards STEM programs, especially in school districts and in areas that were affected adversely by COVID-19 lockdown. I'd like to share, if I may, a personal story of myself. I'm a first-generation immigrant that's a naturalized citizen to this country, a country that I love and am proud of, and I'm very blessed to live in. As you all know, my birth country of India won its independence from an imperialistic colonization empire, Great Britain, after 100 years of nonviolence. And it did so through a soft-spoken but fearless man named Mahatma Gandhi. And little did he know that he was also going to influence a brave soul that lived in America in the South, Reverend Martin Luther King, who also used this philosophy of nonviolence during the turbulent civil rights movement. I don't know of any other two substantial, selfless historical figures that had such a meaningful impact on both of their nations and also changed the fabric of their nations forever. If I may, when I was in college, one of the most beautiful pieces of writings that I have ever read in my life, and I still feel the same way to this day, was the letter from Birmingham jail written by Martin Luther King, Reverend Martin Luther King, in 1963. And just to quote, he wrote, Any law that uplifts human personality is just. Any law that degrades human personality is unjust. All segregation statutes are unjust because segregation distorts the soul and damages the personality. It gives the segregator false sense of superiority and the segregated a false sense of inferiority. I do believe the man who wrote these beautiful words would be very heartbroken today and crestfallen that even though our country has moved so forward in human relations and relationships, that now we've started to embrace reverse discrimination and gone backward. Both of these men were educated through academics and not through equity. And I just wanted to say, thank you so much for your time to give me for this hearing.
Absolutely. Thank you. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Devin Van Patten.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Devin Van Patten, and I am a resident of Farmington and a kindergarten teacher in Avon Public Schools. I'm here to testify today in support of House Bill 6884. While this bill includes many important matters, the two I will be speaking about today is shifting the kindergarten start age and the importance of play-based learning in an early childhood classroom. Currently in the state of Connecticut, a student has to turn 5 before January 1st to be able to start kindergarten in the fall. We have the youngest school starting age in the United States, and we have high academic demands of kindergartners. Every year, I have students in my classroom who are 4.5 and students who are 6. That's a huge range when it comes to academic and social development. Sometimes the 4.5-year-old students have not been to preschool and they struggle with the adjustment of sitting all day in a classroom. Most schools have minimal or no playtime in their typical daily schedule, so that means these 4.5-year-old students are having to sit from 8:30 to 3:30 with the exception of recess. When this start age was established, K was in session for half a day. Now kindergarten is in session full day and students are expected to read for longer blocks, write their own books, learn math skills like addition and subtraction, and the younger students struggle to keep up with these curricular demands. Some of the developmental milestones of a 4 to 5-year-old from the Connecticut Office of Early Childhood include comparing similarities in objects, like if things are the same or different colors, pulling up a zipper after it's fastened, drawing a circle and a square, tolerating small levels of frustration, describing feelings, and cooperating with peers through taking turns. Currently, we would consider a kindergarten student behind if they don't start school being able to do these things. We're seeing a major difference in expectations between preschool and kindergarten for those who do attend preschool because the expectations of kindergarten are particularly rigorous and ask more of students, whereas preschool is more play-based, which is developmentally appropriate. Early childhood educators know the importance of teaching students social skills like managing their emotions and problem solving with peers, but when students are expected to work all day and have no playtime, there's no built-in opportunity to teach these skills. When we ask our young students to sit and work most of their day, not providing playtime or any time to really engage with peers, we are doing them a major disservice. Students can tell when they're not achieving the same standards in the classroom as their peers, and it causes anxiety and sparks self-esteem issues in our youngest students. According to the National Association for the Education of Young Children, play is essential for children birth to 8 years old. We are underestimating what play does for our students' learning and development. They also support the belief that play develops children's symbolic and imaginative thinking, peer relationships, language, physical development, and problem-solving skills. When we have play-based learning, we're less likely to see explosive behaviors in the classroom and less students needing academic intervention that we are seeing right now with the rigorous academic standards. Due to the lack of playing curriculum paired with the increasing academic demands, kindergarten teachers see more students struggling to manage emotions, leaving the classroom, and needing support when working with peers. Play fosters curiosity, imagination, and creativity. When we provide hands-on play, which is how kids learn best in the classroom, we see happy students that are building immediate comprehension, skill development, and knowledge growth. With hands-on learning, the brain creates stronger connections and can store more concrete, relevant information. Early educators know the importance of play-based learning and try their best to fit it in wherever they can, but the ever-increasing academic demands makes it nearly impossible. I ask that you support this bill and that you help us to raise the kindergarten start age and require play-based learning. Both of these initiatives will set up students for success in academics and peer relationships. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony today. Senator Seminara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for your testimony today. All 3 of my kids have gone through Avon Public Schools, and I appreciate everything that you do. I think it's a top-notch school district, and you certainly have contributed to all the success. Thank you so much for your taking time and for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. We're now going to go back to the most anticipated person of the afternoon, Jennifer Corville.
All right, I think I'm working.
You are good.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. My computer works. Hello, Senator, Representative Curry, Senator Berthel, Representative McCarty, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Jennifer Corbeil, and I have worked at Groton Public Schools for 15 years, 7 as a part-time kindergarten aide and 8 as a full-time paraeducator at Groton Middle School. I'm here today to let you know the very real struggle that I am facing every day due to the lack of pay that I'm receiving in this position. I gross $18,668 a year as a paraeducator. If I were to take the insurance that is offered to me, I would then have to pay $7,610 a year, not counting a $5,000 deductible, which brings my gross now down to $11,258 for the year. At this point in time, I am not able to afford to pay my rent, which comes to $15,006 for the year. Before all my other expenses, I am now negative $4,342. Therefore, I cannot afford to take the insurance offered. Our district does not offer a retirement plan, and we have to pay out of pocket for a short-term disability plan. I have worked 2 part-time jobs to make up the difference in order to pay for just my necessities, such as groceries, utilities, a car payment, and insurance, and a phone. While I am working the 2 jobs, I am unable to be home to cook dinner and spend any time with my children, and I am eating dinner at 10 o'clock at night. I was attending college classes and I had to withdraw because the need for a roof over my head outweighed the need to further my education. For this reason, I am finding it harder and harder to remain a paraeducator in the town of Groton. I am aware that all of our surrounding towns are paying their paraeducators a significantly higher rate. Myself and my coworkers deserve to be paid a livable wage for the valuable role we play in the educational system. As a paraeducator, we play a critical role in the success a child is able to make in their education. Any roles ensure students have the tools necessary to learn and thrive in their growth. We are seeking equity and into these roles so that we may continue to do the job we have chosen and love to do. The other struggle that I am having is the loss of several paraeducators each year, often during the school year, to higher wage jobs, either to other districts or to jobs outside the school system. This hurts both the students involved due to the disruptions in services provided, as well as the staff, both certified and hourly, who now have to expand their workload to cover the responsibilities of the departed staff. One example is our academy at GMS, which has lost 2 paras in February 2023. This has left a hole that the current staff are juggling, rearranging their schedules so that students are properly attended to. Unfortunately, this is a scenario that is happening all too often in our school district. As fast as we can hire paraeducators, they are leaving just as fast. Having a living wage could persuade some of these excellent staff members to remain on the team, giving stability to the students involved, who often yearn for a stable situation, and to the other staff members who rely on paraeducators for their skills. Our current wage scale does not provide for new hires, let alone veteran paraeducators to have a quality of life. We need to be competitive in nearby districts and our wages to ensure that our staff within the Groton school system not seek out a higher rate of pay elsewhere. During my time as a K-para, I worked with many different students ranging from regular education to children with ELL, changing of diapers, because we did not have a CNA to do it, students with autism, social and emotionally disturbed students. Through the guidance of very amazing teachers, she taught me the way I should approach each situation. In my position at the middle school, I am in the mainstream setting and currently work with 8th grade students. I help them with all aspects of their core classes, as well as attending all special classes that they attend. One of these specialized classes was taking my middle school student to the high school to attend an honors geometry class. During COVID, I have had to learn how to use modern.
I absolutely hate to cut you off because of how long it took you to get on, but I need you to summarize for me.
Okay, just that I worked with those, and I want to thank you for hearing my testimony, and I urge the members of the committee to support House Bill 6881.
Thank you so much for your testimony this afternoon. Sorry it took us a while to get you there, but we got you there. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Kate Cummings. Kate's number 11 on your sheet if you're following. Oh, Kate, just hit the button in front of the microphone.
Sorry. Good afternoon, chairs and members of the committee.
My name is Kate Cummings, and I proudly represent the aspiring educators of the Connecticut Education Association. Additionally, I am a senior at CCSU, and I am completing my student teaching in a second grade classroom. I am here to speak to you today about HB 6884, specifically eliminating EdTPA. Eliminating EdTPA would be beneficial not only for me, but for my students as well. Instead of playing board games during indoor recess on Monday and today, I spent my recess time completing EdTPA. I get into school an hour before the students arrive, and I stay at the latest until 6 or 7 at night completing this assessment. This work may be manageable for a veteran teacher, but I am only learning how to become a teacher. And this is very overwhelming for students like me who are learning how to become a great teacher. Teaching to the test is ineffective in elementary and secondary classrooms, so why are we doing it in our college classrooms? We are being instructed on how to pass EdTPA instead of learning how to become great educators. Even after submitting our assessments, there's no valuable feedback, and we all know that feedback is very valuable. How can we learn to be effective and purposeful teachers if we do not know what we do wrong? Workload factors also impact our lives every day. As an elementary major, I have to take 4 praxis exams, a Foundations of Reading exam, and I have to pass EdTPA. After paying full tuition for 4 or more years, I still have to pay $64 per test for praxis and $139 for the Foundations of Reading exam. EdTPA is also $300. Universities are receiving grants for these assessments, but I have already paid $500 into my teacher preparation program just on exams alone, and I cannot get any of that money back. Teaching, which is already an underpaid profession, is setting its best candidates up for failure when they're not even certified yet in the classroom. The cost of this assessment deters some of the best people from this profession, and it will continue to do so unless a change is made. Many college students, such as myself, look forward to becoming teachers, but are very discouraged when they learn the requirements of EdTPA. Some students take time off or leave altogether because of these factors. This further adds to the teacher shortage we are currently facing. If we want to solve this problem at hand, we have to start at the foundation. We have to start with our teacher preparation programs. Thank you for listening to my story, and I look forward to your support of HB 6884.
Kate, as always, it is a pleasure to hear from you and to know that we have some amazing humans that are going to be stepping into the classrooms to ensure that our students are getting that high quality learning experience. Just curious, you just noted a few things. What is just the general conversation with you and your classmates with respects to either the program you're currently in, what that may be missing, or what you're most concerned about once you walk into one of those schools?
One of the major concerns that I have talked about with either my classmates or the other aspiring educators across the state is we do not feel prepared to stand in front of a class and actually teach. We feel fine preparing a lesson plan. We can tell you everything about our lesson plan, but we don't know how to actually implement that until we get into student teaching, which is terrifying. A lot of students don't know how to become teachers until they are in their first month of actually teaching, which is very scary, but we know how to write lesson plans. So that's, I guess, all that matters.
Well, I think there's a few people behind you who definitely would argue it. I know you're being facetious there. I think it is important that we do take a look at our teacher prep programs to ensure that they are preparing you to stand in front of that classroom.
Yes.
Because it's beyond the lesson plan. It's about relations. It's about human interaction. You're managing little humans and everything that comes along with that. Oftentimes requiring on support staff to help you out with that. Whereas oftentimes that support staff is now not available.
Exactly.
So I appreciate you and your classmates for sticking it out, and definitely look forward to what's to come, because I'm sure you'll be before us as a teacher in no time.
Yes, for sure.
Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much for coming forward. And I too want to thank you for going into the teaching profession. We need good people. Is there a way that you think the Ed TPA could be enhanced or improved? I know you brought up the costs and we can look at the cost, but do you think there's a way that Ed TPA could be salvaged and improved upon, or are you firmly in the belief that we need to dismiss Ed TPA?
Although I am hopeful that we can just eliminate Ed TPA altogether, there are other states who have eliminated Ed TPA and adapted their own. But a lot of what we're focusing on is making it optional for the schools, for the universities such as CCSU, where I go, to make Ed TPA a requirement for the teacher preparation program. As for kind of revamping Ed TPA, it would just be more beneficial to not have to write 40 to 50 pages of this is what I did and this is why I did it, because it's very repetitive. I just completed one of the tasks yesterday during my half day, and I spent 4 hours just working on one task, writing about how I implemented the essential literacy strategy, which 4 hours to do that is an excessive amount of time. So I think instead of having our teacher candidates repeat the same situation over and over again, just send in videos of why you're a great teacher and you're a great teacher. You don't have to write 40 to 50 pages on why you're a good teacher.
Thank you.
Representative Brown.
Okay, it's good to see you again. Thank you for coming in. And as has been said, despite all that you're up against, you still want to go into the classroom, and that's commendable. As someone who began teaching prior to Ed TPA, and as a member of this committee, I'm sure that quite a few people aren't really familiar with what kind of questions, what does this entail? You know, what kind of questions are you being asked in Ed TPA? You just alluded to it took you 4 hours to complete an assignment. What kind of questions are being asked, and how is that really assessing where you are in your preparation? And one last piece of advice, and as someone who did not go through traditional route to becoming a teacher, the best teacher was experience. So once you get thrown into that classroom, that's going to teach you a lot more about how to reach those kids. But if you could speak to that, thank you.
So Ed TPA, there are 4 separate tasks. Task 1, 2, and 3 are kind of correlated together. So task 1, you write 9 pages of why you planned this lesson the way you planned it, which that was a very long process for me. And was a very long time, took me a very long time to complete. It actually took me a week and a half to just complete this one task. So on that task, it included what essential literacy strategy were you working on in this classroom? And then I answered probably about like a page of why I used that essential literacy strategy. The next one was, why did you use this essential literacy strategy? And I also explained that. There's just too much going on in that one task for you to feel like that it actually matters, because I just keep repeating myself over and over and over again, which that is what a teacher does, but not in a formal assessment where I'm paying $300 for some random person to read why I'm a great teacher. Task 2, which I finished last night, was more on me rewatching the videos that I'm submitting and saying, at 4 minutes and 30 seconds, I modeled the strategy. At 5 minutes and this, I modeled the strategy this way. Then in another video, you model how you allowed your students to explore on that strategy. Then in my third video, I said, I modeled my essential literacy strategy this way. And then task 3, which I still have to complete, is more about student feedback, and it's more focused on how your students performed on the assessment during your learning segment, which I find a little ironic because they're really having us focus on the feedback that we're giving the students. But when we get our feedback back from this assessment, it's just a score, which that doesn't help students. That doesn't help teacher candidates like myself. And then task 4 is the whole thing, task 1, 2, and 3, just for math. So I have to teach a learning segment for math and do the same thing, my essential strategy for math, my feedback for math, my video for math, my feedback for math. So just 4 tasks of repeating yourself over and over again, why you chose to teach that way.
Yeah, thank you for laying that out for us.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Any Representative Cooley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for coming in and testifying. I, like colleague on the other side of the aisle, began my career as an educator many years ago, and I did not have to go through what you went through in your description is kind of troubling to me. I will admit, as somebody who spent his career writing short encyclopedia reference pieces, my job was to get to the point in under 1,500 words. Could you complete the written task before you in a simple 5 to 10 pages?
They recommend that you go to either, so for task 1, they recommend that you either go 8 or 9 pages, which 9 pages is the max.
I understand what they're asking, but going through the process, do you think you could give them the information for all 4 components in under 10 pages?
No.
Okay. All right. I would say that this seems to be that in my career over 30 years, there has been a kind of explosion in the paperwork requirements. When I started, did my first accreditation report, we were about 500 pages, and the last one I did was over 4,600.
Wow.
So it seems to me that this is part of that explosion of paperwork requirement that ends up chewing up administration time, veteran educators' time, and in your case, the emerging educators' time that could be better spent in terms of learning practice and being an expert in your subject matters than having to do massive amounts of paperwork. Good luck on completing it, and I'm sure you're going to do a great job in the classroom. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Pansella.
Quickly, thank you for coming and speaking today. Listening to you, you show such enthusiasm for the career you're headed into. But it sounds like, just in an analogy, that you're wading in the shallow end of the pool. It sounds to me like you're ready to go in the deep end and you'll be swimming laps. So I encourage you to do that. Don't give up, as I think you'll make a great teacher.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Poulos.
Thanks again for your testimony. I'm curious, in talking with your fellow students, what would you say would be an efficient, more meaningful way for you to be assessed as a teacher throughout your student teaching experience that would perhaps replace the EdTPA?
So in my student teaching experience, I have my teacher, my host teacher, who's great. I love her. And I have my university supervisor who comes in and observes me 6 times throughout my whole experience. And then I also have my professor who I go see like once a week for my seminar class. So all 3 of those people are focusing on making me a better teacher, making my classmates better teachers. So when my supervisor comes and observes me, I give her a lesson plan and then we run through it and she observes me. And I believe that this is more effective in showing your teaching because they're actually there with you. They can see what's going on. They can see how the students are reacting to you. It's not just all on paper. It's more personalized. It's more focused on you and your students rather than your ability to write long paragraphs, which is already tough enough for some of the aspiring educators who English is their second language, but they're much better at speaking and showing their students their passion instead of putting that passion into paper. So for me, I believe that it should be up to your host teacher, your university supervisor, and your professor to say, like, all think about this and say, yes, I think that they're ready to be a great teacher because they show the passion for teaching. They show that they can teach. They show that they can handle the other stress of teaching besides just actually standing up in front of a class and teaching. They can prepare lesson plans. They can do the assessments. They can do the data for the assessments. They can do parent-teacher conferences. There's more to teaching than just being able to write about teaching. There's a lot more. And I think that's what needs to be reflected.
Thanks a lot. It sounds like that interpersonal communication with your evaluators is the way to go. Thanks for that, sharing that.
Thank you.
Thank you. One of the comments you also made was, teaching to the test doesn't work for our elementary, secondary kids, so I should work for you. And unfortunately, I'm not sure we've actually convinced people of that. So I appreciate those comments. And thank you so much for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Tracy Hall. I don't think she is on. Joni Amato. Turn this over to the vice chair while I step out for a moment.
Good afternoon, Representative Curry, Representative McCarty, and Representative Leeper. Good afternoon, members of the Education Committee. My name is Joni Amato. I have been an educator in West Haven High School for the past 12 years. I was appointed to represent AFT Connecticut, the roughly 30,000 teachers, paras, and nurses as a member of the School Indoor Air Quality Working Group that was established by Section 370 of Public Act 22-118. I'm here to testify in favor of the raised Senate Bill 1198, an act concerning the recommendations of the School Indoor Air Quality Working Group. Maintaining healthy indoor air is an essential part of providing a safe and healthy environment for our students and staff. This is the reason that the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency created the Indoor Air Quality Tools for Schools program that Connecticut first adopted back in 2000. Physical environment is a proven contributing factor to a child's physical and emotional development. Children are uniquely susceptible to health risks from exposure to hazardous pollutants due to their small size, rapidly growing bodies, and developing immune, nervous, and digestive systems. School faculty and staff are disproportionately at risk because of the extended periods spent working in these buildings, particularly after 10 years. We have known that poor indoor air quality is dangerous and can cause sick building syndrome and building-related illnesses. For example, mold can cause a variety of dangerous and potentially life-threatening diseases that affect the lungs, sinuses, airways, heart, stomach, and more. Heat stress, brought on by excessive classroom temperatures, poses dangerous medical risks and negatively impacts student achievement. Schools cannot adhere to Connecticut's Department of Public Health's recommendation to keep children indoors and somewhere cool in extreme heat if the temperature indoors is just as high, if not higher, than outdoors. Despite over 20 years of valuable information and data-driven remedies, Connecticut still has over 500 schools with poor HVAC systems or no air conditioning at all. Roughly 3 in 20 children in Connecticut have asthma, which is above the national average. We have laws that protect animals from extreme heat, but not our children. We need to do better. Tools for Schools has proven to be effective when properly followed. Since its implementation, there have been a number of positive changes in schools who perform the required annual building walkthroughs, including a decrease in number of school indoor air quality complaints, reported cases of respiratory illness, indoor air quality related workers' compensation claims, asthma-related visits to the nurse, and student and teacher absenteeism as a whole. An annual walkthrough allows us to identify and remediate sources of environmental contaminants in an efficient and cost-effective manner. One of these can be completed in 2 to 5 hours and is low to no cost. Reactive corrective repairs when annual maintenance is not performed are often much more costly. A Harvard study predicts that the districts would offset over $25,000 per classroom per year in future lost earnings because of lower achievement due to temperature increases predicted by climate change models. It's heartbreaking to hear stories from educators who are dealing with devastating long-term building-related illnesses from working in sick schools. I myself have been diagnosed with recurrent sinusitis and chronic idiopathic urticaria, which is unexplained hives, and I suffer from prolonged inflammation and allergic response. While I cannot say definitively that these symptoms are a result of working in a sick building for over a decade, the possibility that this could have been prevented from simple routine maintenance by a qualified professional is devastating. Passing Senate Bill 1198 is one step in the process of protecting our students and staff in schools. This legislation will establish indoor air quality standards, including minimum and maximum temperatures and humidity standards, enact oversight and enforcement mechanisms to ensure compliance with new school indoor air quality requirements, and provide sustained long-term funding sources to assist municipalities for school infrastructure improvements, including repairing HVAC systems and/or installing air conditioning. Every year, I assure my students that I will do everything in my power to protect them in the event of an emergency or otherwise. This is why I'm here today, to protect my students, fellow teachers, paras, nurses, as well as myself. So I urge you to support this legislation, and I thank you for giving me the time to testify today.
Hey, Joni, thanks so much for your testimony and your support of this proposal and all of your time and work in our working group for the past, I don't know, 10 months. It's been invaluable to have your perspective as a classroom teacher. So I'm really grateful because I think we've come up with some really strong proposals, and I don't know that we could have got here without your perspective. Rep. Belinsky, I see you have your hand up.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just want to say thank you very much to Joni for being a teacher that has come forward and discussed this very, very serious matter of having sick schools. The fact of the matter is, though, if a school can't be sick, it can get other people sick, and the people that occupy that school are at great risk. And, you know, until this issue came to light, nobody really in Connecticut had any idea of the magnitude of the problem, because our older buildings do have a tendency to have HVAC systems that contain all kinds of environmental contaminants. And you already answered one of my questions for you, which was, I was going to ask if you knew any teachers personally that have been affected, you know, in a sick school, and then you disclose that you have been. So I'm sorry for what you've experienced, but I've been involved for the entire 11 years I've been in legislature in this indoor air quality quest, and I'm so very, very happy for what the task group has been able to accomplish, and you know, with the help of folks like you. So Madam Chair, I'll probably just stop it there. I don't think I need to ask any questions, but I am a strong advocate for this policy and this legislation, and working on this problem in any way that we can to ensure the well-being of our teachers, our staff, and the health of our students, so that they can do what we put them in school to do, which is learn. So again, Joni, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Representative. I see Representative Zupkis also had a question.
Thank you. And I'm not sure, well, but you were on the working group, so maybe you know the answer to this. I actually have an email in front of me from one of my schools, and they invest millions in their HVAC. So they're not ones that have a problem. But some of the issues, and I think this bill fixes it, I'm hoping, the time frame for them to apply for the grant money was too short. And so I think this has been extended, which is a great thing. The other concern that this person had was that, well, they would love it to be part of the school construction program. So I don't know how that's going to work out, but was the people who work on these systems, there's not that many with the qualifications. So did the working group discuss that, come up with a solution for that, since this is going to be implemented?
So yes, that has certainly come up. We have a lot of highly qualified professionals that have offered very valuable input. Matt Cole, I know, is one of them who has brought up that particular concern. One thing we have talked about is extending it to a 5-year where we would do it on a rolling basis. So try to figure out a way to prioritize the districts that are most in need. We are still working through the data. I know Noel Petra had kind of talked about DAS, I think, was the ones who actually got that data, and they were kind of sorting through it. So we are currently working on some sort of rolling system so that those few HVAC professionals that we do have can kind of budget and meet everyone's needs on a more timely, a better timeline.
Yeah, and the supply chain is an issue too.
Yes.
So, I mean, to put a timeline on this it's a little difficult. And that was really it, but you just made a comment about a rolling. And I think that could be a great idea, just if the people up front wouldn't get all the funding,
Yeah.
because everybody would have to have the same opportunity for the funding. So thank you for your
Absolutely.
work.
Thank you.
Thanks, Representative. And absolutely, workforce shortages were considered in this, and we had the building trades as a part of the working group to be thinking about how we both scale up that side of the equation. But we also did include in here a waiver if there was a shortage of technicians and professionals to do these various assessments, recognizing that that could be a bottleneck. And part of the rolling nature that we're going to continue the working group, because this is a very large scale challenge for our state, is to ensure we don't have all of our districts bidding against one another in the same years. So I thank you for raising that point. And thanks, Joni.
Thank you.
Thank you. We should all go in the HVAC business.
It's going to be a booming one. Any other questions? All right. Thanks so much, Joni,
Thank
for being
you.
here today. Next, I have Dr. Glenn Lingarini.
Good afternoon, members of the Education Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon. My name is Glenn Lungarini. I am the Executive Director of the Connecticut Association of Schools. We represent nearly 1,000 public, private, and parochial school principals across the state of Connecticut. You have my written testimony supporting a number of the bills that you have in front of you today. Wanted to point out a few highlights that we particularly support, and also some of the revisions that we're requesting. In HB 6879, we do request that consideration be given for a member of CAS to be included into that commission that is within that bill. We do see representation from teachers and superintendents within that, but principals who are largely responsible for the day-to-day operations within their building is absent in representation on that commission, and request that a member of the Connecticut Association of Schools be added to that. Likewise, in SB 1198, there is principal representation absent from the Indoor Air Quality Task Force, and we would request that consideration be given for principals to be part of that task force as well. On HB 6884, there are a number of initiatives within that bill that we largely support, particularly the need for play-based learning and purposeful play to engage students and teach those SEL skills that we so prominently need, particularly at the younger ages, to see that benefit as it goes up through the kids' educational careers. Also, within that bill, the addressing the kindergarten start date. Just as it's important for us to look at purposeful play and find those ways that we can engage kids in learning techniques that help them really transition their learning skills into long-term habits and memory. We also want to make sure that those kids are ready for the learning experiences that they're about to engage. If we could change that start date to that September 1st start date, we do believe it aligns better with our colleagues across other states and provides us with some of the maturity level that we see as a challenge now within our schools and for our teachers. Lastly, with the COVID-19 service credit, we would ask that consideration be given to recognize those who are at retirement and full retirement ability now. While the provision that is there to give that service credit with the retirement in 2026 is admirable, we do feel that it does leave out those teachers and administrators who are eligible for retirement now, who also gave their service and courageously gave that throughout the pandemic, and would request that consideration. Furthermore, in that bill, speaks beginning to teachers, and just for the avoidance of doubt, want to make sure that the term that's there is that applies also to all educators, including administrators or anybody who is currently in the teacher's retirement system. Again, thank you for the opportunity to testify today and for your considerations of our request, and happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Welcome to the Education Committee, and thank you for pointing out the absence on the various task force. I think that may have been an oversight. I know we did that once to you last session and we corrected it. So I'm looking forward to taking a good look. Thank you.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions. Thank you so much. Lisa Thomas, I see you online. Welcome.
I am. Thank you. Thank you very much. Honorable co-chairs of the Education Committee, ranking members of the Education Committee, and all members of the Education Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to comment on HB 6884. There are many important proposals in this bill, and I am sure you're hearing much support for them, but I'd like to highlight Section 3, which addresses pandemic bonuses to teachers who retire between July 1, 2026 and July 1, 2035 or beyond. I retired from teaching as of July 1st, 2021, after 37 years of teaching, 36 of them in our Connecticut public schools. And if I'm reading this language correctly, a teacher who taught during the pandemic years, but has recently retired or retires prior to what's named in this legislation, receives no service enhancement or benefit of any kind for sticking with teaching and showing up each and every day during the pandemic, ready to bring our depth of experience to helping our colleagues and our students navigate completely uncharted waters. And I'd like to point out that these people, including myself, were in a highest risk group due to our age and continued to teach even before the vaccine was available to us. We kind of had to make some noise to even get early access to that vaccine. We didn't have to do this. Many of us were eligible to walk out the door, and we did not have to risk ourselves. We didn't have to risk our loved ones at home, but we showed up because we believe in teaching. And we, along with our colleagues, experienced the trauma of watching parents of students die from COVID, watching colleagues die from COVID, and we still showed up. And to be honest, this feels like a slap in the face to those of us who chose to support our profession through COVID. And for those of us who are continuing on but are eligible for retirement, what's the message to them? That you're holding them hostage for 3 more years if they want to be able to have some kind of recognition for the service they gave during the pandemic, or that they should continue to put their lives at risk in a world that is not COVID-free and put their retirement on hold so that they can get recognition for their service. It's also curious to me as a municipal leader who has to deal with budgets, that you're putting this recognition in an ongoing operating expense in the teacher's retirement pension, which is already underfunded. Maybe I'm just not understanding the process well enough, but it doesn't seem sensible to me. So I respectfully request that you consider amending the language, perhaps provide a comparable one-time pandemic payment to teachers who have retired prior to when this legislation starts for July 26, or a retroactive pension enhancement. I think it's important that those of us who stuck it through also be recognized. And, you know, other workers like healthcare workers retired a one-time payment benefit. I'm not sure why teachers being treated differently. I see that language that's in there more as a retention language, not as a thank you for putting yourself on the line and showing up every day language. If I've missed some proposal in another bill that would address people like myself and my cohort, please redirect me. In the meantime, I thank you for listening, and I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Lisa. All right, seeing no questions, move on to Ross Green. All right, I don't see Ross online. Matt Conway.
Hi there.
Good evening. Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Senator Berthel, Representative McCarty, and the honorable members of the Education Committee. My name is Matt Conway, and I'm here today as Superintendent for Derby Public Schools, as well as the President of the Connecticut Association of Public School Superintendents, to testify or really just share comments on HB 6880, SB 1198, and SB 1200. While we agree with most all parts of HB 6880, the act concerning assorted revisions to the education statutes, we just caution on mandating a 30-minute lunch for all students, where it may be problematic in some schools and actually may result in the reduction of instructional time depending upon a school's schedule. So we would respectfully just ask that that's something I think local and regional boards of education can work with their school leaders to best determine the length of 20, to keep it at 20 or beyond 20, and provide that flexibility to them to implement a schedule that best meets the needs of their students. And while we support increasing the amount of funding under the heating, ventilation, and air conditioning system, as others have testified to, under SB 1198, we would just caution that until every school is provided with updated equipment, that we not require any optimal thermal range that might be determined, because it may result in the loss, again, of instructional time and really the extension of a school year beyond June 30th, when you think of the days that we'd have to call in for school closures due to excessive heat. And we're coming from a district, if I could share as Superintendent Derby, from a distressed municipality. I could not put in for the funding under the HVAC grant, simply because we didn't as a community have the match funding, and the grant disallowed us from using any of our federal dollars, our ESSERS or ARP ESSERS dollars, to match. I have submitted language, notwithstanding language, to allow distressed municipalities, alliance districts specifically, priority school districts, to use that federal funding as their match, but that won't be something that'll go through a committee possibly this session. But we were unable to even submit. We did submit for the federal and are awaiting their decisions on whether we can move to the next steps. And while we support parts of SB 1120, an act concerning special education, we would just, and I realize in your proposal that you'll have to consider language in other laws. We would just ask you to consider the current definition of seclusion and how it's currently reported, because seclusion today doesn't just apply to the use of a formally identified seclusion room, but seclusion is identified as the confinement of a person in any room from which the student is physically prevented from leaving. And following each instance of seclusion, documentation is submitted to both the parent, guardian, and CSDE. Further, it's important to note that the staff must utilize the closest reasonable space when the use of seclusion has been deemed necessary to prevent imminent risk of injury to the student or others. And as it relates to seclusion, the emergency use of restraint during transport of a child in crisis would also need to be addressed. As best practice today indicates the need for frequent pauses, approximately every 50 feet of transport, to monitor and assess the child's overall well-being. Thank you, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Matt. Rep Poulos.
Thank you, Superintendent. I appreciate your advocacy for local and regional control. However, I do want to caution about the student lunch time. As you know, I'm a teacher, and I've been on schedule steering committees when we're evaluating new schedules in our district. I've spoken with numerous educators about the length of the educator lunch and the length of the student lunch. And I have my own children who have had schedule glitches where their lunchtime has been pushed off, curtailed. And I worry that if you give districts local control over this, that in a pinch, they might say, well, they can handle 28 minutes. And then we create a slippery slope to 22 minutes. And I have seen students who haven't eaten that don't perform as well as those who have eaten. And so I just would caution that advocacy for anything less than a 30-minute lunch, or even the ability to go there, because we might say it's a best practice and we would never do it, but we don't know what might happen in a district if they have that control.
Sure. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be quick. Thank you. Actually, following the lunch thing, I agree that kids need to eat and they perform better. However, I respectfully believe that local control is better. However, as I sit on this committee, all I've heard is more on teachers teaching more, teaching more, teaching more. I don't know when kids even have a second to eat, quite honestly, or do anything, because all we've done is talk about adding more and more to their learning curriculum, and nothing has been taken off. So I guess it's more of a comment than a question. I don't know if you agree with that or not, but I don't know how teachers can teach and do everything they have to do, plus more of what we're fixing to probably put on them.
To answer the latter, because they're amazing, amazing people. But it's not just about the instructional time as well. That's just something that had been shared. The other is it may be more advantageous in a particular school in a district even to look at extending your recess time from 20 minutes to 30 minutes as opposed to lunchtime. Depending upon what the pattern of students are, and offering them those type activities outside of instruction, even if we're going to extend time, is just a consideration.
Thank you. And I had heard that not too long ago, because kids need recess. So
Yes.
it's all a balancing act. But a quick question.
Sure.
Regarding the special education and seclusion, all of that kind of stuff. Do you, I think you said you do report all of that.
Yes, that's a requirement for all districts. The seclusion, the transport, but seclusion isn't just in a seclusion room. If you are confining a student in a regular classroom, even to avoid injury with themselves, with objects, with other students, that is reported as seclusion and restraint.
So if you did a timeout, would you report that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Representative Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matt, you're spending as much time here as we are.
Representative.
So you, in your testimony on the lunch piece, you said 30 minutes or more. You did not say 30 minutes or less. So
No, 20 minutes or more, excuse me, is what I thought I said, but maybe I said 30, but I meant similar to what we've had previously, even with teachers, it was extended from 30. When we reached out to school districts to say, as caps, what is your normal lunchtime? It was between 20 and 30 minutes for students and staff, depending upon the school and the district. And it's not the same for every school, even within a district, depending upon their schedule.
thank you. I just want to caution that we can have eating disorders and digestive issues and all sorts of other issues if we start forcing kids to rush their meals, or to the point of what we were saying, they're not eating at all. So I just want to, as I hear you, I just hope that we also take into consideration of the health of the student as well.
Sure.
Thank you. Thanks,
Yeah,
man. Great to see you.
thanks.
Thank
I mean, this isn't about us personally, but I know I get a lunchbox full of food back to my house every day. And we try to tell them with inflation, it's very expensive lunch that comes back home every day. But I understand the sentiment that there's not enough time for what we're asking everyone to fit into the day. But I do think well-fed kids, especially now that we just funded free school lunch, is important to look at.
And thank you for that. We are a district, personally, again, as superintendent in Derby, as opposed to CAPS, we are a district that is a CEP district. We offer all free lunch as well as free breakfast every single day to our kids. We've been doing that for multiple years now. I think it's such an important, vital part that they need to be fed before they can learn. So,
Yeah. And our kids have very little unstructured time in the day.
Right.
So,
Yeah,
but I appreciate the sentiment. Thank you.
sure.
Any other questions? Representative Cooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Superintendent, for coming in.
Sure, Representative.
Two quick questions. First, we'll stick briefly to the lunch. I know a number of districts, especially elementary schools, use the 50-minute block in which the lunch is 25 minutes and the other 25 minutes is recess or another activity. Would mandating a 30-minute lunch cause havoc for those schools with that kind of a block in terms of scheduling?
I don't know if it'll cause havoc, but it's really, we elect and entrust in our local officials, much as everybody elects and entrusts in yourselves. And they might be able to better answer that question than myself or anyone here, as to what's best for their kids in their district in a particular school within their district or program within their district. It could be a program within a high school that may or may not benefit from a longer unstructured time, as an example. But I just think your local or regional board of education working with their administration might be the better source for those questions and answers and determining the time.
Second question, going back to the temperature conditions in schools being mandated. As a child of the 70s growing up, we went through two major energy crises where just in terms of heating and fueling and having power was a difficult time for two periods, 73 and 78. With the fluctuations in the energy market, would such a mandate from the state in terms of the temperature requirements to hold school, would that create a financial burden if we do have another spike in energy costs for school districts? And could that be problematic for school budgets?
The financial burden for many districts and in schools within districts for that district is really putting the proper systems in place. Schools that have not been updated since 1960 or before, that don't have air conditioning, that have multiple floors, they're not going to be able to meet the requirements that at least have been shared out as what the working group is thinking of. And where does that put us in terms of school day closures if we can't meet those, or if during the day it exceeds a particular temperature in a particular part of a building? As an example, I have an elementary school without air conditioning. One side of the building is fine. The other side of the building, where the sun hits it in the afternoon, by noontime, it's over any amount that you would want on any given day. But there are times during the year at the very beginning or very end where we might find ourselves having to do a half day for that school, or no school for that day for that school, while all other schools might be in. So it just creates those type situations when we say whole school and the temperature controls, until all schools have the funding they need to update their systems. Which I think is the way we need to address this is just additional funding. I know all of you realize that as well. It takes that funding to get us there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Mr. Chairman.
Representative.
Any other questions for the superintendent? Any other questions for the superintendent? Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Senator.
All right. Next up, we have Senator John Fonfara, followed by Laura Pano, followed by Jennifer Scogan. I know.
I'm going to take advantage of my couple of minutes here today, and I'm speaking in strong support of House Bill 6881, an act concerning various revisions to the education statute related to educator compensation and paraeducators. You know, I've been here a while, and it's been so many years that I actually was here when the state of Connecticut and this body decided that we were going to recognize the value of teachers and pay them accordingly. And that may be taken for granted today, but it wasn't back then. It was a bold step. We were a leader nationally in recognizing the importance of teachers, those who stand in front of of children in this state. And we said, if we want to retain quality teachers, if we want to keep this as make this a profession that is valued, that is appreciated, and that we're going to show that we're going to pay teachers properly. That was a long time ago. I still think we're a leader nationally in that regard. But there are partners with teachers in the classroom, important partners. But we have yet to recognize them in a way that we did back when we said and we acted on recognizing the value of teachers. Paraprofessionals, as I said, are important partners in educating our children in Connecticut. However, today, sadly, there are paraprofessionals that could make more money working at CVS than they can in the job that they have. Many work for many decades with no pension, without adequate professional development opportunities. And I know this bill requires an investment, but I think it's an investment that is necessary if we truly value paraprofessionals as partners with teachers. And I happen to, along with Senator McCrory, represent the city of Hartford, where recently I had a meeting with a group of paras, and it opened my eyes, and frankly, was an experience that I was not expecting in terms of the conditions that paraprofessionals work under, and the challenges that they face in an urban school system, and maybe others in this state. And it isn't just about compensation, it's about recognizing that it is not an easy job that we ask teachers and paraprofessionals to do. And yet we essentially say, it doesn't matter whether you work here or you work somewhere else, or you can find a job in which, now these are folks who have been trained in doing this job and want to do this job, but we're essentially inviting them or encouraging them to find work elsewhere. I urge you to move this bill forward. I recognize that it's our responsibility collectively as an institution to find the revenue to pay for this. But this committee can make a major step and take a major step in recognizing the importance of paras in our educational system today. And I hope that you will give a favorable vote to this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any questions for the senator? Representative McCarty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to recognize you and thank you for taking the time out. I know how busy everyone is right now to take the time out to come in front of the Education Committee to express your desire to see that the para educators are compensated properly and that they are valued as a profession. And I can say on the Education Committee, I think everyone would agree to that. The challenge is finding the funding now going forward. But I wanted to just thank you because I know how busy you are. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comment? I'll just add, we were having this conversation in screening the other day about, we need more paras and we need them at an early age, and we need to get our younger people exposed to this field at an early age. And some communities were talking about having internships for high school kids so they can work with the younger kids during the school day. That's one way to encourage more people to go into this field. We know, of course, that paras and teachers need the support. They desperately need the support. And I find it odd that, the people that work with our youngest children, the daycare providers and our paras are the ones that least paid. but they were some of the first educators that our children see in their lives. So again, we set policy, and I think it's a good policy to make sure that we support our educators, and support our parents, support our teachers. Now it's up to us to push the needle, is try to find the resources to fund the problem, to fund the issue. So as a policy, I think it's a great idea. And now it's up to us as educators to see if we can find the funding for it. So again, I appreciate you coming in before this committee, because everyone's busy. I've been running around back and forth. It's not that I'm out there having fun. I'm at another committee, just like you probably should be at another committee also. But for you come here, your special concern and support for this clearly is very important to you.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just say that it's not lost on me that as chairman of the Finance Committee, as Senate Chair of the Finance Committee, we try to find the revenue for me to come before you, ask you to support this bill without acknowledging my responsibility on the other half of this bill, which does require funding to be able to accomplish the objectives that this bill lays out. And I commit, I can't ask you to move a bill if I'm not willing to do my end on that. I'm one person, but I can tell you today that I feel very strongly about this and look forward to working with you all as we move forward.
Absolutely. Appreciate that. Any other questions for the senator? Seeing none, again, thanks again.
Thank you very much.
All right. Next up, we're going to go back to someone online. Ross Green. Again, I want to remind those who are testifying, we have 120 more people that had to testify before us, and it's 4:30. Be very mindful of this time. I'll say that again, because I know we're going to stay here until everyone gets the opportunity to speak. So I want everyone to be mindful of everyone's time as we move forward. Thank you. Who's up next? Ross Green. Ross Green, followed by Laura Pano, followed by Jennifer Scogan.
Hello, I'm a clinical psychologist speaking in favor of Bill number 1200, mostly from professional experience. I have worked with many schools and inpatient psychiatry units and residential facilities and juvenile detention facilities to help them dramatically reduce or completely eliminate their use of restraint and seclusion. So mindful of the time limits here, I just want to make a few points once again based on professional and research experience. My opinion is that restraint and seclusion are, for the most part, obsolete practices that are largely unnecessary. That is borne out when we help schools dramatically reduce or eliminate these practices. My experience is that when schools decide to dramatically reduce or eliminate these practices, just doing that alone helps them reduce the use of those practices significantly. There are evidence-based alternative practices aimed at helping educators be proactive rather than reactive in their interactions with students, and that is a major part of eliminating or dramatically reducing the use of restraint and seclusion. While restraint and seclusion are frequently referred to as crisis prevention strategies, they are not. They are crisis management strategies. They occur very late in a sequence of events. They are often acts of desperation. Many people have been trained to believe that restraint and seclusion keeps kids and their caregivers safe. There is no research whatsoever validating that belief. In fact, it's when kids are being restrained and secluded that they and their caregivers are at greatest risk for being hurt. I apologize if you've already heard a lot of this. I haven't been in the session all day. Schools often justify their use of restraint and seclusion by pointing to the often severe, concerning behaviors of the students to whom these procedures are applied. Many educators actually take it as a given that such students will require restraint and seclusion. And while it is true, there are concerning behaviors, they are not inevitable. And as evidence-based alternative practices become increasingly available, And as the harms of restraint and seclusion, including deaths, are increasingly documented, many schools have moved away from those procedures. There are many schools that have never and will never use restraint and seclusion on
Can you
equal
please
different
summarize?
populations. Excuse me?
Can you please summarize?
Here we go. It is the role of legislators to ensure public safety. There are many bills that have been passed toward this end. It's time to ensure the safety of our most vulnerable kids. Thank you. Happy to answer questions.
Any questions for Ross? Seeing none, again, Ross, thank you for your testimony.
Pleasure. Thanks for taking this under consideration.
Absolutely. Up next, we have Laura Pano. Is Laura online? Laura? Come, Jennifer?
Hi there.
Hello.
Can everyone hear me? Okay, fabulous. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Jennifer Scoggin. I'm a resident of Guilford and the parent of 2 children in 4th and 7th grade. I have 20 years of teaching experience, and I currently work alongside educators across the state as a consultant and an adjunct professor in literacy education. I'm here to support Bill 6884 and specifically Section 22, which highlights the need to safeguard educators as they perform their duties in the form of an educator bill of rights. These rights include a harassment-free workplace, as well as the ability to teach, discuss, or read about topics that reflect the lived experiences of students if they're deemed of pedagogical value or social emotional well-being. This section of the bill has a lot of personal importance to me as a parent, as a practitioner, as an academic. In Guilford, where I live, a small group of incredibly vocal parents have publicly questioned the decisions of our educators, their decisions, their qualifications, and their integrity on social media. Rather than using sanctioned methods for expressing concerns about teachers or the curricula, they've chosen to inundate teachers and administrators with angry and disrespectful emails that stray far from acceptable parent-teacher communication. Currently, they are targeting instruction and texts that include any reference to or discussion of individuals in the LGBTQIA community. I have a recent example for you. A parent posted an online private email exchange with a school library media specialist, questioning his inclusion of a specific text in the library collection. In the comments section and social media, other adults suggested that that certified professional who has years of expertise be arrested for soliciting child porn. Others questioned his salary, called him a creeper, accused him of moral depravity, of living out his fantasies with children and endangering our children. As a parent, I'm bothered by this behavior of individuals. They've incited fear, spread misinformation, and disrupted the important work of our educators. I'm concerned about the consequences this has on my children and their future educational opportunities. Teachers need to make decisions from a place of expertise and not fear. As a practitioner, I know that creating meaningful educational experiences is complicated. Parents and community members who engage in this sort of harassment and publicly undermine the professional expertise of teachers only serve to dehumanize the profession. In my work with teachers across the state, they report that morale is at an all-time low, and many are considering leaving the profession and cite that this harassment and type of negative engagement from parents is the cause. Sure can. Academically, there's a wealth of research about the benefits of parent-teacher positive relationships, as long as our support of teachers. So I urge you to support House Bill 6884 and its provision for an educator-teacher Bill of Rights.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any questions for Jennifer? Representative Laura?
Thank you. Jen, it's great to see you. We live in the same community, so I know Jen Scoggin very well. And Jen, thank you for your testimony. I hope you're still there. You're not showing up on the camera.
I am. Thank
There
you
you
for
are.
having
Great.
me. Yeah.
I have a question for you. In working across the state and working with educators every day, do you think
this teacher's bill of rights, like is a welcome concept? And do you think it can be effective in deterring, the kind of harassment we've seen in our community, but that you've mentioned across the state?
Thank you for that question, Representative Rader. It's good to see you. Yes, I do. I think that when I work alongside teachers to make the best decisions that they can instructionally for students, they're weighing a variety of factors, including student engagement, students' needs, their strengths, recent data. There's a host of factors. And it's very complicated work. And I'll tell you that when choosing texts or talking about a certain topic or making their instruction meaningful, I've worked with teachers who are like, I've always used this book, or we've always talked about this in this way, or this project has worked, but I'm afraid to do it now. I'm afraid that it will make people angry. And the onslaught of emails or the negative repercussions in the public sector have overcomplicated decisions that are complicated enough, and I think negatively impact what happens with students. I do think in our town, having that kind of, I think initially it might seem symbolic, that action, but I think having those type of symbolic actions that support our teachers are important. And then as far as the bill goes, to be able to safeguard people from not having to respond to those emails that aren't about significant issues or concerns of a parent that might be of a more reasonable nature.
Right. Thanks, Jen. Thanks for testifying.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none. Again, thanks for testifying, Jennifer. Up next, Kate Diaz, followed by David Kitzman, followed by Jennifer Jacobson.
Button. There we go. Am I got that now? Is this thing on? No. Kate Diaz, president of the Connecticut Education Association and high school math teacher. It's interesting to sit here and listen to the testimony all day. So I'm not going to reiterate what many of the fine individuals have said before me, but I will say this to you. All of the testimony, all of the words and the thoughts and the ideas that have been presented to you paint a picture of a system that's built kind of as a house of cards. We have built a system that relies on teachers being martyrs, paraprofessionals willing to work as volunteers, and the recognition that the individuals who, by the way, are predominantly female, so ponder how we got to this position for a moment, but we are looking at a system that doesn't support the individuals and gets angry when the outcomes aren't what they want. So we really have to take this moment to reflect on how 6881, 6884, and the myriad of pieces of legislation try to change that narrative. Recognize that educators are professionals that need to be supported and paid as such so that they will not flee to go work at Home Depot where they can make more. We are looking at building structures and spaces that acknowledge that teachers need to be respected and supported and cared for so they can make good decisions that allow instruction to be at a high level. We need to not wear them out by asking them to carry the load of multiple jobs. We need to ensure that they have time to prepare and create exciting and interesting lessons. We need to ensure that the educators coming before you when they are young are excited and not burned out before they even step in the classroom. Our systems are fragile and highly dependent on goodwill. And we are at the point where goodwill is running out. And we know that because 74% of our educators are saying, I think I can do better elsewhere. You haven't made me an offer I want to listen to. So this set of legislation seeks to provide the offer we want to listen to. Hang on tight, ladies and gentlemen, to each and every piece of this legislation. Together, it speaks volumes about our intention as a state to put forward a better, solid, highly supported education system, one that is not a house of cards that will fall in on the lack of goodwill, one that is absolutely etched in stone with commitments to make and build a system we care for, because that is what all of the pieces of this legislation collectively speak to. We need to commit firmly. Let's not let the next few months eat away at the commitment this education committee has shown.
Thank you, Kate, and thank for your advocacy for the great profession that we're in called education. I can co-sign to everything you said. Any questions? Representative Curry.
Hi, Kate. Nice to see you. Ashley Zane from CBIA was here earlier today to talk about workforce, and then we got into a little conversation around the connection between workforce and education and all that. I know you and I have had a number of conversations, and I was wondering if you might just take this opportunity to kind of expand upon that and the emphasis on some of the proposed legislation we have around workforce initiatives, dual enrollment opportunities, things such as that.
Absolutely. I think that's a future look forward look, right? The idea that our certification system is built on statutes, I think last examined fully and entirely in 1998. We need to step forward into the future and say, what is the current needs of our system? How do we ensure our students are getting what they need to go successfully into the classroom? You know, it's been an interesting partnership to meet with our business partners. We have absolutely engaged with a lot of conversations beyond that kind of tight-knit education community and sought out guidance from a myriad of experts to say, how do we bring people into this profession in a way that maintains high standards, is highly supportive, but reflects a more agile workforce? Because what we know is that people go in and out of jobs. Teaching is not the mate for life that it once was. I used to think, you know, your teacher found a school, lived there for their entire career and didn't exit. What we know now is that's just not the workforce categories. That's not how people evolve in their professional life. So we have to build systems that are more flexible and encouraging, because I think what we also know with our diversity of our workforce, really only holding about 10.1% of our professionals who identify as any sort of minority, which I think is an inappropriate probably reference to say it's minority when it's clearly the majority, but not in our workforce. So it requires us to look and reflect at how can we become accessible. As Senator McCrory knows, I am an alternate route to certification candidate like himself. I did not go a direct line into education. And through the commitment of mentors, partners, and other colleagues, I feel that my students have never suffered for that. So finding ways that we can continue to build solid structures of support, I think is really important. How do we get creative? How do we get modern? And I think that's something that is doable and is something that I think we have the buy-in from a lot of stakeholders to make happen.
Thank you. Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Kate. And thank you for all the testimony and all the good work CEA is doing. And while I agree very much, and we've had conversations, I'd like it, and we'll have more time because we have quite an evening ahead. So would you just be able to work? And I think you said that part of the reason we get things done is because we're all willing to collaborate and look at the time and how we can accomplish the goals, because I don't think you'd find many people objecting that we want to elevate the teaching profession. We want to recognize the hard work our teachers have done, and your surveys have shown we have quite an exodus and we need to stop that. So I'm with you. But how could we establish the minimum salary wage equitably across? Does CEA have that solution as to how we can work that through?
So we articulated some of that in the House Bill 6881. We helped to sort of craft an idea that if there was a fund set aside, about 600 million, I think was our estimate, that could be grant associated back to the districts. And again, I think there is the question of equity in that, making sure that that is reflective of need. So there should be a need-based assumption in that formulary to determine what would be the access to those grants, because we know that we have spaces. And in my testimony, you'll see that we have minimum salary information and nobody is meeting this benchmark. So we recognize that there has to be sort of an infusion of cash up front that allows districts to negotiate, adjust, and move their budgets forward with future allocations, hopefully coming smaller and less regular as districts adapt. But there certainly could be additional subsidies from the surplus. We've kind of, in our language, allocated a 20% margin to assume that ongoing support would be necessitated in some areas. We know that there are not just our urbans, but our rurals who also can suffer from really wage suppression. And so there's an opportunity here to look at how do we set aside targeted funds to accomplish this goal.
Okay, thank you for that. And then also the committee's looking at other incentives that we can look to honor the teaching profession. So thank you.
Thank you
very much.
Representative Poulos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very concerned about the teacher shortage in Connecticut and across the country. And one of the strategies we have is to try to bring more people into the profession and to make the profession appealing for them. And we've talked a lot about raising the beginning salary for teachers. And as a point of reference, I'd be curious, and I don't know this, I don't know if you know it, what's the average starting salary for teachers, and what's being proposed as kind of the increase to attract teachers into the profession?
So across the state, the average bachelor's starting salary is approximately 47,000. And what we're proposing is increasing that to 3.25 times the federal poverty level of a family of two, which brings us to 64,000. So we're going to need some roll up time to get there. But keep in mind that our teachers are also required to have master's degrees, and our master's and starting level is only about 52. So we do need an infusion of resources to get this jump started, and recognizing that we aren't also talking about the first entry point, because you can't move one. You got to move everybody. This has to be that kind of the wave that lifts all of the boats, so to speak. So we know that this is going to require an infusion of cash, but we also know it can be done, because in 1986, it was done with a $300 million subsidy. We know that 300 million is not enough now. So we know that this can be done though. And with some real thought and preparation and negotiation, I think we can get there probably in a similar timeline as what we saw in 1986, which was roughly a 3-year rollout.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be quick. Hi, thanks for coming. And I agree with what you said so eloquently, as a matter of fact. My question is, if it's no, I'm going to come out and talk to you. Do you have testimony submitted on like the lunch period, extending it, and all the things we want to start being taught in the classroom and all that? Do you have, I'm not going to ask your thoughts because we don't have time right now, but have you submitted testimony on all of that?
So what we do is we kind of divide and conquer through CEA. So that testimony is submitted under various individuals through the CEA continuum, but we're more than happy to talk to you about those things because I think they're important for us to reflect on.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Kate, thank you again for your advocacy and your testimony.
Thank you for your time.
David, followed by Jennifer.
Good afternoon. My name is David Kissman, and I'm the Director of College and Career Pathways at Ready CT, a nonprofit organization that advocates for advancing academic excellence and career-connected learning for all public school students in Connecticut. I'm here to support House Bill 6879, an act concerning teacher certification. Previously, I was a public school educator for 17 years as a teacher, assistant principal, and principal. I have firsthand experience with the challenge of recruiting, hiring, and retaining effective teachers. I also understand that the classroom teacher has the greatest impact on student achievement, and it is time we establish a commission to modernize the educator workforce. It has been over 2 decades since Connecticut's educator certification and preparation requirements have been reworked. This means that candidates who want to become part of the educator workforce, a dire need for the state given current educator shortages, are operating under rules and regulations that may not have been updated since before they were born. Piecemeal changes have resulted in a complex, daunting, and expensive web of educator certification requirements that have not kept up with what we know today is needed to be an effective educator. Now is the time to solve these problems in ways that build a robust, diverse, effective educator workforce and that support our school systems to efficiently welcome and onboard candidates just starting their careers, looking to make a career change, or relocating to Connecticut. It starts with bringing together a representative group of key stakeholders across the state prepared to conduct a thorough review of the current rules and regulations and implement a modernized approach to preparing, recruiting, supporting, and retaining an effective educator workforce. A new set of rules and regulations grounded in a commitment to educators as professionals and lifelong learners will ensure that every Connecticut student has access to the effective, diverse educators they need and deserve. Connecticut must ensure that this work is guided by the following principles: avoidance of requirements that are overly broad or burdensome, consideration of requirements, costs, and benefits, reduction of instances in which requirements pose a barrier to workforce mobility, and commitment to tight coupling between requirements and what research demonstrates educators need to know and be able to do when they enter the classroom. The recommendations must be structured to achieve the following outcomes: streamlined, flexible pathways into the educator profession grounded in a commitment to educator effectiveness, enable in-service educators to broaden their scope of practice to meet more student needs, hold educator preparation programs accountable for the quality of training and experiences and outcomes for candidates, create a system to help teachers continuously improve their practice that supports and rewards educators who demonstrate mastery, and treat educators as professionals and lifelong learners who deserve and need access to high-quality professional learning and mentorship through their careers.
Dave, will you please summarize?
This is what every Connecticut student needs and deserves.
Thank you, David, and thank you for your service as an educator. Are you still in the field?
I'm currently working in the nonprofit world and hoping to grow my impact into other districts. So yes, I am.
Again, thank you for your precise, excellent testimony. I think you hit the nail right on the head. Excellent job. Any questions for David? Seeing none. Next up, Jennifer Jacobson, and then we're gonna have Janetta Rodriguez. Yes. Okay. Julissa and Janetta online, and she has a translator. Okay.
Hi, buenas tardes.
She's gonna read her testimony in Spanish first, and then I'm gonna interpret. Julissa, lea su testimonio y luego yo lo interpreto.
Okay.
Adelante, léalo.
Ok. Hola, buenas tardes. Soy caregiver. Llevo un año trabajando para el sistema. Soy madre de 2 niños, uno con autismo nivel 1 y otro con el retraso del desarrollo por microcefalia a consecuencias del virus del Zika. Trabajo en salones IGOR para niños en silla de ruedas. Es un esfuerzo día a día para brindar lo mejor de mí, cada uno de los niños. Me gusta trabajar con ellos porque ya que dependen de la asistencia que le brindemos, ya que no se pueden valer por sí solos. Es un amor y me encanta, me mantiene unida a ellos. A veces he querido abandonar por consecuencia de los beneficios salariales que no se ven a la hora de recibir los sueldos. En un año que solo he ganado menos de $18,000, no se avanza mucho. Es un trabajo con mucho cansancio, pero el amor que le tenemos a los niños nos hace seguir y nos mantiene con la motivación. Pero el costo de la vida cada día es mucho más alto y mucho más difícil. No se puede llevar otro empleo porque con mi niño dependen de mí y no alcanza para pagar cuidados ni califica para ayudas porque trabajas. Pero ¿dónde están los salarios? Muchas gracias. Buenas tardes.
Ok, Julissa, no cuelgue, déjeme interpretar y luego se puede, cuando nos despidan, se puede ir, ¿ok?
Okay.
So, okay. Hello, I'm Julissa and I'm a caregiver and I've been working in the system for 1 year. I am a mother of 2 children, one with autism, the other with motor developmental delay and microcephaly because of a mosquito bite. I work in classrooms. And one of them is iGoal. I work with children in wheelchairs. I make an effort every day to provide the best of me with each of the children that I work with, since they depend on the assistance that we provide because they can't fend for themselves. I love them. My love for them keeps me attached to them. Many times I wanted to abandon this job because of the lack of good salary and benefits. I wanted to learn more so that I can do more for the children, but I'm often tired at the end of the workday and all other goals have to wait. I want to feel more motivated since the cost of living is higher and higher each day, but I can't even take another job because I just need to focus on the kids that I'm taking care of. And since they depend on me, but still I can't afford the cost of living. And often I don't qualify for other support because of my income. So I ask myself, where is a salary that could help me provide, that could help me live a better life? So thank you and have a good afternoon. That's her testimony.
Thank you, and thank both of you for your testimony and your translation. Any questions?
Okay.
Seeing none, again, thank you.
Okay. Gracias, Julissa. Buenas tardes. Bye-bye. Thank you all.
Next up, we have TJ Nuccio and Megan Baker. TJ and Megan, followed by Elizabeth Ski and Jasmine Reed.
Good afternoon, Representative Curry, Senator McCrory, Senator Berthel, Representative McCarty, and other esteemed members of the Education Committee. My name is TJ Nuccio, and I am joined by my colleague Megan Baker. We are lead policy analysts at the Commission on Women, Children, Seniors, Equity, and Opportunity. The Commission has submitted written testimony that elaborates on our support for all the bills before the Education Committee today. However, I would like to focus my verbal testimony on HB 6884, an act concerning the recruitment, retention, and enhancement of the teaching profession. Overall, the Commission strongly supports this bill, but would like to show particular support for Section 1, which establishes a minimum salary for teachers that is at least 4 times the federal poverty level. We would also like to show support for Section 2, that establishes a tax credit against personal income tax imposed for individuals employed by local or regional boards of ed. We would also like to show support for Section 11 that states each Board of Ed shall provide for play-based learning and instructional time. Play is integral part of students' learning and will allow for students to have stronger social-emotional learning skills. The Commission also supports Section 19 of this bill, but kindly request that the committee consider adding the Commission as a member of the task force to study the financing of the teachers' retirement systems. Now I'd like to hand it over to my colleague Megan to discuss SB 1199. Thank you.
Thank you, TJ. I am the lead Asian American Pacific Islander policy analyst, and I'm here to speak about 1199. Our state is currently experiencing a widening diversity gap where the pace of growing diversity between teachers and students is disproportionate. So from the 2012 school year to the 2022 school year, students of color in our school systems increased from 40.6% to 51.4%, but teachers of color in our educator workforce only experienced an increase from 8.1% to 10.6% in that same time frame. I appreciate that this bill recognizes the positive impact on student mental and behavioral outcomes, retention, and performance that representative role models in the classroom possess. But just as diversification of onboarding educators plays a crucial role in this charge, concurrent undertakings of diversifying current educators through efforts like cultural competency and sensitivity trainings can also assist in this objective. And so ultimately, the Commission would just like to thank the Education Committee for its longstanding dedication to uplifting diversity and equity in education spaces in our state, whether it be through curriculum content, student accessibility, or educator representation. And as a point of personal anecdote, as an Asian student that went through our state.
Summarize.
As an Asian student that went through our school education system, these bills bear a lot for our communities and for our state. So thank you so much to the Education Committee.
Thank you. Any questions? Again, thank you, both of you guys, for your advocacy. Up next, Elizabeth Ski, followed by Jasmine Reed, followed by Stephen Samuel.
Setting my own timer. I know. Good evening, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Elizabeth Sked. I'm here for CEA as the Education Issues Specialist, testifying in support of the endorsement, kindergarten endorsement added to the elementary endorsement included in House Bill 6879, and in support of establishing an apprenticeship program proposed in Senate Bill 1199. House Bill 6879 addresses the imminent shortage of kindergarten teachers on the horizon due to the elimination of the 013 K6 certification and the implementation of the 30516 certification. The number of kindergarten teachers is diminishing rapidly because of this. The number of teachers who hold the 013 is diminishing rapidly. Currently, in order to teach kindergarten, you either need to hold the 013, which is no longer offered, or the 113 integrated early childhood elementary education, which is regular education for pre-K through 3 combined with special education, pre-K and kindergarten. However, this certification does not attract many aspiring educators. Many teachers want to teach in a regular ed classroom and don't obtain the integrated certification because it could result being placed in a special education setting, especially given the shortages in those fields. The CSD has offered some Band-Aids. The kindergarten waiver can be issued for 1 year and an additional second year if that teacher enrolls in a planned program of study for the K certification, as well as the emergency generalist 201 pre-K to 8. Those are temporary solutions to address the shortage of kindergarten teachers we're facing. K classrooms often include 4, 5, and 6-year-olds, first grades, 6, 7, and 8-year-olds sometimes. The broad developmental range of children, coupled with the intensified academic rigor now being expected in kindergarten, has changed what our K classrooms look like. Kindergarten teachers' duties and roles look more like that of a first grade teacher. Reinstating the K6 endorsement will eliminate the need for the Band-Aid fixes and provide a long-term solution to a growing problem. Additionally, we support proposals to pay students for their student teaching. Student teachers are often prohibited from obtaining outside employment, and there are many costs, as we know: tuition, housing, investing in professional wardrobe, transportation costs, the cost of ed TPA and the praxis exams, as well as paying to get your initial certificate. The significant financial burden associated with student teaching dissuades college students from pursuing a career in teaching. We support establishing an apprenticeship program as proposed in Senate Bill 1199. We hope that when developing the participation guidelines, consideration will be taken to ensure that all educator preparation programs, traditional, residency, and alternate routes to certification will allow for leveraging of federal funds to provide expanded opportunity and access to all aspiring educators. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. And again, thank you for your testimony. I think this year this committee has realized that we have to make a lot of changes in certification, a lot of changes in finance, a lot of changes. This is a big year for this committee, and we look forward to doing some revolutionary changes along those lines. Any questions? Seeing none, again, thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have Jasmine Reed, followed by Stephen, followed by Jennifer Clark.
Good evening, everyone. I hope all is well with you and your family. Thank you for this opportunity to testify in support of the House Bill 6881 concerning paraprofessionals' compensation, training, and working conditions. My name is Jasmine Reed, and I'm a paraprofessional at Clinton Avenue School in New Haven. And I'm a member of the AFSCME Local 3429, the union that represents paraprofessionals in New Haven. I've been a paraprofessional since 2019. I have an associate's degree in food service management and also a culinary certificate, but I choose to work with children because my 9-year-old son, King James Reed, has severe autism and he doesn't speak. And I wanted to work with kids like him. More than anything, I'm pulled every day to sub as a substitute teacher working with the class and running the class by myself. Since the beginning of the school year, I probably have subbed about 60 days. The most challenging part of my job is when I'm pulled from my normal classroom, which has 14 students, and 3 of the students in that class have severe behavior issues. When they need us to sub, they pull us. When they need extra covers, they pull us. We work lunch waves, we work before and after care. We are all here for the students. My wage is only $14.50 an hour. Subbing adds $45 per day to my salary. My 16-year-old daughter, who works 12 hours a week taking care of her younger brother as a personal care attendant, makes more money than me. She makes $18.25 per hour. It's a shame that my child makes more money than I do. Fortunately, I get my health insurance through the state since I qualify for what they call Husky for parents and caretakers. I work several side jobs. I'm a hustler, you guys, including food service, selling dinners, making phone calls after school for our chronic aspartame program, and picking up a shift every Tuesday and Wednesday as an evening CNA for a private duty case for a family friend of mine. Which means as soon as I get out to school on those 2 days of the week, I head straight over and I don't get out till about 8 o'clock at night. We have what they call as a para pension, which is a little contribution from our school district plus from us. But after 2 years, my statement only reads less than $2,000, which is just pennies. It's not anything that I could ever retire off of. I took the position to help children like my son, but I have several other qualifications. I have other things that I could be doing that could be sustaining my family. The only thing I want from the school district, the administration, and from everybody on this committee is for the raising our salaries to living wages, excuse me.
Jasmine, can you
Just so,
please summarize?
I'm sorry.
I said, can you summarize, please?
Yes, raising our salary to living wages. How they say that one person has to make about $24,000 to live. How do you think I'm making that and living with 2 children? Thank you, everybody, for your time today. Be blessed and not stressed. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Jasmine. Thank you for your testimony. And all I can say is keep grinding until we get there, until we make these salaries affordable for everyone. Any other questions?
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have Stephanie, followed by Jennifer Clark, followed by Mia Vargas. Stephanie. Oh, I'm sorry. Stephen, I'm sorry. I am so sorry. I'm looking at Steve and Samia. Stephen? No Stephen? Jennifer Clark? Jennifer, oh, okay.
Good evening, Chairman Curry, McCrory, and distinguished committee members. Thank you for allowing me an opportunity to provide testimony related to House Bill 6880. My name is Jennifer Clark, and I'm a policy specialist for Pearson Virtual Schools, working with states in the Northeast. PVS, or Pearson, has more than 20 years of experience in online education. We currently partner with 46 fully online schools in 31 states. There are 2 areas within House Bill 6880 that I would like to address. The first is the requirement for local and regional boards of education to post all curriculum and associated materials on the school's publicly accessible website. This raises concerns for textbook and curriculum providers because it creates an opportunity for parents and schools to unknowingly violate copyright laws, and it encourages potential piracy of content. Further, parents already have this access to curriculum under federal law. In a virtual school setting, I would note that parents are able to review every lesson in real time. Lessons are recorded and available to parents and students to review when their schedule permits. This brings me to the second item that I would like to discuss with the committee. Section 5 of House Bill 6880 provides for the department to develop a plan for the creation and implementation of a statewide remote learning opportunity. During the pandemic, families got a taste of the flexibility that online education can provide. They learned what students attending virtual schools in neighboring states have known for years. High-quality online options can provide flexibility and individualization too. These programs are distinguished from the emergency remote learning that students had during COVID. As you take on this issue of virtual education, I would encourage this committee to consider expanding the definition of eligible students. Virtual education can benefit students for a variety of reasons. Academically, some students are looking for more challenging AP or honors courses. Others may benefit from working at a faster pace than their peers. But oftentimes, the reason for students to choose virtual education is not academic at all. I've worked with students who are trying to balance being a young mother and a student, or young people who are helping provide for their families financially by working while completing their high school requirements. I urge you to consider the multitude of reasons that a student may be better served in a virtual environment. In most states, the percentage of students who avail themselves to this option is between 1% and 3%. But for that small percentage of students, it's the difference between a diploma and dropping out. I would encourage members of the Department of Education who will spend the next several months looking at the issue of virtual education to focus on equity. The department will consider various authorizer options. I ask that them to consider holding schools accountable in the same way as traditional schools and funding students at the same level as their traditional peers. As you continue to work on this issue, I'm happy to answer your questions now or later.
Thank you. Thank you, Jennifer, for your testimony. As we spoke earlier, we did visit a school in Massachusetts. We're very interested in what they're doing and looking forward to bringing it here, eventually here to the state of Connecticut. Any questions, comments? Seeing none. Next up.
Thanks.
Thank you again. Maya Vargas, followed by Chris Kelly.
Good evening, chairs and members of the committee. My name is Maya Vargas, and I am a physical education teacher at the elementary level, and I taught middle school for 15 years before switching to elementary. I'm here to speak about House Bill 6884, specifically the section that proposes we change the kindergarten eligibility start date from January 1st back to September 1st. This is a topic that I could go on and on about for quite a bit, so I've also submitted written testimony. While I was able to recognize discrepancies in age at the middle school level and the challenges it presented in both the gym and the classroom, it was not until I moved into the elementary level that I saw the root and the magnitude of the problem. At this level, it is abundantly clear who the October, November, and December babies are. Ask any elementary school teacher, and this is also why my principal gave me a professional development day to come here today to testify. In essence, the bulk of this problem is that some parents hold their children back for as long as possible before sending them to kindergarten, while others send them as quickly as possible. This creates classrooms with a 17-month difference between the oldest and youngest children. That may not seem like a big difference to us as adults. However, when you think about it as a percentage of life experience, the 6-year-old August child is about 25% older than the December child. That's like comparing the life experience of a 75-year-old to that of a 100-year-old. In addition, children who receive services from the Birth to 3 program in Connecticut lose those services if they don't enroll in kindergarten at their earliest possible time, meaning that our children who have already been identified as struggling are forced to start kindergarten a full year earlier than they need to. A young December child will always be the youngest in their class, while a December child who waits until after they've turned 5 to enroll in kindergarten will fall right into the mid-range of classroom ages. It seems that when this issue comes up at the state level, the argument against it is always cost to the parents who will have to have their child in daycare for an extra year. What is the cost associated with sending a child who's not ready for school into school at such a young age? Will they struggle to keep up academically? Will their behavior affect their academic performance and interfere with their peers' ability to learn? What is that cost to their self-esteem? Will they struggle to get along with their peers? Will they always be the smallest in the class? Will they be a year behind when they are in middle school and starting puberty? Will there be extra peer pressure to become sexually active or try drugs and alcohol because they're a full year or more younger than their school friends? This isn't just a problem at the elementary level. This will follow a young student all the way to college. In fact, if a late birthday Connecticut student goes to college out of state, they will likely be the only 17-year-old starting out their freshman year. Why are we sending these kids to school before they're ready? No other state does this. Do we really think that all the other states are wrong? Has anyone thought to wonder how having these young kids in a classroom with kids who are a year or more older than them may negatively impact the older, more socially, emotionally, and academically ready students? Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your testimony.
Under 3 minutes.
You nailed it. Any questions? Representative McCarty.
All right, thank you for your testimony. I was just gonna add, did you submit testimony?
I didn't submit it yet because I wasn't sure how to, but I wrote it and I will be sending it in tomorrow.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you again. Chris Kelly.
Good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, and Senator McCarty, and other members of the committee. My name is Christine Kelly, and I live and work in Old Saybrook. And as an elementary school phys ed teacher, I've been teaching for 25 years in the public school. I would like to speak on behalf of House Bill 6884. I support many parts of this bill, including changing the kindergarten start age, using a play-based curriculum for pre-K and K, increasing the starting salary for beginning teachers, as well as eliminating Ed TPA, because I've seen what my student teachers have had to go through using it. However, Section 3, the COVID service benefit, needs to be modified to acknowledge the later career and older teachers who have worked through the pandemic. Old Saybrook was remote March to June 2020, but teachers were back in full-time September of 2020. We worked with pre-K through 4 students who were not very good at wearing masks. And we also had to learn new technology, do dual instruction, and for those who chose to stay home. We had many teachers who were over 60 who chose to continue working. We're at greater risk for our own health, and we will continue to do our job, even though it was a hazard. This bill is discriminatory towards older late career teachers who wish to retire with a normal retirement, which according to the CTRB is 20 years and 60 years old. All teachers who worked through the pandemic should be recognized and rewarded equally for their efforts and shouldn't have to work till they're 70 to receive this credit. The credit should be the same for all teachers, not just to benefit the younger teachers. Other essential workers in the state are benefiting regardless of their age or whether or not they continue to work in the same field. I understand teacher retention is an important part to this credit, but I think it would be better addressed by giving extra credit to all stipend positions that would become pensionable in order to allow teachers to earn extra money on top of their salary. Other state workers are able to use overtime to increase their pensions, and teachers are not allowed to use their stipends to do this. I thank you for your time and your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none. Leslie Blatu. Leslie's not on. Catherine.
Good afternoon, honored senators and state representatives, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to provide testimony on SB 1200, an act concerning special education. I'm Catherine Gabrielson, and I am the president of the Connecticut Council of Administrators in Special Education, otherwise known as CONCASE. There are some very specific sections with which I will share the collective thoughts of our organization, and we will be submitting this testimony in writing for your reference as well. In Section 2, paragraph C, Sections 3 and Section D3, we respectfully request that 504 plans be added to lines 35 through 38 and 51 through 54. We believe that all students with disabilities who require such programming, whether through IEP or 504, should be provided with this opportunity, specifically the dual instruction. In Section 3, paragraph A, subsection 6, Independent evaluators paid for by district at the parent's request, known as Independent Education Evaluation or IEE evaluators, should have the same observation time as district evaluators. Random observers, however, at the parent's request, pose the potential of educational disruptions for all other students. A further disruption that this will cause is the administrative burden that will exist as outside observers cannot be alone and must be escorted throughout their time in the building. This will cause other instructors to remove themselves from their work with other students to attend to outside observers, thereby causing a deficit in instructional or therapeutic services that will need to be made up. Moreover, these outside observers, who are not attached to an evaluative process undertaken by the local education agency, should not be observing other students or making evaluative observations or opinions regarding teacher performance. Finally, the current Connecticut State Department of Education guidelines on observations are working well, so we ask, why does this need to be altered? In subsection 7 of section 3, paragraph A, we're asking if this pertains specifically to developmentally delayed eligibility regarding putting the age of eligibility for special education off to a later date. If so, we respectfully request that it be spelled out within the proposed language as raising the age from the developmentally delayed eligibility to 8 years old rather than 6 years old. We strongly advocate as well that Concan have 2 representatives on the task force being proposed within this bill to equitably represent the different types of districts within the state. In subsection 8 of section 3, paragraph A, while teachers would welcome having caseloads capped at a certain number of students, this poses a potential increase in funding that would be necessary to hire additional special education and related services staff members. Well, this language
summarize.
Sure. We're asking if the language is going to include additional funding. In terms of restraint and seclusion, I have another colleague who's going to be presenting on that or offering testimony, but I would offer that we recognize that that is a very emotionally charged and controversial subject. We feel that the current state model that's in place for seclusion and restraint is working very well. And we have recommended to Senator Murphy that it be utilized as a national model. And we request that it remain in place as is. I will be submitting the rest of this testimony in writing for your reference. And so I leave you with that and thank you for your time and offer to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Catherine, for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, again, thanks.
Thank you.
Marisol Rodriguez. Marisol?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was trying not to let the the chair slap. Good afternoon or good evening. Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Senator Berthel, Representative McCarthy, and the members of the Education Committee. I appreciate you taking the time to listen to my testimony. My name is Marisol Rodriguez. I have been a paraeducator in the system in Hartford for 27 years. I have been working in collaboration with students, families, and certified staff. I am testifying in support of House Bill 6881. My job description has changed since I began as a paraeducator. When I first started, I was asked to help with dressing, toileting, shoe tying, art activities, and participating in singing and songs as I work in preschool. I was also expected to assist the certified teacher in making copies, preparing art activities, supervising students during outdoor play and at lunchtime. Now the role of paraeducator has been redefined and reimagined to add so much more to the roles we played before. The job requirement of paraeducators when I first started was to have a high school diploma. Now we are required to have an associate's degree to even get in the door to be a paraeducator. With the added demands to our profession, we are not being compensated for the work that we do, in my opinion. We monitor, we educate, we make reports about progress. We have to do as asked by administration if it comes to coverage, all of those other things. And we ensure that we are meeting the parents' expectations and student needs on a daily basis. These demands have left me feeling overwhelmed and unappreciated. This profession, while honorable and necessary for the future of our students, is undervalued in terms of compensation. It also lacks the necessary programs to be able to move on to becoming a teacher, as I have a bachelor's degree and cannot afford to do an alternate route to certification or any of that stuff. So I want to become a teacher so that I could at least be in a living wage. How am I supposed to be able to keep a home, pay insurance, do all of those things if now they've added an HSA account where I have to pay more insurance and I have to pay a high deductible insurance? They're adding on all of these other things with no relief on the other end. So I'm telling my story so that it may help provide a snippet of the work I do on a daily basis. I do it with love for the students I serve. I understand that paraeducators are the glue that holds the schools together. And we are a bridge that helps students and families be successful in their educational journeys. I ask that you have compassion for the profession.
Mayor Sell, can you please summarize?
Yes, I am. The profession of paraeducators and find the resources for us to be able to have a living wage and health insurance that will meet the needs of myself and our families. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. We actually have some programs right now. If you have your bachelor's degree, that will support you becoming an educator. You might want to talk to your school district about it because there are.
I have. I've reached out to them and the relay program and those kind of things, but relay program wants you to front the money before they give you anything back.
Ask them about the teacher residency program.
In Hartford, they don't have that in Hartford right now.
Okay. All right.
I've tried everything.
Okay. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you again.
Thank you so much.
Catherine Freeman, followed by Cynthia Herman.
All right, good afternoon. Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Senator Berthel, Representative McCarty, and all members of the Education Committee. My name is Kay Freeman, and I am testifying today in support of House Bill 6884. This bill takes important steps towards addressing the educator shortage in Connecticut by providing authentic opportunities for teacher leadership. This is why I urge you to support Section 17 of the proposed bill, inclusion of 2 Connecticut State Teachers of the Year on the State Board of Education. State Teachers of the Year in Connecticut are all expert educators who can articulate the reality of teaching and reaching all types of students, can speak truthfully on the impact of education policy, and can share what works and what doesn't in our schools. Their perspective is invaluable. As part of the Connecticut Teacher of the Year Selection Committee and past chair, I can attest to the amazing men and women who are selected each year as Connecticut Teachers of the Year, following a very rigorous selection process. They are more than qualified to represent all of Connecticut teachers. Remember that our 2023 State Teacher of the Year, Carolyn Kelma, is a finalist for the National Teacher of the Year, following in Johanna Hayes' footsteps, who was the 2016 Connecticut Teacher of the Year. Including such teachers on the State Board of Education would enhance its effectiveness and its vision to support and elevate education across Connecticut. Now, I'd also like to speak in support of Section 18 of the House Bill 6884, the establishment of a Teacher Advisory Committee. I can speak from personal experience on the powerful impact this will have on informing education policy in our state and increasing teacher leadership. because I myself was fortunate to be part of an exceptional body of educators selected from across the country who were invited to Washington, D.C. to speak with the then U.S. Secretary of Education, Arne Duncan, and his staff about the benefits and the implementation hurdles of the then new Common Core state standards. So having this voice, my voice in shaping policy at the national level, was instrumental in my career. Now, as a Connecticut finalist in 2011 and a 36-year veteran special education teacher in Windsor Public Schools, I can attest that teacher voice is one of the most powerful voices in education, not only for our fellow teachers, but more importantly for our students that sit in our classrooms and walk in the hallways of our schools each and every day. As a member of the Connecticut Teacher of the Year Council myself, I am confident that the voices of our Connecticut teachers on a teacher advisory committee will be informed, passionate, and articulate in advocating for the best interest of our most powerful and important resource, our children.
Catherine, can you please summarize?
Yep. In conclusion, allowing expert educators to have a seat at the table will promote teacher leadership in Connecticut, and that will help to bridge the gap between policy and practice in our state. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your service as an educator. Representative Polaris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Freeman, thank you for your testimony regarding involving active classroom practicing teachers, in particular, the Connecticut State Teacher of the Year in deliberations about their profession. I have one question for you. You mentioned you were the chairwoman of the selection committee for the Connecticut Teacher of the Year. And I was wondering if you could share how the Connecticut Teacher of the Year is selected, briefly on the process, and who participates in that process.
Thank you, Representative Poulos. Yes, well, the Connecticut Teachers of the Year are vetted through a long established Connecticut State Department of Education selection process. And we include members from virtually every education stakeholder group in our state. These members include the director, the executive director of CAS, of CAPS, and the executive director of CABE, the president of CEA, the president of AFT Connecticut, the president of Connecticut PTA, the president of the American Association of Colleges of Teacher Education, members of the Connecticut State Department of Education's Talent Office, and members of the Connecticut Teacher of the Year Council, which includes many past state teachers of the year. So all of these members are members of our selection committee representing many different stakeholders. Now, the process includes every district Teacher of the Year is invited to submit an application. And that application includes education history, any awards the teacher has won, professional learning that they have experienced or provided, 6 different essays, and 3 letters of recommendation. Now, each application is read by 6 to 8 readers, and we rate each part of the application. We get over about 100 applications every year. From those approximately 100 applications, we choose the top 15 to 16, and those are our semifinalists, who then have to interview in person, hopefully this year, in person in front of the panel of about 16 members of the committee, again, representative from all the stakeholders. They have to interview in person, and they have to answer questions that they don't know ahead of time. So we assess their ability to articulate an effective answer and their knowledge of education policy and practice as it currently is in the state. From this group then of semifinalists, 4 finalists are chosen. That means that each of those 4 finalists have a 3-hour visit to their school where we interview everyone from custodians and paraprofessionals to parents and students, their past students, their present students, their fellow teachers and colleagues and administrators, and we watch them in the classroom teach their classes. We have a very hard job at the end to select one state teacher of the year from among these 4 amazing teachers who are finalists. And when we vote for that one person, we don't choose the best teacher because they're all incredible, but we vote for the teacher who can best represent all of Connecticut teachers. That's who we choose as our Connecticut Teacher of the Year.
Thanks so much for sharing those details.
Of course.
Chairman.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Cynthia Herman, followed by Kristen Sullivan and Kelly McQueen.
Hello?
Cynthia,
Yes.
you're up.
Okay. Can you see me?
No, now I can.
Okay. Hi. Good afternoon, chairs and members of the Education Committee. It's probably good evening now. My name is Cynthia Herman. I live in Newtown and I teach in Monroe. I teach 5th grade. I'm here to speak to you in support of House Bill 6884, specifically the COVID service benefit enhancement. I do not pretend to know your daily struggles during COVID. So I'm going to try to help you understand mine through my difficult journey. My mother, who was a nurse, used to say, "Thou shalt not whine," and it was a sign in our house. But I think she would let today be different. I taught until March when I had to tell my 5th graders that we would be going home indefinitely. I taught with materials that I had one day to collect and set up a classroom. I taught to anxious faces. I told them that they would not be returning for graduation. They would be coming to school to get a garbage bag of their supplies and hugs from us from afar through teary smiles. We waved. And then we just answered lots and lots of emails from them. I taught 46 students. I answered their emails asking when they would come back. Would they get sick? Would they die? We spent hours learning how to use these computers, which you can see I still haven't mastered. And then I got COVID, and I have multiple sclerosis, and I got very sick. I did not tell the students. I told the parents not to tell the students, and I kept teaching every single day through COVID. I didn't tell the class. I taught in May when my mother, who lived with us, got COVID. I taught when the ambulance picked her up and brought her to the hospital. I told the parents not to tell them because the kids were scared. So I smiled through their jokes, and I was on video doing my stories. And I stayed up until one day when one of the parents got on my Google Classroom and told me to go lay down. And thank goodness she did, because the hospital called to say that my mother was dying. And I went in. I had 4 minutes to say goodbye to her. 4 minutes. And then they pulled me out. I didn't take grieving days because I didn't know how. I didn't know how to get a sub. So I didn't sleep all night. I planned her eulogy, her obituary, her funeral that had to be outdoors. And I taught the next day because I didn't want the kids to know because they were already scared. I didn't sleep the next night, but I showed up and I taught. And then I learned how to use more computer technology. I continued to teach and not sleep, and teach and not sleep, and teach and not sleep. I showed up. I didn't have to show up, but they were scared. And that's why I do this job.
Cynthia, can you please summarize?
Yes. The second year when I came back, we had 27 kids in my morning class and 27 kids in my afternoon class. Half of them were home. So I was teaching half of the students in the classroom and half of the students on the computer at home. And it was a struggle, but I showed up. So trying to keep up their spirits and acting as if this was all somehow normal for the kids. We did it and we showed up and we didn't let anyone down. So I'm hoping you guys don't let us down. So thank you for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you, and thank you for your service as an educator, especially during this COVID season we've had and continue to have. Any questions for Cynthia? Seeing none, Christina. Again, thank you, Kristen Sullivan.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good evening. Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Representative McCarty, Senator Berthel, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Kristen Sullivan, and I'm a kindergarten teacher in Connecticut. Thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony today in support of Section 10 and 11 of House Bill 6884. I have been an educator in Connecticut for the past 22 years. I'm here to plead with all of you on behalf of kindergarten teachers across Connecticut to raise the start age of kindergarten to 5 years old. This decision is long overdue and continues to be one of the biggest challenges most kindergarten teachers and their students face on a daily basis. To start, I have a question for all of you. When was the last time you spent time in a kindergarten classroom? For many people, it's been decades, and their knowledge of what kindergarten is like is based on their own experience or the experiences of their children. Many of us remember kindergarten fondly, and our memories may include playing in the pretend kitchen, making friends, building with blocks, nap time, art projects, and learning letter sounds. Sounds fun, right? Sounds easy. It's understandable why people wonder why a 4-year-old child might struggle in this sort of scenario. What most people do not realize is just how much kindergarten has changed over the last decade. In my last 12 years as a kindergarten teacher, we changed from a half day to a full day program and introduced increasingly rigorous academics. Kindergartners today play far less. Gone are the pretend kitchens, nap time, and finger paints. Instead, students engage in hours of structured literacy and math lessons that can be cognitively inappropriate for 4-year-olds. Kindergarten has become the new first grade, and this change requires too much from our littlest students. To keep up with a typical day in kindergarten, students must have the physical stamina to get through the day, the self-regulation skills to not melt down when lessons get challenging, problem-solving skills, social skills, executive functioning skills, reading and math. How is it possible to expect all of this from a human who has only been on the planet for 4 years? It is a tall order, and it's not the right thing to do for our youngest students. It's causing harm. Time and time again, I've seen my youngest students struggle to meet the academic demand.
Please summarize your testimony.
On behalf of all kindergarten teachers in Connecticut, please raise the kindergarten age to 5 years old. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Grateful for you sharing your testimony today. Any questions? All right, seeing none, moving on to Kelly McQueenie, followed by Mary Simkowitz. Is Kelly here? All right, next, Mary, and I apologize if I mispronounced your name. Oh, nice.
Thank you all that have stuck around. And thank you for all you do towards the betterment of our education in Connecticut. I am AFT Local 4257, President of the East Hartford Federation of Paraeducators, Mary Simkowitz, and I'm testifying on HB 6881 on behalf of the educator compensation and paraeducators. Pay equity is needed for our paraeducators in East Hartford and throughout Connecticut. Compared to any other hourly wage earners, we receive the least amount of pay in the school systems. We are expected to have an associate's degree, 60 credits, or pass a para protest to qualify to be a paraeducator. The other hourly wage earners do not, yet they all make more than a para. The common response is we should get another job. This demeans our work and the achievements that happen because of our intervention with the most fragile students. We love our jobs and we should be paid our value. The demands on our job have increased without the pay increase. We are the ones working with the students, building their skills socially, emotionally, physically, and academically. Most times the teachers rely on us to assure IEP goals are met. SPED teacher is now referred to as a case manager, SPED being special ed teacher. Spokesperson on behalf of the special needs student in a PPT meeting. We are the workforce behind them, working entire day with the students. School systems cannot afford to have the transiency within the schools when it comes to paras. Yet we have a steady 13 to 16 openings for paras consistently in our East Hartford School District. That's 10% of the para workforce. Many have left in the past couple of years. The stress is not worth the money. Many are hired and leave. I can only assume why. First of all, and most obvious, they can go work anywhere for what we start at our pay scale. The minimum wage increase, which was much needed in this state, has actually made paras feel less valued than ever. Many paras live paycheck to paycheck. Most work at least 2 jobs, yet still unable to meet the basic bills required to survive. Rent or mortgage, rents going up higher and higher every day, utilities, car, or some sort of transportation. In this day, everything has gone up with no end in sight. It is frightening for someone earning less than $25,000 a year, whereas teachers earn up to $70,000 more than we do annually. If a para endures a catastrophic event, such as illness with themselves or a family member, it can threaten them with homelessness. Our union has started a catastrophe committee because the need was so high. It offers them something to help pay their bills, which relieves their stress a bit. Many are just keeping above the water, as they say, every day. Please consider to get our Board of Education to see the value of our paraeducators. If not for the paras, then the students who need the para support. And please support HB 6881. And thank you for your opportunity for me to testify and listening to me. Any questions?
Thank you. Thank you, Mary. And I know that Representative Curry will be sad to have missed you.
No. He'll catch up to me.
I'm sure he'll know where to find you. Seeing no questions, we'll move on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Gaffney.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak in behalf of House Bill 6884, especially Section 11. I come to you today not only as a school administrator, a teacher, but also a parent and a concerned member of our community. I want you to take a moment as I share the importance of play to reflect on your own experiences as a child and the ability you had to play. These experiences brought you to the point where you are in your life, whether you knew it or not at the time. Today, our experiences for children are changing. Their lives are increasingly busy and overscheduled at times, which doesn't allow children to have the genuine opportunity to play. Allowing purposeful play in kindergarten gives children the ability to focus on play and to start to develop some understanding of the social hierarchies that exist in our society, as well as to develop the skills necessary to navigate interpersonal issues. Sadly, children are having less of an opportunity to develop these skills, and the results are seen in behaviors in the classroom. Play is an important opportunity for children to develop the prefrontal cortex of their brain. The prefrontal cortex is the part of the brain that controls the development of the important executive functioning skills. These skills, self-control, working memory, cognitive flexibility, the ability to think outside the box, to have creative answers to problems, and the ability to see other perspectives are so important for our children to develop in this time. All these skills are necessary for our children to be successful in the future, and they're able to be developed through play. As an educator, I've had the opportunity to work with purposeful play in my classroom as a Head Start preschool teacher in New Haven Public Schools. I saw firsthand how it impacted my children. Aggressive behaviors reduced. Children developed stronger interpersonal skills. There was an increase in oral language for not only my English language learners, but also for children who were English speakers. They were able to develop their sustaining attention to details. And of course, there was increased literacy skills, numeracy, and science. As an instructional coach in New Britain, I worked in this area as well. Here, I saw the difference it made for teachers in the classroom because they were more excited about curriculum and instruction. They felt supported and understood, and they became better advocates.
Summarize your testimony.
Sure, they became better advocates for our children and our families. And because they saw the difference developmentally appropriate practices make for kids. There was also a decrease in absenteeism and a decrease in behaviors. So I'm asking that you think back to your own childhood and the fact that in the place that play played in it and how it helped you, and give our children of the future the same opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time this evening. Seeing no questions and knowing we were joined by number 64, Kelly McQueenie. You're up.
Hi, sorry, I missed my number there. I didn't get an invite thing come up, so I had to like log off and come back on. Good afternoon. My name is Kelly McQueenie, and I'm a resident of Avon. I have worked as a special education pre-K paraeducator for Avon Public Schools for 10 years. I offer the following testimony in support of House Bill 6881 as it relates to paraeducators' compensation. I am very proud to be a paraeducator. I love my job and the team I work with. I love our students. A paraeducator's job is demanding physically, emotionally, and mentally, but it also is the most rewarding. To observe a student succeed and grow and knowing that you were an essential part of that is an amazing feeling. Paraeducators work hard to develop a safe, a caring, and a trusting relationship with students. We often know more about the students than the special education teachers because of the daily one-to-one support we provide. A paraeducator's job in today's special education environment has become more demanding than ever before. The responsibilities of the job have increased as caseloads in special education have more than doubled in the past few years. Special education teachers are relying more heavily on paraeducators to help share in the case workload. When I first started, I provided general assistance to the classroom. Today, I still provide that assistance, but I also help students achieve their goals and objectives as stated in their individual education plans. I perform student assessments, collect various forms of data, implement behavior plans. I lead small group instruction. I run token economy boards. I do discrete trial instruction. I'm trained in augmentative and alternative communication systems, as well as specialized equipment that aid in a student's ability to walk, stand, and sit. I'm certified in physical and psychological management techniques, CPR, and first aid. I want to assure you that these responsibilities are not unique to me. These are the responsibilities of paraeducators at all grade levels across the state. This is no longer the position I was hired for 10 years ago. The demands and requirements of a paraeducator cannot be treated as a minimum wage position. It is vital that paraeducators' compensation and salary and benefits reflect the critical value they provide to students on a daily basis to their district. House Bill 6881 will provide compensation for paraeducators. Districts will be able to maintain their dedicated para staff and attract qualified individuals who will be more eager to apply for positions that are equitably compensated. I respectfully ask for this committee and all the members of the General Assembly to take immediate and meaningful action to increase paraeducator pay, to reflect their importance in education, and more importantly, to ensure continued support to special education students. Please prioritize paraeducators and pass House Bill 6881. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Kelly. Seeing no questions, Senator Martin.
Good afternoon, everybody.
are.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify on SB 1197, and that is the Act concerning workforce development. I want to say this. I thank you, the committee, particularly. You've made a commitment, and I think it's pretty much bipartisan, that we're looking to solve the shortage, workforce shortage that we have here in the state. And we're really, truly setting up a younger generation for success and with the path that we have begun down. I've been a strong advocate for specific provisions of this bill. And for me, it started about 10 years ago when I first got involved, probably 11 years ago in my political life. I started to hear from the manufacturing sector as well as the trade sector about the gap that was starting to exist regarding employees that are about to retire, and that there was no employees that followed in their footsteps. So they stressed at that time, and they still do today, is that good paying jobs existed. And I think all of us legislators are hearing that, and that a post-secondary education was not necessarily required to get their foot into the door for these jobs. And but they did say that we needed to start to teach them specific or fundamental work skills needed to be taught. They went on to say that, you know, what we've done in the last decades is that we stigmatized and discouraged our youth from entering these fields. And for me, I know that I've been hearing, you know, at the dinner plate, at the dinner table, I've heard, you know, you're going to college. This was over 50 years ago. But when you hear this after decade after decade of by educators and parents, to be successful, you need to go to college. There's that stigma that's sort of surfaced, and we've created this gap in some of these careers. I think the mindset is changing today. I think there seems to be an awareness of the high cost of higher education. It's off the charts, and people are looking for alternatives. And I believe we've come, and we all know that there are many paths of success. This bill, you're addressing it by looking into and creating apprenticeship programs, the pre-apprenticeship component of it as well. I applaud you guys. In addition, you go on and you ask for an annual reporting to see how the metrics portion of this. With confidence, I'm sure that because of those metrics and the feedback that you're going to get for that, is that you're going to be looking to expand the apprenticeship programs. I am also encouraged about the bill that starts to break down the stigma that we've created for decades. You're requiring school guidance counselors to annually distribute information about VOTEC, VOAG, and as well as additional information on technology and post-secondary education. You've really made it all inclusive. So I give kudos to you guys for doing that. Just a few comments on the bill. Line 85. I'm not sure what you mean by availability. What does it mean? Is it openings at the schools, or does it mean here are your available career program options? On line 19, is the word individuals meant to be students? I think that needs to be clarified. Line 117, department to provide no less than $1,000 for each student for the pre-apprenticeship program. Not sure what that looks like, but I'll tell you this. Transportation is an issue regarding these career paths that seem to be surfacing up in school districts, and they have an issue with the cost of transportation and getting the kids from the students from the schools to the work-based program that they're committed to or partner with. Line 141, you may want to reconsider removing number 3 of the line, tuition assistance for students who enroll in dual credit and dual enrollment programs. I say this because districts I believe, will be discouraged from pursuing of the expansion of this opportunity due to that. They're going to see this as an unfunded mandate because of this word shall that you have on line 135. I kept section 1 very last purposely. It calls for the district to partner with the aerospace industry in developing and providing an apprenticeship program. I can't say enough about how good of a path that is. The program is tied to the program of study that is offered at the Connecticut Aero Tech School and Aviation Maintenance Technicians and at Brainerd Airport. Here's the rub. There are some at the Capitol who want the state of
Senator
Connecticut.
Martin, it's your former co-chair from Commerce, or your former chair from Commerce, Jeff Curry. How are you this evening?
Hey, Representative Curry, how are you?
I'm well. If you could do us a favor and possibly summarize, although I did
Sure.
miss the first 5 minutes, so I'm happy to repeat because I'm here for it now.
It's all good. It's all good.
All right.
Listen, here's the rub regarding Brainerd Airport, right? And you tied the School of Aeronautics to this bill. There are some in Hartford who want to shut down Brainerd Airport, and give it to Hartford so that they can develop. And I can see why Hartford wants it. But if this happens, then what will become of the school and the apprenticeship program, right? We just spent $9 million on that new school. Are we going to be building another school somewhere else? And at to what cost? I brought these things to your attention. I'll wrap up by saying, listen, our school districts should continue promoting and encouraging students to attend the traditional college by all means. But a 2 and 4 year career college is not for everybody. And I think we all know that. There are many credible career paths to success, including career alternatives our schools will be promoting with this bill. I believe that this bill provides successful pathways for today's students and for our future workforce. Kudos to you guys for this bill.
Thank you so much, Senator Martin, for your enthusiastic testimony this evening. Do we have any questions or comments from committee members? Senator Berthel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be brief. And Senator Martin, I don't have a question. We have about 100 people still behind you to testify. But
Yeah.
I do applaud your the work that you and Senator Ciccarella undertook during the summer last year to really investigate this matter. And I don't want to speak for the entire committee, but I'll say that as one of the leaders on this committee, we're very excited to have this bill before us and to hopefully bring forth some good opportunities and good pathways for youth that don't necessarily have to go to college and want to get into the trades and take advantage of some really good employment opportunities in Connecticut. So, Senator, thank you for being before us. Mr. Chair, thank you for a moment to express my appreciation to the senator.
Fantastic. Anybody else have any comments or questions? Does not appear to be so. Senator Martin, you have yourself a fantastic evening.
Right back at you. See you guys.
Thank you
Bye.
so much. Next up is Diane Goose. Goose,
you had it right. Thank you.
Goose, nice to see you.
I'm a little nervous, though, and especially after that speech. Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, ranking members and members of the Education Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 6881 concerning paraprofessional compensation, training, and working conditions. My name is Diane Burguz. I am a lifelong resident of New Haven. I work at Celentano Biotech Health and Medical Magnet School in New Haven as a paraeducator. I have worked for the children of New Haven for 23 years. I'm a member of AXBE Local 3429, the New Haven Paraprofessionals Union. I'm here to address the problems that face paraeducators in our state. I'd like to give you an idea of what paraeducators do in a day. I help teach our children daily, which is why I stay and what I love. However, in the course of my workday, I have been bitten, headbutted, spat at, and have gotten bruises and scratches from working in a special needs classroom. I have cleaned feces, urine, and vomit regularly, sometimes all in one day. In a special needs classroom, there are 10 to 16 children who are of all different learning levels. It would be impossible for the teacher to teach in a big group setting. That's why paras do a lot of teaching in small groups. Yeah, I make a meager $16 an hour after 23 years, $1 more than fast food worker, and I'm teaching children. This must stop. There's a shortage of paraeducators in Connecticut. I came to work as a paraeducator after deciding 3 years into my teaching degree that I wanted to work with children, not fill out endless paperwork. I believe that we have a deficit of paras due to wage and retirement benefits. I save money during the year, not for vacations or emergency funds, but to pay my expenses in the summer months, as paras do not work or get paid during the summer break. I will get a lump sum of $17,000 when I retire, not even 1 year's pay. After taxes, it'll be even less. At 63 years old, I'm a lucky para. Some paras in the state get no retirement benefits at all. If it weren't for paraeducators, schools would have a hard time, and we are used as substitutes daily. We deserve to be paid a living wage. I'm ashamed to admit I get Section 8 to help pay my rent. Without this help, I would not be able to afford my apartment. New Haven needs the money to pay paraeducators a fair wage. We need funds to go toward attracting and retaining adequate staffing. When we're not getting paid what we should, it's the students who lose out ultimately. Thank you for your time and consideration of this important matter.
That was perfect timing, Diane. We
Thank
appreciate
you.
the testimony. Seeing no questions or comments, have a great evening.
You too.
Next up, we have Guy Stevens online.
Hello and good evening, and thank you for the time tonight. I realize you have a very full agenda, so I'll try to get to everything here pretty quickly. But I do appreciate the time and the committee taking the energy to hear all of this testimony. As I said, my name is Guy Stevens. I'm the founder and executive director of the group called the Alliance Against Seclusion and Restraint. I'm here today in support of Senate Bill 1200. To give you a little bit of background, I started the Alliance Against Seclusion and Restraint about 4 years ago. In addition to being the founder of the Alliance, I am also a father, which is what brought me into this work. I have a neurodivergent son who was being inappropriately restrained and secluded at a school. That restraint and seclusion left to significant trauma for my son as well as my family. I began, after that happened, to ask questions like, why is this happening? Who is this happening to? And what can we do differently? I would have never imagined years ago that kids were often being restrained and secluded in schools across the country until it happened to my son. And unfortunately, that was an experience that I wish I didn't have to go through, but I decided to take that experience and try to bring about positive change. So I started the Alliance really to promote changes in policy as well as practice. What can we do to better support teachers, students, and staff? What I learned very quickly is the who. The who is restrained and secluded are, very young children. We're talking 5, 6, 7 years old, children with disabilities, Black and brown children, and children with a trauma history. And we know the impact. Kids have died being put into physical restraints. Kids have suffered significant trauma. And of course, kids and staff are injured whenever we go hands-on in the classroom. I want to just say to you briefly, there's a lot we could cover, but I don't believe that seclusion is ever an appropriate intervention in a school. Taking a young child and putting them in a room by themselves and not letting them out is not at all therapeutic. It's not at all helpful to a child. In fact, children go in those rooms, they scream, they panic, they try to get out. Kids often even dissociate in those situations. What we know is that these instances can lead to not less, but actually more behavior because of the trauma that's involved in being restrained and secluded. We also know that in Connecticut, there were over almost 42,000 instances of restraint and seclusion in the 2019-2020 school year. The U.S. Department of Education in 2012 issued guidance to say you should never restrain or seclude a child unless it's a situation that involves imminent serious physical harm, which is a potentially life-threatening situation. If we have almost 40,
summarize for us, please.
Yep. If we have almost 42,000 instances, it certainly is not a rare case. I just want to encourage the committee to vote positively for Senate Bill 1200. It ultimately will benefit teachers, students, and staff, and there are great alternatives out there.
Thank you so much, Guy. I don't see any questions or comments. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Michelle Kolev online.
Hello, good evening, senators and honored representatives. My name is Michelle Kolev, and I'm sitting here with my son, Alex. We are residents of Stamford, Connecticut. Thank you for considering our written testimony in support of Senate Bill 1200 and the protections it affords students with respect to changes in the current restraint and seclusion laws. I am a parent of one of those students who is restrained in Stamford Public Schools. My son, Alex, not only suffers from anxiety and depression, but is also an insulin-dependent type 1 diabetic. During the time of his physical restraint, Alex was 4 feet 3 inches and weighed 68 pounds and was in an episode of hypoglycemia, also known as a diabetic low. This has been documented by data from his continuous glucose monitor that he wears and confirmed by his endocrinologist. I can share several studies which all clearly demonstrate that once blood sugars go above or below the normal range, there's a deterioration in cognitive function with type 1 diabetes. During the time of restraint, our son was told to go back to class after visiting the nurse. He told the adults around him that he felt his blood sugar was low. They did not believe him and felt that he was being manipulative to get out of class. Our scared son went into fight or flight and combined with rapidly dropping blood sugar, became agitated, which resulted in administrators physically restraining our son. During the time of the restraint, he repeatedly pleaded to the administrators that his blood sugar was low, and it was ignored. His blood sugar dropped dangerously low, and once again, this was confirmed by the data. The police and ambulance were called, not because he was in a diabetic low, but because he had been restrained. In the ambulance, the EMT was not made aware he was a diabetic. It was not until his father arrived and alerted the EMT that he was treated for his dangerously low hypoglycemia. Our son was left traumatized that those meant to help and protect him instead used physical force and ignored his cries for help. At our request, Alex was moved to a PPT school, and during his time there was called a stupid expletive diabetic and lived in a constant state of fight or flight based on these previous traumas. Within weeks of being at this school, he was denied a snack based on a behavior earlier that had occurred hours before. As a type 1 diabetic, food is a huge trigger for them. He became upset and dysregulated and ended up in a seclusion room for over 30 minutes. Until I got there.
Ask you to please summarize for us.
Yep, till I got there and it was able to calm him down. Alex is now in a new school where they do not do physical restraints or seclusion and is thriving. He's calm, he's regulated, and he, most importantly, is learning and feels safe. Please pass Senate Bill 1200. Thank you for considering my testimony.
Thank you so much. And it's great to see both you and Alex. Hope everything is going well at school now for you.
Thank you.
Have a great night.
Thank you.
Next up, Lillian Perone. Good evening.
All right, push the button. I'm on a roll. All right, good evening, Senator McCrory, Representative Curdy, Senator Berthel, Representative McCarty, members of the Education Committee. My name is Lillian Perone. I've been in the business world. I've been an educator for over 30 years, 3 degrees, 6-year educational leadership, 92. I've been a busy woman. I'd like to testify today in support of House Bill 6884, Education Bill of Rights. I'm going to go right to brevity here, since a lot of it has been said. Bottom line, we need language, adequate language to safeguard and protect teachers during the performance of their duties, free from harassment, bullying, and intimidation. While the majority of parents and Board of Ed members, PTA, and members of the community are very supportive, kind, and caring, a very small vocal group of individuals attempted to wreak havoc on our educational community. I'll give you a few examples. Teachers were verbally attacked during board meetings and their termination requested. Teachers and curriculum scrutinized with pictures up at board meetings and outside meetings. People drove big white vans with big electronic signs in front of schools, spewing hatred and negative comments about teachers and the curriculum, scaring our students, prompting them to ask questions of their teachers, like what is going on here? Inappropriate notes were left on windshields of staff members. Teachers were videotaped while hybrid. Teachers were stalked and harassed outside of school time. Educators strongly urge you to pass this bill to protect educators who are doing their jobs from unwarranted attacks and cultural wars from those who are determined to turn our classrooms into battlegrounds, causing distractions from helping our students. Teacher Advisory Committee, Section 18, Commissioner of Education shall establish a Teacher Advisory Committee. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It is imperative that we have the best and brightest educators who are currently in the classroom, teaching children and actually living through all the educational nuances, the good, the bad, and the ugly. 2019, COVID changed everything. The lesson planning, the way we teach, how many hours it takes to teach. Having 5 highly qualified teachers or semifinalists and 5 certified teachers employed by a local regional board who share their firsthand knowledge and understand educational policy and practice, it will be a game changer. We need to get this right. I'll sum it up. On uninterrupted prep time for teachers. Our elementary teachers are getting hammered. They lose their prep time over and over. Education is a business, and this is a business decision. We have to work on the shortage areas. We are short with substitutes, with teachers, with para, with SPED, with SLPs, and lack of teachers and substitute combined. Several schools 3 classes had to go into an auditorium with either one teacher. If it happens in Greenwich, it can happen anywhere in Connecticut. We need to solve the staff shortage. We need to have an action plan to address the ways, attract and retain highly qualified people who want to teach. We need to create a relationship with our area colleges, universities, and Board of Education to create a
Just need you
program
to
that
wrap up,
pays aspiring educators to substitute teachers, have them at substitute in their junior and senior years. Thank you for your support.
Thank you very much. Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Lillian, for coming in with your testimony. Just a comment that this committee is quite focused on looking to create safe, nurturing school environment for everyone, for the teachers, our students, the parent, everyone who has spoken today. And we have some major proposals going forward. So thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. I look forward to that.
Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Lillian, for coming today.
Thank you.
In your testimony, I would like to contact you because I would like your input on some of these things that you talked about, code of conduct, this advisory committee. I know tonight we don't have, it's not the time to discuss that, but I would like to discuss that further and get your suggestions and thoughts on who should be there, when, all of those kinds of things. So
thank you. I appreciate that. I look forward to that.
Great. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, comments, thanks so much. Next up, Moira LeMay, who is not online, it appears. Lisa Cordova.
Of course, I forget the mute button. Hi, everyone.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Cordova. I'm a kindergarten teacher for the East Hartford Glastonbury Magnet School, and this is my 33rd year of teaching. Heard me right, 33 years. I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 884, which takes integral steps toward addressing this teacher shortage in Connecticut. Teachers are leaving the profession in droves for so many reasons, much of which can be addressed by this bill. The main issue that makes me want to think about hanging up my chalk and eraser, that's how old I am, are the demands that are now being placed on my littlest learners. It breaks my heart when I'm implementing curriculum that is not developmentally appropriate. Many students come to me at this age of 4. They come full of hope for a fun year of learning. What do we give them? We're giving them actual written exams. I don't even call them tests. That's how difficult they are. They're not allowed to learn and be evaluated through play. They are assessed by how successful they are using a paper and an exam. If they can read at the level C by the end of the year, if they can write a 3-page personal narrative using details. Oh, did they have some punctuation? They're given workbooks, paper. Many of our 4-year-old parents are told that they don't meet grade level standards by December in kindergarten. Parents hear that their kids are being held behind, are falling behind. Can you imagine how that makes me feel when I know that it's so easy to fix this? We need to focus on the business of play. That is where the learning and growing will happen. I want to see children laugh while learning, and I want to see them get excited to be an engineer and build a Lego skyscraper and evaluate them based on how they problem solve with their peers. Don't you? Please let our young learners have a developmentally appropriate education by mandating play-based learning. In addition to this, another thing that would help would to raise the kindergarten start age. My advice is that they have to be 5 by September. This is not to say that those younger than 5 should not be in school. Preschool is essential, but their brains are not prepared to process the rigors of kindergarten. You need to know that this is not the kindergarten that you or I attended. Gone are the naps, the double recesses, dress-up corners, and so much more. Let's support our children by letting them have fun while learning and be on a level playing field with their peers by having them all be close to the same age.
Lisa, if I could please sum up.
Yep. The gift of time is the most wonderful gift you can give our learners. Letting our October, November, and December students will lead them to a growth of life and learning and success. So please consider both of my pleas, because we want everyone to be successful when they are littlest learners. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Representative Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Lisa, good to see you. Thank you for testifying tonight.
Thank you.
From your background as a kindergarten teacher, you've been doing it for a long time. And in a good way, right? You've had this expert knowledge of what a kindergarten classroom should look like. There's probably people questioning, is play-based learning appropriate, or is that kids just playing? Could you maybe describe how play-based learning is actual learning and that it's different from just kids going out to recess?
Right. With play-based learning, it actually takes a lot of time to plan. So if you're looking to see if they have number concept, you're giving them a group of things and having them create something out of it and explaining how they did it. So for example, pattern blocks. Oh, let's all make flowers using these pattern blocks. Oh, great. How many squares did you use? How many circles did you use? Oh my goodness, can we change this to make it a different way? What can we do to add? So it's all about the questioning and it's all about the materials you use. So it's not like you're throwing a bunch of pattern blocks in the middle of the table and saying, have fun, everyone, good luck. It has a lot to do with what you're asking them to do, what problems you're asking them to solve through the playing of the manipulatives.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Seeing no further questions, I hope you can now get out of the sunlight, which that's nice to see.
Oh yeah, I'm actually in my classroom. I just finished parent conferences just in time. I was so excited. So thank you and have a great night, everyone. Thanks for listening. Bye-bye.
Go back to Moira LeMay. Moira, if you could unmute and turn on your camera, please. See you. No, I just need to hear you. You are still muted, Moira. Yep, you're still muted. All right, we will come back to you, Peg Oliveira. Good evening.
Good evening, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, and esteemed members of the Education Committee. My name is Peg Oliveira, and I am testifying on behalf of the Gazelle Program in Early Childhood at the Yale Child Study Center. Thank you for this opportunity to support Section 11 of House Bill 6884. Section 11 proposes that purposeful, play-based learning be incorporated throughout the school day in grades pre-K and kindergarten and permits it in grades 1 through 5. In support of this proposal, I would like to invalidate two common myths about play-based learning, and I think the previous conversation set me up quite nicely. The first myth is that academics and play exist on opposite ends of a learning spectrum. This idea is tidy, but it is incorrect. Research does not choose a side. It demands that we strike a balance. The goal of developmentally appropriate practice is to find the perfect mix of skill-building, teacher-initiated experiences to guide children toward essential standards and the social, active, and meaningful executive function boosting qualities of child-directed experiences. That balance is the recipe that we call play-based learning. The second myth is that teaching and play exist on opposite ends of a learning spectrum. The belief that play-based learning does not involve teacher engagement is also not accurate. While play-based learning does allow space for the child to direct their experience, the teacher is hard at work as the guide on the side. They're observing, they're asking just right questions, offering prompts, and amending the environment to scaffold a child's learning, encouraging their development from a current understanding or skill to a next level of knowledge and ability. Play-based learning with appropriate teacher engagement is an opportunity to promote the social, emotional, cognitive, language, and self-regulation skills that build executive function and a pro-social brain. The last decade suggests that too much time on drills and tests leads not to academic achievement, but to burnout. And this seems true for children and teachers alike. What we now know about how children's brains develop compels us to revisit how we teach young children and to move towards a more active, a more engaged, and a more social play-based approach. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Section 11 of HB 6884.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I don't see questions or comments, so enjoy your evening. We're going to go to, let's see here, 76 is not on. Abigail Delaire. Good evening. Just hit the button in front of the microphone and just make sure you speak closely.
Okay. Hello, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Senator Pathless, and Representative McCarty, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Abigail Delaire, and I work for Hartford Public Schools. I hold a BA in the arts, and I'm currently a 101 SPED paraprofessional. I stand here today to give my testimony in support of House Bill 6881, an act concerning various revisions to the education statutes related to education compensations and paraeducators. I want to share with you just on how poorly paraprofessionals are treated. We are extremely underpaid and undersupported. I've been with Hartford Schools for 9 years and been making the same wages for 8 years until they recently gave me $100 increase. I'm a single mother going through a separation who only brings home $1,900. I have epilepsy and need my insurance. However, I cannot afford the premium offered. Parents deserve more pay. We are college educated since our positions require a degree. And in the classroom, we sometimes do more what some certified teachers do. I know there are many here who have or know someone with a child who has a disability. Paraprofessionals are the ones who comes to the rescue for those children. We take care of our students and want them to see them. We want to see them succeed. I know what my student I work with needs best. I take notes for my 6th grader and someone can look at it and see what is being taught and how we can modify their work and best support their learning. However, my efforts are often brushed off simply because I'm a paraeducator. Educators may look at the students and may say he cannot read, but he can, or say he can only add 1 + 1, but they don't know that he can do so much more than that. Our students are not getting the service they deserve, and parents are becoming aware of it. Pairs are being taken from their students to sub and other classes, many times without pay. Many are left in tears at the end of the day because they are overworked and unappreciated. We are sometimes treated as nothing more than an extra body in the classroom, but we are much more than nothing. We are educated professionals who care for students who need extra help and deserve better.
If I could just ask you to summarize.
Better benefits and better pay. We do the work that teachers and administrators don't have the time for, or simply don't want to deal with it. It's not right or fair on how we've been treated and used all these years. Once again, we deserve better pay and better benefits. I cannot live on $1,900 a month. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Is this your first time testifying?
Yes.
You did a really nice job.
Thank you.
Yes, you represented your folks well. Any questions? Seeing none, have a great night.
You too.
I don't see Barbara Curtis online. So Kate Field.
Hi, good evening. Distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Kate Fields, and I'm the Teacher Development Specialist at Connecticut Education Association. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today in partial support of HB 6882, an act concerning mandate relief. CEA supports the creation of a task force to reduce educational mandates, and it appreciates being given a seat on that task force. The experience of educators is critical to informing the process of identifying redundant and obsolete educational mandates. Reducing these mandates would allow districts to better allocate their resources and allow educators to focus their attention on the things that matter the most: their students. While CEA supports much of HB 6882, the bill does not include the recommendations made by the Professional Development Requirements Work Group. This group submitted to this committee a report earlier this year outlining its recommendations. This collaborative work group, comprised of all of the major educational stakeholders, made several recommendations to reduce the number of professional development requirements in state statute. For your convenience, I submitted a copy of that report along with my written testimony. And including those recommendations in HB 6882 would reduce many educational mandates. It would save districts millions of dollars, and it would enable educators to focus more deeply on the learning needed to enhance student learning. So to summarize, CEA supports HB 6882, but urges this committee to incorporate the recommendations made by the Professional Development Requirements Working Group. Thank you for your time and consideration. It's a long night, and we appreciate your dedication.
Thank you so much, Kate. And yes, that is a work in progress. We did receive that report, and we appreciate the work that you and the folks did to get us that information.
Thank you.
Questions or comments? Seeing none, have a great evening.
You also.
Thank you. Next up, Jim Harris, online. Good evening, Jim. Nice to see you.
Good seeing you too, Chairman Curry. Good evening, Chairman Curry and Senator McCrory, ranking members McCarty and Berthel. And esteemed members of the Education Committee. My name is Jim Paris, and I'm the CEO of the Home Builders and Remodelers Association of Connecticut. The HBRA of Connecticut is a statewide trade association representing 800 businesses engaged in the residential construction industry. Our members are responsible for 70 to 80% of all new homes built in Connecticut each year. You have my written testimony. The hour is late, and I'll endeavor to be brief. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in strong support of Section 6 of Senate Bill 1197, an act concerning workforce development. Simply put, Section 6 of this bill will provide incentives to our public schools that implement and maintain pre-apprenticeship programs for their students. It does this by awarding schools up to $1,000 per student that successfully complete a Connecticut Department of Labor certified pre-apprenticeship program. Section 6 of Senate Bill 1197 is modeled after Colorado's Career Incentive Program, which has been in place since 2016. In the 2016-2017 Colorado school year, there were 3,106 students enrolled in eligible programs. That number grew to 12,573 in the 2021-2022 Colorado school year, which is over a 300% increase in student participation since the program's inception. While I know workforce issues are pervasive in virtually all sectors of our state's economy, it's particularly acute issue in the residential construction industry. We have been producing housing units at or near recession levels since 2009. In fact, based on U.S. Census data, Connecticut has the second lowest rate of new homes with 1.29 new builds per 1,000 people, beating out Rhode Island with 1.27 new builds per 1,000 people for the lowest number in the country. There are a number of factors impacting Connecticut's lackluster housing production, not the least of which is the residential construction industry's shrinking workforce. In fact, Connecticut has one of the oldest residential construction workforces in the country, which slows production and exacerbates the growing housing accessibility and affordability crisis. Passage of Section 6 of Senate Bill 1197 will provide an important tool to expose high school students to careers and trades and ultimately help reverse the trend of our shrinking workforce, to meet the housing needs of Connecticut's residents. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of Senate Bill 1197.
Thank you so much, Jim. It's always great to see new people underneath the education umbrella. So we appreciate your collaboration on this. Seeing no questions, have a great evening.
Thank you.
Next up is Melanie Wild Lane.
Good evening, Senator McCrory, Senator Berthel, Representative Curry, and Representative McCarty, as well as members of the Education Committee. My name is Melanie Wild Lane. I am, as you probably remember, the Executive Director of the Connecticut Association of School-Based Health Centers. I submitted testimony. I'll try to be quick because I feel like we have talked in depth about Senate Bill 1200. It's the act concerning special education. as it pertains to the piece of school-based health center expansion. So 2 years ago, you remember that the legislature put together a working group to make recommendations for school-based health center sites as it pertained to mental health needs. And so what came out of that was Senate Bill 1, allocating funding for 11 towns and 36 school sites. And that was for mental health services only for our school-based health centers. The mission of our school-based health centers is to contribute to the overall health of children by providing access to primary health care and preventative health care services. School-based health centers provide services to underserved populations, underinsured, undocumented. They're staffed by multidisciplinary teams, nurse practitioners, physicians assistants, licensed mental health providers, and other support staff. What I'd like for you to know is that school-based health centers play a vital role in the education systems and connecting healthy learners to school. So the CDC considers academic success to be both a strong indicator and outcome of overall health and well-being of children. Children must learn how to be healthy, and they must be healthy to learn. Academic success is a social determinant of pediatric health. It has shown that chronic health conditions decrease academic achievement, and safe school environments improve health, behavior, and academic performance. So when we're thinking about school-based health centers as it relates to education, we want to make sure that everyone knows that they are connected to academic outcomes, higher GPAs, attendance, grade promotion, college preparation, reduced rates of suspension. They also help to create and support school-wide programs like bullying, violence, anger management, depression, and other things that our kids are tackling right now. So there's a growing body of evidence that also suggests that school-based health centers improve academic success indirectly by increasing—
May I ask you to summarize for us?
Yes, this school connectedness. So in conclusion, I'd like for the Education Committee to please support Senate Bill 1200 in promoting the school-based health center expansion and moving this bill forward.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the
You're
work
very welcome.
in all of our schools. Healthy kids make better learners is a slogan I think I've stolen and used.
I think I know that one.
So appreciate that. Enjoy your evening.
You too.
Next up, and I see inching towards the microphone, I believe is Craig Smith. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. I'm going to be brief, and for a few people that are in this room that know me well, I'm rarely brief. So I have submitted my testimony, so I'm not going to go back and go through every part of it. I only want to make one point. Oh, by the way, I recognize our distinguished chairs, the rest of the committee that's here. I want to thank you for allowing me to testify today. I'm testifying on Bill 6881. I am a president of Local 376 United Auto Workers. We're an amalgamated local, but I have the pleasure of representing over 250 paras between the towns of Plymouth, where there's a smaller unit of about 40 now, and about 180 some in Stratford, because we have cafeteria workers there, but I'm concentrating on the paraprofessionals. I learned a long time ago from my grandmother that you can learn something new every day. I'm going to refer just a moment to Senator Fanfara's testimony. I was one of the people that he was talking about. And quite a few years ago, I was an educator. I started off. I couldn't continue being that because having gotten married, starting to raise a family, I could not afford the wages and stuff, and I succumbed to industry where I could make more money to support my family. That is what has happened today for paraprofessionals. They cannot afford, many of them, And, well, excuse me. My throat here. I should have gone and get a glass of water, but that's what we're faced with now with the paraprofessionals that I represent. 2 years ago, and this is the only point I'm going to make here, just as an example for you. 2 years ago, we negotiated a contract in Plymouth. The contract was very successful. And one of the things for all the wages that I've heard from other paras, we got every one of our paras a raise up to $20 an hour, which is good for them, but still not living wages in many cases. However, the insurance is eating everything up for them. At one point, they were paying 12% in 2010 of a very good policy. In 2010, I did not negotiate that contract. I wasn't president then. They negotiated that everybody hired after that date would have to have a high deductible plan, and they had to pay 30% of their of the premiums of the policy. What happened then was.
Can I just ask you to summarize for us, Craig?
Okay.
Thanks.
So quickly though, I just want to thank everybody. I think everything is in my testimony, but we need to have the whole package, not just one package, not just better wages, but also insurance premiums have to be livable. Want to thank everybody for allowing me to be here, and I also want to say that I appreciate all that you all do for the taxpayers in this state, including me. And if I have 1 second, I just want to recognize one of our members who was a mentor of mine, and that is Senator Julie Kushner over there. So worked with her very much. And I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for her. Thank you very much.
Senator Kushner.
You knew I was going to have to say.
Oh,
something.
see, she's
First
going
of
to
all,
be
I
me
do
in
wanna
extra
say
second.
that I laughed when you said that people who know you well know it's hard for you to be brief, because I have had that experience with you before. But I am so privileged to have worked with you, and I appreciate so much what you do for paraeducators through the union. So thank you for being here today, and thank you for what you do every day.
Thank you for that recognition.
Yep.
Any others?
Thank you so much. Appreciate you waiting for the day.
All right.
Next up, Gina West, online.
Am I good to start?
You are good.
Okay, sorry. Good afternoon, chairs and members of the Education Committee. My name is Gina West from Region 10 Schools, and I testify today on the COVID-19 service benefit enhancement included in House Bill 6884. I am a 30-year veteran teacher in both I've worked in both suburban and urban districts, and I am now a library media specialist at Lewis Mills High School. I hold 2 degrees and 1 endorsement, and I am a first-generation college student. When the pandemic hit, I, like many of my colleagues, sprang into action. During these unprecedented times, all teachers dealt with constantly changing online class schedules, little prep time to prepare lessons, learning how to convert them into engaging virtual lessons, trying to keep up with the never-ending, and rightly so, responses from parents and students throughout the day who were struggling. I am from the generation where we assess what needs to be done and we do it. We all worked so very hard as teachers, all grades, all grade levels, all ages, all tech skill levels, and we were all thrown into a situation that was next to impossible. Which brings me why I chose to speak today about the COVID-19 service benefit. I'm grateful that the service benefit is being discussed in the bill, but I do, however, respectfully request that it be passed without all the conditions being put on it that have nothing to do with the work that teachers did those 2 years. It seems as if the problem of the teacher shortage is trying to be solved with the wording of this bill. I have nothing but high regard for each of you, but I implore you to change the wording and conditions of this bill. As written, the teachers who worked hard at that time but are retiring, as they always plan to, this year or next year, will receive nothing. Please change it to include everyone fairly that did this work. When a teacher decides to retire, there should be no strings attached, and it should not impact the amount received for working through COVID. Compensation for the COVID period should be for all teachers that worked during these years. You either stayed or you didn't. The amount of compensation should not be tied to anything else but the work teachers did. All teachers, regardless of time in, that taught through COVID had to endure unique circumstances and should all be compensated equally. I am here to ask that the amount for the service benefit be the same for all teachers who worked through the pandemic, especially the veteran teachers who led the way for the younger teachers, not cutting the veteran teachers out altogether that are retiring. The service benefit should not be used to solve the teacher shortage problem. This should be a standalone request for the thousands of teachers that work tirelessly for our students and families, including our veteran teachers that retired last year. My choice to retire was always at 30 years, which is at the end of this year. I have given my life to my two children, from babysitting at age 13, working at the Boys and Girls Club of New Haven, substitute teaching, working at the Boys and Girls Club of New Britain, and teaching for 30 years. My
Gina, if I could
grandmother.
ask you to please summarize.
Yep, my grandmother died at 62. My mom and her brother died in their 50s and early 60s. I have raised 5 children, and I want to do something in life just in case I have the same fate. I planned with my husband that I would retire at 30 years, long before COVID, and now with the wording of this bill the way it is, it feels like a slap in the face for all we've done. Please consider the pandemic credit for what it should be, something that should go to all teachers who worked those 2 years, and make it equal to all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lisa. We appreciate your testimony. Have a great evening.
Thanks.
That was Gina, excuse me. Next up is Lisa. Merzen, how are you? It's good to see you.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Senator Berthal, Representative McCarty, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Lisa Merzen, and I have been a special education paraeducator in East Hartford Public Schools for 25 years. I love the children I work with and what I do. However, it sometimes feels that we as paraeducators are not valued. I'm here to testify in support of HB 6881, which seeks to improve the working conditions and livelihood of paraeducators. I want to paint a picture for you. My son's lung collapsed twice last February, and due to my entire classroom contracting COVID and being out of work for a month prior, I had no sick time left. I also didn't have access to short-term disability, as East Hartford does not offer short-term, but I've been paying into long-term disability for 2 decades. My fellow paras weren't allowed to do a sick bank for me because it was my son's illness, not mine. And I wasn't allowed the paid FMLA through the state because I'm a public school employee. All of this was to say I was out of work for 6 weeks to take care of my son unpaid. My wages aren't enough to put money into savings to have a cushion for 6 weeks off from work. We probably would have ended up homeless if my para union didn't step in with a catastrophe fund to help me pay my rent. I am currently uninsured because I simply cannot afford the plan offered by my employer. Paraeducators are the lowest paid employees in East Hartford school system and pay the same premiums as the teachers, whose pay is much higher than ours. I don't expect the same salary as a certified teacher, but I do expect to be able to count on a living wage paycheck every pay period without having to stress out when we have days and weeks off unpaid. Being a single mother, which many paras are, we are not paid for days off such as teacher professional development days, Christmas and April breaks, snow days, and summer breaks. We are also not allowed to collect unemployment. The rules around this differ from district to district, but it should be the same for all paras throughout the state of Connecticut. As I've mentioned, I love what I do. I'm an educator and act as a second mother for the town's most vulnerable population. I watch over these children like they are my own. However, I'm forced to live paycheck to paycheck, working odd jobs on the weekends, house cleaning and landscaping to try and make ends meet. At the age of 60, I work 7 days a week, constantly just 2 paychecks away from homelessness, as are many other paraeducators in single-parent households. Please do what you can and make our wages equitable for what we do. And thank you for everything you do for education in Connecticut.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you for all that you do and have always done for East Hartford and for the students there. I know obviously I missed Mary's testimony earlier, but I know how hard you all work, and it is devastating to hear stories like the ones you're repeating about all that you have to do to work, to earn money. A quick question for you. Is the district seeding any of the health savings account?
I don't know. I haven't had their health insurance in years since their deductible went up to 2,000.
Okay.
I couldn't pay it, between the premiums and paying everything out of pocket. It was just ridiculous.
Okay. Seeing no further questions or comments, again, really appreciate you coming out tonight.
Thank you for your time.
Next up is Ramon Garcia online. Great to see you, sir.
How are you? Greetings, co-chairs, Senator McCrory,
Representative Curry, ranking members and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Ramon Garcia from New Britain, Connecticut. I'm a parent advocate with Concan, and I'm also a father. Today, I am testifying in support of Senate Bill 1199, an act concerning equity and education. I think it is incumbent upon us all to provide all students within the state with places of learning in which they can truly be supported and reap the benefits of a high-quality education. It is important for our students to learn from a diverse group of teachers. Most importantly, to see teachers and administrators who look like them. For youth are very impressionable, and seeing people who resemble them can serve as a motivation for them to take learning more seriously, and furthermore to follow in the same steps and becoming educators themselves. Unfortunately, many Connecticut school districts in which students of color reside and attend school have major disparities when it comes to having teachers who actually look like them. For example, the city of New Britain, where I grew up, has a student of color population of about 85%. Yet the percentage of teachers of color within the same school district is hardly 20%. Times are ever changing, and it is crucial for the youth of Connecticut to see that their state leaders care about them and are working diligently to create a better society and a better state for all of them so that they may thrive and be successful. Humbly and respectfully pass Senate Bill 1199. This will help pave the way for the future generations of Connecticut. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Have a good evening.
You too. Thank you.
Next up, Jennifer Weatherby.
Hi, good evening. Senator McCrory, Representative Curie, ranking members, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Jennifer Weatherby, and I have been a paraprofessional for 8 years in the Killingly School District. I'm also the president of AFSCME Council for Local 3689, which represents paraprofessionals in Killingly schools. I'm here to testify in support of HB 6881, an act concerning various revisions to the education statuses related to educator compensation and paraeducators. I became a para 8 years ago after working in the corporate world as a payroll administrator for 20 years. I was inspired to become a paraprofessional by my son, who has autism. He has taught me no other way than to be patient with every student I interact with. Students like my son deserve one-on-one support to help with their success in the classroom, but paraprofessionals in Killingly and across Connecticut are stretched thin in the classroom due to vacancies. In Connecticut, there are over 1,300 vacancies, including many in Killingly, and because of this, the demands on paraprofessionals have increased significantly. This also results in paraprofessionals working with more students than a typical small group, which impacts our ability to best serve our students. The students I work with also have behavioral issues, learning disabilities, and or emotional issues. And I still have to make sure that they complete their assignments, even if they're having a difficult day. In Killingly, we are asked to do more with less because of our low wages. It contributes to the vacancies we are seeing in Killingly and across the state. HB 6881 would help by improving para wages to a living wage and providing better, more affordable health care. Paraprofessionals provide critical support in the classroom that helps teachers and students have success. Despite this, we are not valued through livable wages and need to make a decision between serving students or making a higher wage elsewhere. In Connecticut, for a family of one, the average livable wage is $19 per hour. In Killingly, out of 106 currently employed paraprofessionals, only 10 make at or above $19 per hour, the livable wage, again, for a family of one. In order for Killingly paraprofessionals to receive that hourly rate, they have had to work for the district for a minimum of 20 plus years. With these wages and paying for our much needed healthcare, most struggle with making ends meet, as well as leaving little to no room to save for our retirement. Because of these reasons, I urge the committee to support HB 6881 and please pass it out of the committee to support paraprofessionals. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight.
Jennifer, thank you so much for your testimony and enjoy the rest of your evening.
You too. Thank you.
Next up, we have Sheena Graham. if I recall, has quite a story.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I support House Bill 6884, which addresses the educator shortage in Connecticut, shows educators theirs is a respected profession, and ensures schools can provide the best possible education for our students. I am Sheena Graham, a retired educator who taught for 38.8 years in Connecticut and Connecticut's 2019 Teacher of the Year. Thank you for considering HB 6884, which includes uninterrupted duty-free prep time for planning, instructional preparation, evaluating students' work, and parental contact. Lack of duty-free prep time sets educators up to fail and suffer unnecessary stress. Doctors prep for patients, lawyers prep for cases, teachers prep for students. It includes a request for the boards of educations to adopt an educator's Bill of Rights, creating an environment free from threats or harassment. I've experienced or witnessed educators who reported incidents regarding student behaviors, lack of materials, or questioned lack of discipline be met with retaliation, loss of their classrooms, change in schedules or schools, and a heavier workload. The Bill of Rights addresses this unacceptable practice and allows educators to choose materials that are pedagogically sound and related to the well-being of their students. This is a note from Jason, a former student. Choral class my senior year was life-saving for me. I had anxiety and depression and attempted suicide. Upon returning, I received so much love in an environment of support and encouragement that gave me a sense of belonging. I was reminded that I was a vital part of the choir and what we strived to accomplish. That environment existed because I was able to choose the appropriate material for my students. Educators are professionally trained to do so and should receive professional pay. The stated minimum teacher salary is a step in that direction. Being an underpaid educator in an underfunded district led to undeniable sacrifices for my children. It meant having 2 to 4 jobs my entire career, sometimes leaving a school with lights and heat to go home to darkness and cold. It's getting harder to keep educators in the neediest districts. Crossing city lines can mean a $10,000 to $25,000 raise. Connecticut, take care of educators. We are not just taking care of your children. We took care of you and everyone you rely on. You can't retain what you don't maintain. HB 6884 will help recruit and retain educators. I support it and the appointing of 2 non-voting teachers to the State Board of Education and the formation of a teacher advisory committee to guide the CSDE in the implementation of education policies. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and for highlighting all of the important reasons why the legislature this year should be taking action around a number of these proposals, specifically that wage disparity. When you talk border to border with communities, I know in your community of Bridgeport,
yes,
it is abysmal that there is about a $30,000 to $40,000 wage disparity between the highest steps with neighboring communities and those not too far away. And I think that we can do better. So I do appreciate your story. Representative Poulos.
Thank you, Ms. Graham. I always enjoy hearing you speak, your passion and your stories and your advocacy. You concluded your statement tonight by sharing that you support appointing 2 non-voting teachers to the State Board of Education and the formation of a teacher advisory committee to help out the State Department of Education in the implementation of education policies. I was wondering if you could share how you think active classroom practicing teachers would bridge the gap between the policies, initiatives, and decisions that we deliberate here in Hartford with what's actually taking place in classrooms every day.
Well, I think having active teachers part of the advisory committee, it would give common vocabulary. First of all, I find that sometimes educators and legislators have different vocabularies. So when you have active teachers working together with legislators, it's good to find that common ground. There's also the fact that they would have, they would be able to give you real life in-time examples of how what you're doing impacts students and how students respond to the legislation that's been put in place. they would represent the entire state. Sometimes you're hearing from, if you were to ask me a question, I might answer it from a Bridgeport perspective. But when you have teachers that are coming in from across the state representing rural, suburban, and urban, it's going to give you a clearer idea of how everything is working in education. These teachers would be invaluable to both committees. As I said, they're representative of all regions of the state. They also represent all levels of education from pre-K through 12th grade as well as college level. They have expertise in their content area, and they include regular ed as well as special ed.
Thank you, Ms. Graham, for your perspective and your wisdom. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and a shout out to Rep. Poulos for his work and advocacy on getting this created and put into the legislation. One quick question from Rep. McCarty.
Oh,
Don't go
yes.
yet.
I'm sorry.
No, it wasn't a question, but I did need to comment that you said that you were in the classroom for 38 years.
38.8.
years. So I wanted to just recognize you for that work and for coming forward with your suggestions tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
And we also have a question online from Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to take a minute and say hello to Sheena. It's great to see you, our former 2019 Teacher of the Year. I really so appreciate all of your advocacy for our teachers and all that you've done in the classroom and how you have impacted our students all those years that you were in the classroom. So thank you for being here and thank you for your resiliency all day today. It's been a long day. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Oh, Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much for being here and for your 38.8 years. I think one of the deficiencies that we have at times is we don't get enough input here from people who do the job every day, right? And this isn't a knock on administrators, but the reality is we generally hear from representatives of certain groups or high level. So the fact that a teacher, are you retired now?
I am.
All right. Yeah, I think you indicated that in your, I didn't mean to say that I assumed that, by the way. I think you indicated that a bit, but if you had a lot of, we have a lot of big decisions to make in this building over the next month and a half. And I would love if we could do everything for everybody. And I am in full agreement with many of what you said, and most notably the exchange you have, Representative Poulos. I think that you're spot on. If you had to say, if I had to prioritize as a legislator between the pay and the benefits and adjusting the culture of teaching back to probably what you experienced, right? Without the harassment and the bullying and all of the stuff you talked about. If I had to prioritize one of those over the other, from your experience, which one's a higher priority?
That is a tough question.
Well, I always ask tough questions that they pay me for. I get paid extra for that.
Part of what I think causes the culture to be what it is right now could be addressed in the pay, if that makes sense. So people are somewhat more tense when they're not satisfied. So when I can't meet all my bills, as much as I try and keep that away from my students, it might affect how I interact with you. And the pressure comes down from the top. So if our administrators aren't paid as well as other administrators, then they're feeling some kind of way. And then that filters down to us. And then when we can't do what we need to do. So I think that some of the culture in the building is actually caused by the fact that we're not financially taken care of. It causes teachers to work. As I said, I worked 2 to 4 jobs my entire career.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're working that many jobs, you can't physically take care of yourself the way you should. You know that we talk about self-care, you don't have time to take care of yourself. So I think if our financial needs were met, I can't say it would cure everything, but it might take care of some of the cultural climate issues that we deal with in schools.
Okay, well, that's a great answer. And I thank you again for congratulations, by the way, on Teacher of the Year. And thank you for sharing your experience and your insight with us. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And thank you again. Have a good evening. We're going to back up. Laura Cella is online, I believe.
Yes, thank you. Sorry I was having trouble getting on.
Good evening. My name is Diane Lauracella. I live in Norwalk. And I wanted to thank co-chairs Senator McGrory and Representative Curry and esteemed members of this education committee. I have had the chance to listen to parts of this marathon, and a lot of wonderful and important topics have been discussed. But tonight, I wanted to focus on basically two bills. Senate Bill 1197 has to do with an act concerning workforce development. I cannot stress enough, I'm here today representing an ad hoc group called the Norwalk Zero Waste Coalition. However, professionally, I am an environmental consultant. I help my clients green up their properties by doing audits, efficiency, etc. What we're finding is we just don't have enough green jobs held by people that could handle energy efficiency audits, plumbers to install geothermal, and also solar panels, and all of the things related to our need to decarbonize our state, which is the governor's plans for the future. So I can't stress enough, and I agree with Ms. Jennings that spoke for the HVAC, heating and cooling. Everything that she said was right on the mark. I want to focus on Senate Bill 1198, which has to do with adopting the findings of the working group about school indoor air quality. I first wanted to compliment Representative Leeper and I think Senator Kushner and others that were members of this committee. I'm also happen to be a member of the IAQ coalition. I'm not speaking on their behalf. I'm a member also of the Connecticut Green Building Council. I'm not speaking on their behalf, but I want to say I support this bill wholeheartedly with some additions and some changes that are reflected in some of the material put together. I mainly want to say we need to adopt and go back to the Tools for Schools model. I think that we must make sure that all the school districts either hire professionals but do annual walkthroughs. Every 3 years is just not enough. I've had teachers come to me telling me about how dirty the vents are in their newish or old schools. I also think we have to include all schools, not just those built after, I think it was 2009. I do think as far as enforcement, I want to say if the Department of Health, and I did read Commissioner Giuthani's disappointing letter about all the reasons why her department cannot handle the thermal comfort level. I do feel instead I would have liked to have heard her say, and it is true, they need more staff.
Correct. Diane, can I ask you to please summarize?
Certainly. I lastly want to wrap up by saying, please consider assigning it to Connecticut OSHA if the Department of Public Health cannot, because we need this now. We're in a situation with climate change, extreme weather, the children and the staff are suffering. We all know it. We can't wait 3 or 5 years. We have to have this be enacted as soon as possible. And I thank you for all the work you all are doing.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Enjoy your evening. Next up, we have Peggy Paduano.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you for letting me speak tonight. Chairman McCrory, Chairman Curry, ranking members Berthel and McCarty, and members of the Education Committee. My name's Peggy Paduano, and I'm a grandmother of a child who has attended a Newtown, Connecticut public school, starting in kindergarten. At 5 years old, my granddaughter was a loving, curious, and adventurous child, enjoyed the family, swimming, art, playing with friends. This was despite enduring a significant early childhood trauma, which we were working on her ability to process some of those very big and very complicated emotions. We were really excited for her to start kindergarten, but then the nightmare started to develop. The first 2 months into kindergarten, she was secluded 17 times and restrained 3. I thought, how could this be happening to my 5-year-old granddaughter? Throughout her kindergarten year, she was secluded for a total of 44 times and restrained 15 times. When she was secluded, they put her into what they called a quiet room, which was a very small cinder block room, no windows, had a small rubber mat on the floor, and she would be locked in this room where she would cry, beg to be let out, constantly saying, "I'm sorry, I won't do it again." It got to the point where she was self-harming, banging her head on the wall, biting herself, and she even tried to choke herself once. At the end of her kindergarten year, she was sent to the emergency room. She had been restrained 3 times that day, put her in an ambulance by herself, wouldn't let me take her home, and she was seriously traumatized. Throughout first and second grade, the restraints and seclusions continued. I was called because she was being secluded and wouldn't calm down. When I got to the school, she was terrified, screaming. The principal was inside the room, blocking the door and wouldn't let me in. I really had to start yelling and demanding to go into the room when they finally allowed me to go in and calm her down. In several instances, she'd get all worked up and they would remove her from the classroom to bring her into another room. And every time she left that room, there was a door that would take you outside of the school. And every time they walked out, she would try to run out of the building. And it happened time and time again. Every time that she was removed, she passed by the door, she'd try to run out, and then they would seclude her. And I just thought, why would they continue to walk her past this door knowing that she'd try to run out, knowing that the result would be seclusion? Maybe it was because they could, because secluding her was an option that the state of Connecticut allows. She endured repeated restraints and seclusions in 3rd and 4th grade. She's had come home with bruises on her arms from being held down. She hates school. She doesn't trust the adults. She has no self-esteem. In 4th grade, after we were in the public school, we moved.
Peggy, I'm so sorry. Can you please summarize?
Sure. We moved to a different school, and that's when we saw a room that was very similar to a jail cell. The trauma has been happening for years to my granddaughter. She has no friends. She doesn't swim on the team, no self-confidence, no self-esteem. And I see in her the results of the trauma she's endured with these restraints and seclusions. And she's been really robbed of so much from these inhumane practices. And she's not the only one, as we heard all day today. There's many other children in the state and across the country that are suffering from this. And I'm begging you to please make it stop. Please support Bill 1200. Our children deserve to be safe and not traumatized.
Thank you. I see we have a question from Representative Belinsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question, how old is your granddaughter now? What grade is she in?
She's 11 years old and she is in 6th grade.
Is she still in the town school?
No, she's not.
Okay. Where is she going to school without, is she going to a special school or is she?
Yes, the town recommended that she go to an alternative school. So she goes to a school about an hour away.
Okay. How's she doing?
She's still struggling with seclusions. She is getting better as the weeks and days go on, as she's starting to get a little older. However, they still do the seclusions in the school she's in.
Okay. Peggy, I don't want to take up the committee's time because there's so many folks waiting. Do you have a pencil handy?
Yes, I do.
Okay, write this down, please.
Okay.
Mitch, M-I-T-C-H, dot.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Bolinsky, B as in boy, O-L-I-N-S-K-Y.
Okay.
At CGA dot CT dot gov.
Okay.
I would like you to read, I represent Newtown in the General Assembly, and I've not heard this story, and I would have liked to have known what was happening when it was happening, and I just want to follow up with you and try to figure out where we went off the rails, and just learn a little bit more about your granddaughter's situation and see what we can do to apply a Band-Aid to it. So I apologize for the trauma, and I do want to learn more about this. So thank you very much for your testimony. I appreciate it. And thank you, Madam Chair, for indulging me.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Representative. I see Representative Welander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Paduano, I just had a quick follow-up question. When you said that your granddaughter was placed in an ambulance and in kindergarten and you weren't allowed to go with her, was she unaccompanied by any adult other than the medical personnel?
No, she was with no family. She was with the medical personnel.
Was that a decision that was made by the medical personnel or was that made by the school?
The school. When I arrived at the school, she was already in the ambulance.
Okay.
And then when I went into the ambulance, they told me I could not ride with her. She begged me to bring her home. Nana, take me home. I couldn't, they wouldn't allow me to take her home.
And you were an approved, I'm sorry to so many follow-up questions, Madam Chair, but you were an approved.
I am the foster parent.
Okay.
Not only the grandmother, but the foster parent.
Okay. I'm trying to imagine a situation where that would be acceptable and I am falling short. So thank you for clarifying that. And I'm very sorry that you and your granddaughter have been facing these challenges.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no other questions, I thank you for sharing this personal testimony with us today. I'm sure that wasn't easy.
Thank you.
Next, we have Gail Jordan.
Jordan, and this is my 16th year in Bloomfield teaching. I have a new Shiro and Miss Graham. Hopefully I'll make it to 38.8. That is amazing. I am here to ask you to support HB 6884. I believe that it is vital to recruiting new teachers and ensuring quality teachers stay in the career. I'm one of those people that played school after school. So I've wanted to be a teacher my entire life. I became a teacher to give back to society and make a difference in children's lives, but not to my own detriment or the detriment of my family. I support the minimum teacher salary. Forbes national average for beginning salary for a bachelor's is $59,600. For a master's, $69,700. In the district in which I teach, our starting salary for a bachelor's is $54,000 and a master's is $56,000. That's a $5,000 to $15,000 difference. And I truly believe that teachers deserve a livable salary. There are so many professions that are looking to truly diversify their workforce. And as mentioned previously, our students deserve to have diverse teachers that look like them in front of them. My own child has never had a teacher that looked like her, and that's very telling. I was a single mom, and through the years, I've had to work multiple jobs besides just teaching to make ends meet. And as previously stated by Ms. Graham, that means I can't show up all the way as an educator because I'm spread so thin. If Connecticut wants to attract and retain the best and the brightest to teach our children, we need to offer them a livable salary. I also support the COVID benefit enhancement. I believe we deserve compensation comparable to what other professions have been offered for their hard work and dedication during the pandemic. I believe teachers deserve recognition for providing structure for not only students, but families during the pandemic. The amount of time that I spent just talking with and supporting families throughout that time was incredible. Entirely new teaching models were formed. I had to learn how to teach students sitting in front of me as well as students sitting at home, which was a whole new level of differentiation that I never even knew I could achieve, but I did. And I just truly think that there was a lot of undue mental and emotional stress that a lot of teachers went through. And this could potentially be contributing to the mass exodus and aversion to committing to this noble profession. So anyone that taught during that time truly believes to be compensated for going above and beyond the call of duty. Lastly, I support a duty-free prep time. Learning new curriculum happens during this time, lesson planning, collaborating with colleagues, parent contact, a moment to go to the bathroom. 30 minutes is not much, but it is a start. Please support the passage of HB 6884. It will positively affect the lives of our most precious commodity and workforce, both students and teachers. Please give teachers a fair and livable wage, the COVID benefit enhancement, and the duty-free prep time. Thank you.
Gail, you've been with us all day. So thank you so much for hanging with us and sharing your really compelling testimony. And thank you for your service during the pandemic.
Thank you.
I won't belabor the point. We've been here a long time, but I have 2 children who benefited from teachers like you. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no other questions, we will move on. Fran Rabinowitz.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Senator McCrory, Representative Jeff Curry, Representative McCarty, and Senator Berthel, and all of you who are just wonderful members of the Education Committee. And I've watched you most of the day today, and I thank you for listening so intently to each person. I'm going to be very brief. I have submitted testimony on every one of the bills, just about every one of the bills that you're hearing tonight. There are just 2 that I want to speak to, and that is 6879 on teacher certification. I just have to tell you that I was associate commissioner in 2005 and put together or oversaw new certification regs coming together, and they never moved forward. They're needed, guys. We need to streamline how people become teachers in Connecticut. And we have some great ideas. I think we can do this and do it well and do it quickly. We call for it in our blueprint, which I have sent you earlier. The other one I want to speak to, and I'm not going to even name it, I'm just going to say, can we all just think about all of the mandates that are coming forward? I just want to say to you that I had Shipman and Goodwin, Attorney Tom Mooney, do a look at the mandates, and I sent them to you, his review. There are 50 pages of mandates right now. There are 125 new mandates since 2015 that are, governing educators. And from what I see in the bills that have come forward so far in this session, there are a ton more that may be coming forward. And all I'm asking is that we really pay special attention to the number of mandates that we are putting on our educators. And I think there are other ways to arrive at what we think are really good things. And I don't mean to insult anybody. They're all well-intentioned, but I would just ask you if you could be very vigilant in moving any more of these mandates forward. I love world languages, but mandating it in kindergarten is pretty tough. And there are many others like that. So I would just ask that we think about that, and I'll be happy to think with you. So thank you very much, and thank you for the wonderful work you do. And I'll be happy to answer any other questions that you may have on the bills tonight. By the way, I didn't even introduce myself. I apologize. I'm Fran Rabinowitz, and I'm the Executive Director for the Connecticut Association of Public School Superintendents. I always forget to do that. Pardon me.
Thanks, Fran. You're lucky. Most of us know you pretty well.
Well, I'm happy to see you all.
And Fran, I printed your testimony, but I haven't read through it yet. Did you detail any of the mandates you think that we could eliminate in that testimony?
No, I did not take that liberty. I would like to sit together, and that's why I think that having a even though I know the commissioner said it's one more task force, one more mandate, but I think we could do it pretty easily. And, some of the mandates, believe me, they need to be there. It's a mandate to provide special education. I'm not saying that that should be in any way questioned, but there are some I think we could look at together, and I don't think it would be that difficult. And, when I look at the mandates, every one of them is a good idea. It's just, how do you do it all?
All right, I appreciate that. Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you for your time, Fran.
Thank you so much. And thank you all for the good work you do.
Next
Chair.
up, we have Justin DeCormier. Oh, I'm so sorry. Did you have a question, Rep. Chalesky?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to know if it was possible, if Mr. Mooney's review could be shared with the committee.
Yes, I sent it to everyone as part of my written testimony. And because I thought you'd want to look at, if I'm saying 50 pages, you need to see them.
Okay, that's great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Representative. Great question. And thank you, Fran, for sending that to us.
Yep, of course.
Anyone else? All right, next, Justin DeCormier.
Good evening. I'd like to say good evening to Senator McCrory and all the distinguished members of the Education Committee. I was going to give a shout out to Jeff Curry. I lived in Manchester a couple years ago and remember voting for him, but I didn't see him at the table just now. I am a classroom educator currently in the town of Ellington. I've been teaching physics and science for 15 years. I'm here in support of House Bill 6884. I remember working through the pandemic. Boy, what an adventure that was. Putting in double hours, definitely an exercise in building the airplane while you're flying it. It just seemed like every day was something brand new, another challenge to rise up for the students. And that's why myself and all of my faculty, all the teachers, we rose to the occasion. Never once wavering. We all do it for the students. I have appreciated so much listening to the testimony of my brothers and sisters in the education field, describing it not so much as a profession, but more of a calling. We're here for the students, and I highly encourage you to invest in our schools, to invest in the future of our children. This is the bedrock of our community. Most towns, 60 to 70% of the entire budget goes just to education. Clearly, we value education as a society. I have lived in Connecticut most of my life, and I've lived outside of Connecticut for a few years. And people say to me, oh, Connecticut, high taxes. And I say, yes, but what do you get for those taxes? We have great schools, great education. We want to encourage more people to live in Connecticut. We want to retain the best and the brightest. People stay for the schools. Businesses open so their employees can go to decent schools, so their children can be highly educated. Everything that was said tonight, I just wanted to echo in that we are dedicated professionals. The Teacher Bill of Rights, the prep period, supporting play in kindergarten, the paraprofessionals. My wife works as a paraprofessional in the schools here in Ellington as well. And everything that she has said to me has been echoed by the other people this evening. I highly encourage you to invest in our future. Some of us have a lot of stories about the problems in school. People were describing our education system like a house of cards or like a math book. I know it's full of problems. But as I tell my students, there are no such thing as problems. There are only solutions we haven't found yet, only opportunities to learn. So please consider House Bill 6884. And remember, even though Connecticut has what I consider to be one of the best education systems in the country, we have to remember what the biggest room in the world is. Room for improvement. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, and have a nice evening.
Thank you so much, Justin. Chairman Curry.
Hey, Justin, I just jumped back as I was listening to your testimony. I see you have a little learner next to you. I didn't know if that individual wanted to add anything.
This is my son, Isaac. He is in the 3rd grade here in the Ellington Public Schools. Is there anything you want to say, bud? He says,
Well, it was good to see you both. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I also have a third grader who pops into Zooms but doesn't like to speak. Thanks, Isaac, and thanks, Justin, for hanging with us tonight. Seeing no other questions? Moving on to Travis Woodward.
Hi, good evening. Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Senator Berthel, Representative McCarty, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Travis Woodward. I'm a resident of Hamden and an engineer at the Connecticut Department of Transportation. I'm also the president of CSEA SCIU Local 2001, a labor union representing over 23,000 state, municipal, Board of Ed, active and retired public and private sector workers, including thousands of paraeducators, as well as school nurses, cafeteria workers, bus workers, and other Board of Ed employees. I offer the following testimony in support of HB 6881 and SB 1198. My full written testimony has been submitted to the committee. I'm shortening my spoken testimony for the sake of time. HB 6881. While I'm proud to come before you today to advocate on behalf of Connecticut's paraeducators, I share the frustration of paras that we have to fight for legislation to ensure that they are compensated fairly and treated with dignity and respect. Paraeducators are on the front lines of student learning. The critical work they do ranges from providing one-on-one assistance to special education students, reinforcing instruction, managing classrooms, and supporting English language learners. Without paraeducators, our schools would not be able to function and our children would not be able to receive the education they need to succeed. It cannot be surprising that many paraeducators are choosing to leave the profession. With over 1,300 paraeducator positions vacant in districts throughout the state, it's not a stretch to say that we are in a crisis. HB 6881 begins to improve the work, life, and career opportunities of Connecticut's paraeducators. Now is the time to act. Our children, our schools, our paraeducators cannot wait. As you listen to paraeducators today during this hearing, I ask that you take their stories to heart. They are a critical part of the education process, but their salaries and benefits do not reflect this. Students, parents, and teachers will tell you how important paras are, but they're often left out. Planning and placement team meetings. And with no concerted and centralized effort to collect data regarding paraeducators for a statewide public school information system, Connecticut has built a system that fails to properly utilize paraeducators. HB 6881 addresses these issues head on and gives paraeducators, school districts, policymakers, teachers, parents, and students needed tools to ensure our schools are not just high quality, but the best in the nation. To paraphrase a song lyric, paraeducators and high achieving students, you can't have one without the other. Now is the time for the committee and all the members of the General Assembly to take immediate and meaningful action to raise paraeducator pay, lower the healthcare costs, ensure they have a meaningful retirement benefits, and give them what they need to help students. I'd also like you to support SB 1198, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Please support student learning by prioritizing paraeducators and passing HB 6881. And please support safe indoor air quality standards in our schools by supporting SB 1198. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Travis. Really appreciate you hanging with us tonight. Saying no questions, we'll move on. Kristen Basiaga, and I suspect I didn't pronounce that correctly. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Senators and representatives, my name is Kristen Basega, and I'm the president of the Glastonbury Education Association, speaking to you on behalf of our 500 members and their families. I'm here to support SB 1199 and HB 6884. Now, we've been talking about the teacher shortage all night, but one of the things you might not have heard about is what happens when a school has a severe teacher shortage. So my stepson goes to AI Prince Tech, and about every week or so we get this phone call. It's like Prince Tech is going to be closing for a half day, because what they're doing is they're having all their remaining certified staff that did stay with the district go cover as substitute teachers. Then the kids are dismissed and the teachers stay to work their prep time. So there are kids in Connecticut right now that are losing out because of the teacher shortage. So I polled my members this spring and I asked them to identify what their top priorities are. And 3 of them are introduced in these 2 bills. Number 1, if we want people to be joining the teaching profession, we have to pay new teachers accordingly, which the minimum salary would help fix. Because when I talk to my students who are juniors in high school, They don't want to be teachers because they feel like it won't pay their bills and they won't be able to make a down payment on a house. They won't be able to, pay their student loan debt. So we need to show them that teaching is a viable financial option. Item number 2 is supporting teachers as they go through teacher ed programs and as new teachers. And both bills do these things. There's the elimination of Ed TPA, there's providing mentorships and scholarships, but SB 1199 also suggests that there could be paid student teaching. And what that would have meant to me when I was a student teacher, my daughter was 7 months old. And as a student teacher, I had to work full time outside of the home, pay full time for daycare, pay for tuition. And all the time that I was working, I was not making an income to actually support my family. So if we want people to be able to get through student teaching and get into the classroom, they need to get paid for that work that they are doing. And item number 3, if we want teachers to be the backbone of society in our schools, we have to recognize the work that our existing teachers that stayed with this profession through the last 10 years of tumult, but specifically through the pandemic, show them that they are appreciated. Now, the pandemic pension credit is probably the thing my members asked me about the most. You've heard Kate Diaz's testimony about this matter. I would like to also respectfully remind that retiring educators that retire before 2026 were left off of this pandemic pension credit, but all teachers who worked through the pandemic, including full-time, part-time, whether they're retiring right now or in 20 years, deserve to be recognized for their contributions that allowed Connecticut to get back to work quickly.
Thank you, Kristen. Appreciate your testimony, Jay. Thanks so much. Next up, we have John Cochran.
Hi, and thank you for your time. Good evening, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Senator Berthel, and Representative McCartney, and members of the Education Committee. My name is John Corcoran, and I'm president of the Stamford Education Association, and I've taught both elementary schools, grade 3 and 5, as well as middle school mathematics. And I'd like to echo what Kristen and all those who spoke before me so eloquently said. I'm speaking today in strong support of HB 6884, specifically the provision that would establish a minimum teacher salary for starting educators. No one, as we know, goes into teaching for the money. But we are reaching a point where our early career educators can't make ends meet. Even those who are most devoted to the profession aren't going to stay in the classroom when they simply can't pay their bills. In Stamford, like most districts, we are currently experiencing a teacher shortage, and we are having a hard time attracting new educators to the district and holding on to them. Low pay isn't the only factor contributing to this problem. However, a minimum starting salary as proposed in HB 6884 would go a long way towards attracting more people to the teaching profession and keeping the educators we already have. The cost of living, as we know, in Fairfield County is extremely high. Yet beginning teachers in Stamford make only $49,684 starting out with a bachelor's degree. Those starting with a master's degree make roughly $5,000 more. The average rent, though, for a one-bedroom apartment in Stamford is around $2,300, representing more than half of a beginning teacher's gross pay. More than half of our teachers don't live in Stamford because they can't afford to. We have educators making the hour-long commute every morning and evening from places like Danbury and New Haven, braving Fairfield County traffic, which we know can be tough because they can't afford to live closer to their jobs. Teachers start their career here, get some experience under their belts, and then find a job closer to a place where they can afford to live. A 2021 study found that nationwide, 42% of our educators took out at least $65,000 in student debt to finance their education degrees. Faced with low wages early in their careers, teachers take a long time to pay off that debt, allowing it to grow with interest. Our neighboring districts have higher starting salaries, and across the border in New York, new teachers make at least $10,000 more than is being proposed as a statewide starting salary for Connecticut teachers. Meanwhile, many professions that have similar educational requirements pay significantly more. In Connecticut, teachers earn 17% less than comparable college-educated workers. Consequently, enrollment in teacher preparation programs is declining. If we don't reverse this trend, our students will suffer. Without significant action, we will continue to lose great teachers to neighboring districts and higher paying professions. Please pass HB 6884 and establish a minimum starting salary for teachers at 4 times the federal poverty level. Thank you for your time and attention with this matter.
Thanks, John, for being with us tonight. Appreciate your testimony. Seeing no questions, we'll move on. Number 97, Jacinda Pinnock. All right, I don't see you with us. 98, Deanna Palazzola.
Hi, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, ranking members and members of the Education Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 6881 concerning paraprofessional compensation, training, and working conditions. I'm a paraprofessional at West Vine Street School in Stonington, Connecticut, and I'm also a member of AFS-CME Local 1996, the Stonington Paraprofessionals Union. I am a one-on-one paraprofessional, which means that I work directly with individual students who require additional curated attention. As a one-on-one para, I am a key part of my students' education and spend more time with these students than anyone else at my school, including their teachers. Despite this, I am not included in planning and placement meetings for my students. My exclusion in this process is ultimately harmful to the students that I work with, as my role uniquely enables me to get to know their specific needs better than anyone else. The ability for peers to participate in these meetings moving forward would be incredibly beneficial for the students that we serve and should be a priority if we want to provide the best education possible for our students. I work very hard as a paraprofessional and take great pride in my work. I do this work because I love the job and the students that I work with. If I didn't love the work, I would have stopped working as a paraprofessional years ago. With a pay of just $16.77 an hour, it's just much too low for how challenging and important our work is. For instance, at under $17 an hour, I'm unable to save adequately for retirement, and it feels like I'll have to work until I'm about 100 years old because of it. Additionally, my school has failed to retain and hire paras in the past, in part due to the low pay. This has led to a shortage of paraprofessionals in my school that requires all of us to take on extra work, and it reduces the quality of education for our students. I believe that a pay increase, improved healthcare, and a defined pension plan would go a long way towards hiring and retaining additional paras. I have dedicated my life to educating students, and I wouldn't trade it for anything. Passing this bill would be a very important step in properly compensating paraeducators for the labor, and just as importantly, improve the quality of education that our students are receiving. I urge you to pass this bill. Thank you for your consideration of this important matter.
Thank you so much. Seeing no question. Oh, sorry, Representative Howard.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Get it
Deanna,
there at the end.
that's all right. I'm in my own little world here. I like it. And I just want to thank you for your testimony and welcome you, and thanks for sticking around. And you're the first person to testify who's been endorsed by two little people that stole my face, but I'm sorry, my last name, but thankfully their mom's personality and looks. So I can certainly attest to the great work you do at that school. You come highly recommended by all the students, not just the ones that you work directly with. And I just want to welcome you and acknowledge that and say thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
We thank your wife for that too, Rep. Howard.
Every day.
All right. Representative Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Deanna, are you still there? You're still there. I just have a
I'm
really
still
quick
here.
question. So do you ask to go into the PPTs, or do they just not offer that to you? Because we passed legislation some years ago that should allow you to be involved in those. I'm just curious as to what the process is for you not being involved.
They have not offered us to go in there. I haven't asked. this year, but I obviously think it's very important. I haven't asked, but I don't think they have the time to pull us. We're usually with the students when the PPTs are going on. So that's something I definitely have to work on, but I don't think we're allowed to. And there was one more point too. A lot of times we don't know some of the background of the students either. And I think that's highly important. There's some things that are going on that we don't know. And it just would help us do our job better too.
So I just encourage you to have a conversation with your administrators, because it is a law that states that you are allowed to be in those meetings. And I encourage you also to have a conversation with Representative Howard so he can help you navigate that as well. Because when we did that legislation a few years back, it was for specific reasons that you just discussed. You all are one-on-one with those children, and it is vitally important that we hear from you. So thank you for everything, and we'll help you get in that room.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Any other comment, questions? Sorry. Thanks for your testimony. Enjoy your evening. Next up, John Flanders. It is a pleasure, John.
That is a wonderful introduction. Let me, if I might, comment on the last testimony.
I was hoping you would.
A significant part of the problem is that too few parents are aware that they can invite the paraprofessional to be part of the PPT process, that they simply don't know that this is something that they can do, and it is not something that is well disseminated through their educational systems. My name is John Flanders. As the chairman said, I am the Vice President of Special Education Equity for Kids in Connecticut. Thank you for allowing me to speak, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Ranking Member McCarty. I want to start by saying that in addition to my SEEK role, I am also the chair of the advocacy committee for the Connecticut School-Based Health Centers Association, and would like to add SEEK's endorsement to Section 7 of Senate Bill 1200, supporting increased funding and support for school-based health centers in Connecticut. There are too few resources for students in our state, and anything that can add to that is a good thing. I'm mostly here to speak on Senate Bill 1200 and House Bill 6883. You have written testimony from myself and my colleagues, so I'll try to be brief. These cover three particular areas that are of vital importance to us. First is restraint and seclusion. My colleagues are going to talk further about this, but the simple matter is that we want our educators to have the resources to deal with dysregulated behavior in their classrooms. There needs to be a mechanism to help these children. Our position is simply that putting a child who is in distress in a locked room by herself cannot be one of the solutions for this problem. The second issue is transparency and protection of families' rights in special education. This has done a tremendous job to help this. Directing the State Department of Education to do better monitoring and better enforcement on special education in districts is a great idea. Section 21. Requiring the publication of complaint results in a redacted form is a tremendous idea. Frankly, a lot of complaints go out there, but they're not published and people don't know. And so you get different results in different districts, and you get people filing complaints when decisions have already been made simply because they do not know that they're there. Helping them go forward with this is a very important thing. Let me summarize by saying mediation is great. Thank you for improving it. And the transition program for students in this state is frankly one of the least followed and informed and practiced areas of special education. The steps that you are putting in to improve that process are a tremendous step to help our kids move out of K through 12 high school into the next STEM stages of their lives. And I'm happy to answer questions, and SEEK is delighted to work with all of you to move forward on any of these matters.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, we really appreciate SEEK's involvement in a lot of these conversations. You and Andy and everybody over there are typically a lot of our go-tos when we have questions in this specific area, of which none of us practice, or many of us do not practice. So we appreciate your input on this.
We are particularly happy to be working on the restraint and seclusion issue, and we are continuing to work with various stakeholders on coming up with a viable solution to that problem.
Excellent. Any questions? John, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Adrian DeLuca.
Good evening. Representatives Curry and McCarty, Senator McCrory and Berthel, and members of this esteemed Education Committee. My name is Adrian DeLuca, and I am General Counsel for the Connecticut Education Association, and I proudly represent about 38,000 public school teachers in our state. In fact, I am a product of New Haven Public Schools. I provided written testimony, which in the interest of time, I'm not going to read, but I felt it was really important to be here tonight just to say a couple words in support of HB 6884, specifically Section 7, which amends the teacher termination statute, and Section 9, which extends an existing power of the Connecticut Board of Labor Relations to teachers. I think it's fair to say that the process by which teachers are terminated isn't widely known by the public. In fact, I didn't know that process when I joined CEA almost 11 years ago. I just assumed all discipline was covered by the collective bargaining agreement, but I was wrong. In fact, teachers are terminated pursuant to a statute. The change proposed in Section 7 of this bill allows the impartial hearing officer's decision to be final and binding on the parties, as opposed to present day, where the hearing officer's decision goes back to the local Board of Ed, who are under no legal obligation to adopt it. This process is unique only to teachers and lacks the very essence of due process afforded to all other unionized employees in every other sector. Section 7 also seeks to include just cause into the statute, just cause being a mainstay standard of proof widely adopted by all public sector and private sector unionized employers. Lastly, Section 9 of this bill extends the already existing power of the Labor Board to issue an interim cease and desist until a prohibited practice complaint has been heard and decided on the merit. And I have a very quick real-life example of why this matters. And it happened in a case that I handled in Waterbury. A few years ago, the Waterbury Board of Ed made a unilateral change to the negotiated prescription drug policy that was in place for the teachers. So I filed a prohibited practice complaint with the SBLR. Unbeknownst to me, the city of Waterbury made the same unilateral change to the Waterbury Police Department's prescription benefit. They also filed a complaint. The Labor Board, for administrative efficiency, combined our two cases. On the first day of hearings, we learned that interim relief was granted to the police because the Municipal Employee Relations Act, otherwise known as MIRA, contained language giving the Labor Board the authority to do that. I immediately filed a motion for interim relief, seeking parity with my other co-plaintiff, and we were denied. Denied because the teachers' negotiation
for me?
Certainly didn't have that language. So this amendment simply extends the existing authority of the Labor Board to issue the same relief to teachers as it does to every other municipal bargaining unit and every other Board of Ed bargaining unit. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Enjoy your evening.
Thank you.
It doesn't appear that we have Maricel online, so we will go to number 102, Cass.
Thank you.
Call you Cass. You can introduce yourself.
Chairs Curry, McCrory, ranking members Berthel and McCarty, and the distinguished members of the Education Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Cassandra Gallion, and I am the Policy Director for the Connecticut Charter Schools Association. The Connecticut Charter School Association represents nearly 11,000 students who attend Connecticut's 21 public charter schools. I am here today to testify in support of SB 1200 and HB 6879. The Connecticut Charter School Association is in support, particularly in lines of 180 to 186 in SB 1200, which would prohibit charter schools from requiring disclosure of special education needs on enrollment applications. The association stands by the current enrollment process and the honesty and integrity upheld in our lottery systems. Currently, 3 out of 21 charter schools include the question of whether a student receives services. In discussing the purpose of the need for this question, school leaders have only stated it helps in anticipating the needs of the students, so the schools may set them up for early success. School leaders with no other motive have acknowledged this language being heard today and have no opposition to the removal of asking for special services. While it is weird and unadvisable to not want schools to anticipate the needs of its students, the association is by no means unaware of where this legislation stems from. I would like to point out a few things in accepting the statutory change. 1, our lottery systems are held as required, blind and without prejudice for all interested students and families who apply to a public charter school. In time, this legislative body and all opposed parties to charter schools will see this legislation has no effect on the students public charter schools serve, as the process eliminates a preference on serving or not serving students with needs. Number 2, failure to include this provision in all school choice programs further perpetuates the negative narrative of public charter schools. Neglecting to do so is simply a continued unjust requirement and an attack against the public charter school sector. I'd like to also testify in support of HB 6879. And the establishment of the Commission to Modernize the Educator Workforce. Attracting and retaining teachers have been increasingly difficult for all schools in Connecticut. Charter schools have not been immune to these challenges. The high cost, complex processes, and extensive regulations required for becoming a teacher in Connecticut have put significant limitations on who can join the profession. Now is the time to solve these problems and create an improved framework for educator preparation that meets the needs of today's prospective teachers. Every student deserves access to talented and diverse educators committed to their success and equipped to prepare them for the future. We humbly ask for consideration of representation on education working groups, boards, and commissions, as the charter sector also brings valuable input to discussions. Thank you for your time and consideration today.
Right in under the wire. Thank you, Cass. Any questions or comments? Seeing none. Nice to see you. Enjoy your evening.
Thank you, you too.
Next up, we have Susan Strader. Good evening, Susan.
Good evening. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman and honorable members of the committee. My name is Susan Strader, and I'm a proud Preston teacher living and working in Southeastern Connecticut. I'm speaking in support of HB 6884. The teaching profession is a rewarding, humbling, exhausting, and one of the most important careers in society. I appreciate the opportunity to tell you about that and the importance of your continued support of educators and the education profession. I have submitted written testimony, so I'll just highlight a few points. I am a career changer. That means I had a corporate career or an alternate career, and because of my passion for education, I changed and became a teacher. That change brought a lot of financial impact, especially to my retirement. Due to the federal WEP and GPO bills, I no longer will receive my full previously earned Social Security benefit, nor will I receive my husband's Social Security benefits upon his death, which are multi-decades worth of contributions. I will also not be able to benefit fully from the teacher's pension due to the age I entered teaching and the time and position. While that's a hard pill to swallow, I still want to be a teacher and probably wouldn't have changed my decision. But we need to be thinking about those career changers because COVID provided us with an opportunity to bring teachers into the profession that may have chosen to change professions due to COVID. Those people won't come into the profession because of these financial forfeits that they have to make. I want to also discuss the benefit of the COVID pension credit. I strongly urge you to amend the bill to include teachers who have retired or will retire before 2026. They were working teachers during the COVID pandemic years. We worked every day of the pandemic, whether virtually at first and then face-to-face, which allowed for working parents to get back to work, which helped the economy to continue. We were and are essential workers, but are not always treated as such by the state. Teachers are deserving of all that has been proposed in this bill. We came to work every day. We come to work, every day for the betterment of society. Yet we have salaries that are not commensurate with our level of education or level of responsibility required as public teachers.
Susan, may I ask you to summarize, please?
Sure. We are the professional experts in developing age and developmentally appropriate instruction. We are the professionals that know the benefit of face-to-face instruction and the academic success that is enhanced by the teacher-student bond. We are the profession that makes all professions possible. Thank you for listening and respecting educators while continuing to shape this bill as a result of testimony given today. Your work helps keep teachers in the classroom and continues to elevate and validate the importance of our profession. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Susan. Have yourself a great evening.
Thank you.
Next up is Douglas Main, actually. You are muted, Doug. Bless. Mr. Main, you're muted. There you go.
My apologies, Senator Representative. Good evening, esteemed members of the Education Committee. My name is Doug Main, and I am a resident of West Hartford. I work as an adult support paraeducator in Hartford Public Schools, and I offer the following testimony in support of House Bill 6881. Of all school personnel, paraeducators interact most directly with the students most in need of the additional support the classroom teachers rarely have the time to provide. We provide one-on-one assistance, reinforce instruction, manage behavior, and support English language learners. Despite the important roles we play, paraeducators are among the lowest paid staff members in our schools. Many can't afford health care and must work second or third jobs to support their families. This is why provisions of HB 6881 that would provide paraeducators with affordable health care and a living wage are so desperately needed. Paraeducators work hard at getting to know our students, earning their trust, helping them make academic progress. However, some paras spend every day with students whose behavior may pose a risk to their classmates and our own health and safety and themselves. Some of my colleagues are assaulted on almost a daily basis. I've experienced it during my 6 years as a para, hitting, kicking, spitting, even biting, not to mention shocking verbal barrages of profanity from young children, often directed at the para. Due to staffing shortages for most of the current school year, my colleagues and I have worked with multiple students instead of one, each needing our full attention. And during the first half of the year, we were frequently pulled from our regular assignments to fill pre-K vacancies. Being a paraeducator is often exhausting. We're committed to helping our students succeed, and we celebrate with them when they do. We're also disappointed and sad when nothing seems to work, but we don't give up. We never know how life will turn out for our students as they mature into adulthood. We do all we can to help lay a solid foundation of learning and maybe a few life lessons to help them keep moving forward. Taking all of this into consideration, I urge this committee and the General Assembly to raise paraeducator pay, lower our healthcare costs, ensure we have meaningful retirement benefits, and give us the tools we need to help students succeed, bypassing HB 6881.
Thank you so much for your testimony this evening, and have a great night.
You too.
I don't see Nico or Robin online or in person, so we'll go down to Stacey Harris Birdsong. Stacy, good evening.
Good evening, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, ranking members and members of the Education Committee. My name is Stacy Harris Birdsong, and I serve as ASME Council's Force Secretary, which is a union that represents 30,000 public and private employees. I am president of ASME Local 3194, which represents paraeducators, oral interpreters, and childcare workers. I have been a lead educator for over 30 years. I'm here to testify in support of HB 6881, an act concerning various revisions to the education statutes related to the educator compensation and paraeducators. Paraeducators play an essential role in educating our students and have close relationships with students, those who need the most support. However, we are rarely prioritized and valued and have to work with low wages and high costs of healthcare. It is not uncommon for paras to have multiple jobs to make up for the low wages. No educator should have to make poverty wages while providing critical support for students. HB 6881 would address these important needs for paras by providing a living wage and better, more affordable healthcare. This bill would help increase wages for paras and pay them 12 months a year instead of 10. Currently, paras are high hourly 10-month employees, and we don't qualify for unemployment because we have a reasonable expectation of employment. Improving wages and paying paras for 12 months a year would provide immense economic relief for low wages workers in our schools. HB 6881 would also place paras into the state partnership plan instead of what we commonly have, which is a high deductible HSAs. Paras often deal with high-risk safety issues with students and need to have access to affordable health care. This would be an important benefit for paras and would also help the state by adding more workers into the state partnership plan. I strongly urge the committee to pass HB 6881 as it is currently written so that the paras can have improved working conditions and better economic conditions. I thank you and I pray that you do the right thing. Have a great evening, everyone.
Thank you so much, Stacy. Have a great day. You want to say? Senator McCrory.
Good evening, Stacey. Great seeing you, and thanks for your advocacy.
Thank you so much, Senator McCrory. I appreciate you very much. Have a great night.
Take care. We're going to go back to 106. Nika Turner, I believe, is now online. You are muted.
My apologies. Good evening, all members of the Education Committee. My name is Nika Turner. I am a behavior interventionist and a building steward that work at Norwalk School District. I would like to offer the following testimony to support of HB 6881, an act concerning various revisions to education statutes related to educator compensation and paraeducators. I would like to speak on behalf of paraprofessionals voice to be declared for low-income wages. Paraprofessionals are a foundation of our schools and deserve a livable wage. Paraprofessionals are more hands-on, and a lot of physical things can happen in the classroom where they have to deal with behavioral challenges, provide one-to-one learning support, small group instruction, and assist medically fragile students in the use of toileting, as well as ride the school bus to pick up and drop off students and translate English as a second language to learners. About a quarter of paraprofessionals say that their children or child qualify for free or reduced meals. 19% have visited the food pantry. 18% have participated in Medicaid. 16% have received food stamps. 14% have received emergency assistance with utility bills and or rent. We need and deserve livable wages for our families. Here are some examples of how it affects myself and many others. People can't pay their rent. They can't pay their auto insurance, parent share fees for childcare, co-payments for medical expenses, and lastly, buy food. They have to apply for public assistance such as food stamps, assistance with rental wares, and child subsidies. All those things that go with being low wage and low income. Moreover, mental health gets jeopardized. Evictions are violent. The threats can impact their livelihoods, and low wages paralyzes the people. Please honor our wage increase. After the rising of inflation, the cost of living has increased. The district can't retain employees. They should be at full-time status at 37.5 hours instead of 27.5.
Nika, could I ask you to please summarize?
In conclusion, a percentage of students who are in the classroom learning will make up the largest group of those experiencing poverty. Respectfully, Nika. Thank you for the opportunity and thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony this evening. Enjoy your night. Next up, we have, I believe, Amy Dowell.
Hi there, co-chairs McCrory and Curry, vice chairs Winfield and Lieber, ranking members Berthel and McCarty, and members of the Education Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony this evening on HB 6884, an act concerning the recruitment and retention enhancement of the teaching profession. I'm Amy Dowell, Executive Director of Education Reform Now, CT. My comments today focus on the fine print of Section 19 of HB 6884, which would establish a task force to study the financing of the teachers' retirement system with a focus upon resource equity and municipal contributions towards the normal cost of teacher pensions. This idea was born out of research conducted jointly by ERNCT and the Equitable Institute in 2021. I'd like to reference my own written testimony that was submitted earlier that includes more detail, as well as recommending reviewing Equitable Executive Director Anthony Randazzo's submitted written testimony on this bill that includes an in-depth analysis of Connecticut's current pension obligation as it relates to other states' practices and some of the considerations a task force related to pension system longevity and resource equity could effectively consider. Teacher pension obligations account for 1/4 of all K-12 education spending by the state of Connecticut, over $18 billion in unfunded liability. Much of the determining factors informing how much each retiree receives is based on final salary, level of tenure and credentials, as well as longevity in the profession. Salaries for the most tenured educators range widely from district to district and predictably track with the resources available in each community to devote to public education budgets. And yet the state, not the municipalities who set these salaries, are responsible for all liabilities related to teacher pension. When a district's total state funded obligation is divided by how many students that district serves and disaggregated by wealth, race, and academic performance, we see the following. Connecticut subsidizes school districts and therefore the students within them at double the rate for more affluent students as for their peers from low-income families. Connecticut subsidizes school districts and thereby the students within them at more than twice the rate for white students as for students of color. And Connecticut pays larger per pupil pension subsidies on behalf of high-performing districts with low resource needs and thereby the students within them than it does for districts with lower academic performance. We think these findings demand a statewide conversation about who is benefiting from a system like this and how we as adults can make these resources more fair and more available to students. We appreciate this legislative proposal to form a task force to explore resource equity and pension obligation in our state. And we are committed to retaining a pension system that will robustly serve retired teachers that have given so much to their students. However, we can't convene a meaningful task force comprised of mostly beneficiaries of the current system. We need advocates on,
summarize for me, please.
yes, we need advocates on pension reform and school funding. We need civil rights and equity oriented participants, and we need those that will speak for students, not just adult interests. I look forward to working with the members of this committee to amend this important legislation, and thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the testimony. I don't see any questions. Enjoy your evening. I don't see Kimberly Manley online, so we'll skip to Stephanie Wainzer.
Good evening, Education Committee members. My name is Stephanie Wanzer, a veteran special education teacher and also the treasurer of the Connecticut Education Association. I am testifying on SB 1200, an act concerning special education. I've submitted written testimony opposing dual instruction and supporting the task force provisions. I will focus my comments on opposition to the proposals on restraint and seclusion. I work with young adults age 18 through 22 in a transition program in Lower Fairfield. My students have challenging behaviors and significant difficulty communicating, which can dysregulate them, requiring staff support. They have behavior intervention plans as well as an IEP. We do not use restraint and seclusion to terrorize students or to confine them as a punishment. These interventions are only used as a last resort. In the rare cases that we would use restraint and seclusion, it would be in an emergency situation, which puts myself, my staff, the student, or their classmates in immediate danger. The building I work in now does not have a timeout room, but I have worked in a school where we did. We have always used proactive means and a hands-off approach when dealing with dysregulated students. However, when explosive behaviors occur, and they do without warning, we need these avenues to make sure everyone is safe. The language you are proposing will make educators' jobs more dangerous. It will also cause special education teachers to leave the profession in a field where there are already shortages. Special education teachers are trained to handle these situations with respect and dignity towards our students. We are trained in physical management training, which includes understanding the crisis intervention process, developing skills for managing the conflict, helping staff manage their fear responses in crisis situations, and avoiding the use of physical restraint techniques. We are not only trained, but have yearly refreshers on techniques and proactive strategies. In the field, we debrief after any behavioral incident. We are in contact with parents after an incident occurs and work towards moving together to steps to decrease future incidents from occurring. In the event that a timeout area or restraint is used, we constantly document all behaviors and observations that require a significant amount of paperwork to ensure transparency and to make sure appropriate staff are informed. These areas also used when a student requires a space with less stimulus. In such situations, the door is left open so the staff can monitor when a student's regulation level shows that they are ready to re-engage in learning.
Stephanie, if I could ask you to summarize, please.
Additionally, students will, when they're in these situations, will fear for their safety and lose out on learning. I ask you to help keep all students and staff safe and think proactively on what can be done to address students' needs without altogether eliminating these interventions from our schools. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Have a great evening. Next up, Lee Rosado Birch.
Good evening, honorable chairs, Representative McCarty, distinguished members of the committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify and for your patience this evening. My name is Lou Rosado Birch. I'm the legislative coordinator for Connecticut Education Association. I'm also the House Majority Leader's appointment to the Indoor Air Quality Working Group, and I'm pleased to offer testimony today in support of House Senate Bill 1198, an act concerning the recommendations of the School Indoor Air Quality Working Group. You all know that healthy school indoor air quality is essential to ensuring safe learning environments for our students. And we also know that maintaining up-to-date heating, ventilation, and air conditioning infrastructure are the safest proven effective way to defend against bad air in our schools. Unfortunately, we have a problem. Hundreds of school buildings across the state without the proper heating and air conditioning. According to the 2021 Department of Administrative Services School Facilities Survey, 47% of school facilities for which there was a response were served by HVAC systems that were beyond their useful lifespan. We know that these systems can contribute to and exacerbate a whole myriad of health impacts, as well as achievement impacts in students. Apparently, approximately 1 in every 8 students, about 13% in the Connecticut public school system, suffers from asthma. In order to adequately safeguard against these type of building related illness, routine inspections and maintenance of school HVAC facilities is needed on a regular basis. So just to kind of sum things up here a little bit, the bill before you offers a set of short-term recommendations that were approved by members of the School Indoor Air Quality Working Group. I want to acknowledge Senator Kushner for her contributions and her hard work on this issue. We appreciate your leadership. These recommendations were the product of broad consensus among working group members regarding the most critical common sense measures that the General Assembly could implement in the short term to improve indoor air quality in our schools. We strongly support them. I will just highlight one aspect that SB 1198 leaves out, critically important change that was approved by the working group. Section 3, subsection 2 requires school districts to conduct a routine walkthrough inspection of all school facilities every 3 years. The working group members approved a recommendation to change this requirement to every 1 year. And that's critically important. It's because we know from examples from other states where millions of dollars have been spent on HVAC systems, and then within a period of as few as 3 years, maintenance is needed and those systems fall into disrepair. And so it's critically important that we have those walkthrough inspections once a year to make sure those systems are still working properly. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. This is a very important legislation. It's going to improve health outcomes and achievement in our schools, and we urge you to approve this bill without delay.
Thank you, Lou. Senator Kushner.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Lou, for the work you did putting this together. As you know, I started working with you all before the end of last session to put the working group language into the implementer. And what I want our committee to know and people listening is that this was a remarkable experience that we had. Myself, along with Representative Leeper, who worked really hard on this. We chaired this subcommittee, this working group that people hadn't worked together before, but it represented all the different organizations and interests, teachers and union members who work in HVAC systems, and all the state agencies, 5 different agencies participated, as well as CABES and CAPS and people who specialized in industrial hygiene. And it was really a remarkable group. I think the thing that is probably most important is that we want to continue the work, which is kind of crazy. Usually you get done with those and you go, phew, I'm glad that's over with. We've made our recommendations, but one of the recommendations is to continue the work. With regard to the issue that you raised about the annual inspections, I did speak with Representative Leeper, and it was our intention to include that recommendation. It was basically a typo that we didn't catch. So
understood.
We will be recommending that for a substitute language.
We appreciate that. And the working group really has been, in my model, in my mind, if I may, a real model of how it should be done. You all work very quickly to bring that together. And the whole process has been extremely collaborative, non-controversial, with lots of agreement across all the different stakeholders. So really do appreciate your leadership on that issue.
Every recommendation was a consensus recommendation.
That's right.
There's no minority position on this one.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Zupkis.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Lou.
How are you?
Were there any administrators on this? School administrators on the
Yes.
working group? Perfect.
CABE is represented on the working group. They're
Like
appointed.
superintendents?
Leonard Lockhart was one of, yes.
Can I answer that? Is that allowed?
Sure.
Senator.
CABE was Leonard Lockhart, Board of Education, but we had a school superintendent, Jan Prucci.
Correct.
Pruccio.
From Old States
That's
Road, I believe.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Lou. Have a great evening.
Thank you all. Have a good night.
Next up, Naomi Nova. I know those chairs are terrible. Yeah, just hit the button in front.
Okay, there we go.
There you go.
Good evening, Chairman McQuarrie, Chairman Curry, ranking members Bertha, McCarthy, and members of the Education Committee. I am a special education attorney and a parent to a child with special needs. I am also a member of the Sikh Legislative Committee, and I'm testifying in support of Raised Bill 1200, and specifically on the proposed reforms with respect to restraint and seclusion. Most, if not all, of our public school districts have a published mission statement in which they recognize the critical role of education in preparing our children to enter society. To quote from Hartford's mission statement, quote, Hartford Public Schools is dedicated to fostering a love of learning in an innovative, cooperative, and safe climate which empowers students to be productive, caring, and respectful citizens that are prepared for their future endeavors. Locking a child who is in an emotional crisis in a room or holding them down by a team of adults while they are in fight or flight mode does nothing to teach them the critical skills that they need to function in society. Instead, it only traumatizes them and reinforces to them that being in school is not safe. It fractures their relationships with their teachers and principals, and it stigmatizes them in front of their classmates. Not all children enter school with the same skill sets and abilities. Some have lagging skills with communication, emotional regulation, coping. There are protections, of course. IDEA requires schools to engage, to perform child find to recognize children who have disabilities to try to teach them these skills. Parents, advocates, and special education attorneys can tell you that that is not always automatic, simple, easy, or guaranteed. And the question is, when we have a child who is unable to effectively communicate, who is unable to regulate, who is unable to control their impulses, is the solution then to lock them in a room? It punishes the student and doesn't teach them anything. Restraint and seclusion are inherently dangerous practices. They are dangerous to our educators, and they are traumatizing and potentially lethal to our students. They are not evidence-based, and because they result in trauma, the student develops a trauma history with their school. And once they have that trauma history, it is much easier for them to slip into fight or flight mode the next time they have an unmet need. As such, we respectfully request that you pass SB 1200. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your testimony this evening. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Next up, Erica Haynes online. Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Johnson.
Very quick question. Thank you for your testimony, and just wondering, when these occur, these traumatic experiences occur, what do you suppose the reason is for the fact that we've had to pass a law that says that we can't confine the children? I mean, aside from the fact that it's bad for them, how did we get into these circumstances where we have outbursts like this in the classroom? If you can answer.
I want to make sure that I'm understanding your question correctly. Are you asking from a pedagogic point of view, or are you asking in terms of the student behavior?
What more of a pedagogic point of view? Because I'm thinking, why do we have children having outbursts in the school? And is it because we don't have enough maybe teachers' aides or teachers in the classroom to pay close attention to what's going on with the student?
It's a very complicated question, honestly. Yes, we have a significant teacher shortage, especially with special education. We have a significant para shortage, as we've heard testimony to. So not having the staff necessary and available to meet student needs is certainly a significant contributing factor. Another issue, though, that we have is we have a lot of students who have disabilities, and perhaps they are in a district where evaluations are very hard to come by, and so the students are not being identified. And if a student's not identified as requiring special education in order to be educated, they might not get those services, those behavioral supports, the access to counseling, the occupational therapy that's needed for them to be able to learn how to regulate. Some students come to school with a history of trauma, and if the school team isn't trained in how to intervene and address that trauma, they might not recognize that there's something in the school environment that's triggering that student. And in turn, that student might end up with a behavior that's so big that they end up in restraint and seclusion.
Well, one of the laws that we passed a few years ago was to make sure all teachers were informed with respect to mental health first aid. Are you have any familiarity with that?
I do, yes. And I can tell you that I've heard, I have heard of instances where teachers or paras have not been made aware of the students' needs.
Thank you so much for your testimony and your answers. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you again. Have a
Thank
great
you.
evening. Erica Haynes online.
Good evening, Chairman McCrory and Curry, ranking members Berthel and McCarty, distinguished members of the Education Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of HB 6879, an act concerning teacher certification. My name is Erica Haynes, and I'm the Director of Community Engagement for the School and State Finance Project. It's been over 2 decades since Connecticut's system for preparing and certifying teachers has been comprehensively reviewed. You've already heard that this means those who want to become teachers are operating under a framework that has not been substantially updated since before they were born. Piecemeal changes to the system over this time have further complicated rules and processes. HB 6879 begins to solve these problems in a way that builds a robust, diverse, and effective educator workforce, and that support our school systems to welcome and onboard candidates just starting their careers, looking to make a career change, or relocating to Connecticut. A modernized framework for educator preparation and certification, grounded in a commitment to educators as professionals, will ensure that students have access to the effective and diverse educators that they need and deserve. We see the Center for Public Research and Leadership, CPERL, housed at the Columbia Law School, as uniquely positioned to take on this work. CPERL has developed close working relationships with key stakeholders throughout the state over the past 2 years as facilitator of the Connecticut Innovation Cohort. During this time, they have spoken to over 150 pre-service educators, teachers, school and system level administrators to understand how the state's current approach to preparation and certification poses a barrier to building and sustaining an effective and diverse workforce, and heard what educators see as essential in a modernized statewide educator workforce strategy. HB 6879 poses not only an opportunity for Connecticut to reimagine the teaching profession, but an opportunity to lead the nation in transformative work.
Eric, I just need you to summarize for me.
Yep, strongly urge the committee to support 6879 in order to continue the best preparing educators for tomorrow's students. Thank you.
Senator McCrory.
Again, thank you for your testimony, Erica, and good seeing 13's mom. I got it down packed now. Thank you.
Good seeing you, Senator.
Yes, and also I appreciate your comments. CPRO will be an important voice around that table. Have a great evening.
You too.
Next up, Priya Jarami, sorry.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Wonderful, thanks. Good evening, members of the Education Committee. My name is Puyi Garami. I live in New Haven, a proud alumnus of Connecticut Public Schools. I serve as Director of Recovery for All. We are a statewide coalition bringing together nearly 70 community, faith, labor, and nonprofit advocacy organizations across Connecticut. We represent hundreds of thousands of residents from all walks of life. And on behalf of Recovery for All, I'm here to testify in strong support of House Bill 6881. Our paraeducators make an essential contribution to our society. They shape student learning, offer one-on-one teaching, provide special education, lead bilingual programs, and so much more. They're on the front line, serving students with the highest needs. Most work in the neighborhoods where they live. Yet our paraeducators play this indispensable role while earning shockingly low wages, meager benefits, limited pathways to advancement. The chronic underfunding of our public schools over the last few decades, especially in communities of color, has fueled these unconscionable standards. The paraeducator workforce, of course, is mostly made up of women and disproportionately Black and Brown. The hardship they face as workers is rooted historically in the racialized and gendered devaluation of their labor. Like all working people, our paraeducators deserve to earn a living wage, decent health care, dignified retirement, respect on the job, and pathways for professional development. Our students deserve these standards because our paraeducators' working conditions are their learning conditions. That's why we're proud to urge our lawmakers to support House Bill 6881. This bill represents a brave leap toward a future where our paraeducators are truly valued through standards commensurate with their crucial importance. Surely we have the resources to make this investment as we're living in one of the wealthiest states in the world's wealthiest country. now is the time to fund our future by raising the floor for our paraeducators and enhancing the educational environment for our students. And finally, as all of us know, the intertwining crises over the last few years have exposed and deepened the extreme racial, economic, and gender inequities in Connecticut. And this moment has, I think, really revealed the tragic paradox that our paraeducators face on a daily basis. They're recognized as essential, yet they're treated as expendable. We have
to summarize for me.
Thanks so much. We have to learn from this experience and build a better future. And one of the key ways is by centering our paras, making material improvements in the lives of the paraeducators who make our communities run. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your testimony and have a great evening. Next up is Kim Sullivan online.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We can.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the Education Committee. My name is Kim Sullivan. As a teacher, I've been in and around education for the past 26 years. I have children of my own who currently attend public schools. I currently serve on the Board of Education in the town of Canton. I had the privilege of teaching kindergarten for 16 years, both half-day and full-day programs in South Carolina, North Carolina, and in Connecticut. Thank you for this opportunity to comment on House Bill 6884. There are many important proposals in this bill. However, I would like to support and comment specifically on Section 10, which proposes raising the kindergarten starting age, and on Section 11, which addresses play-based learning in preschool through grades 5. I fully support in Section 11 the proposal to require play-based learning in kindergarten and preschool. I would also ask that it be required as well in grades 1 through 5. I fear that if not required, it may not happen. I am grateful to see this in the bill. However, I'm appalled that this must even be a discussion. Where has play gone? Play is not new. It has been tried and true for centuries for the development of healthy, creative, successful, resilient, and emotionally strong human beings. Play is the most valuable way that children learn. Play is important for healthy brain development and for learning how to self-regulate emotions. Through play, children learn and develop literacy skills, cognitive skills, physical abilities, and social skills. Yet we have taken it out of many of our classrooms. Over the years, I've observed that play has gradually been forgotten, pushed aside, minimized, taken out of lessons, underutilized, and undervalued. This must change. Not only has play decreased in schools, it has decreased in homes. Most children are not playing outside, playing after school in their yards or in their homes or in neighborhoods like years ago. Things are more structured, scheduled, and planned. In addition, children are on technology way more now than ever in schools and at home, which interferes with quality playtime. Education without play robs children of their childhood. Parents trust schools to do what is right for children. I have painfully watched my own children have limited play in school. For example, in kindergarten, the time children play in centers has decreased, while more rigorous required academic curriculum has filled these young learners' school day schedule. Teachers in all grades are pushed to teach more reading, writing, mathematical, science, and social studies content, leaving no room for play of any kind. The hyper-focus on testing and teaching to the test has consumed many educators. This is a tragedy and a recipe for increased mental health issues. Experts
May I ask you to summarize, please?
Yes, experts through research and statistics are telling us that we have a mental health crisis, that children are more anxious and there are more behavior problems, social emotional issues, higher rates of suicide among teenagers, and increased needs within most classrooms. Bring back play to our schools in all grades as it improves learning, reduces stress, reduces anxiety, and will improve the well-being of all. In addition, I was going to speak on the age readiness.
If you could just summarize that in a sentence or two for me.
Which I heard a lot of people speak about today. I too support the change in the late entry date that we have now, moving it to September 1st. So I also support that and could go into more details of why, but I won't do that in the interest of time. So I did have 4 brief recommendations that if anybody wanted to ask about, I could share. But for now, thank you for your time.
Kim, did you submit your testimony to the
Yes.
committee? Perfect. Are your recommendations?
Yes, I did submit earlier today, so I did.
We'll be sure to take a read of that.
But thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a great night.
You too.
I don't see Stacy. Karen Green. Karen Green online. All right, we'll go to Terry Bedard.
Good evening, Chairman McCrory and Curry, Ranking Member McCarty, also Berthel, and all of the distinguished members of the Education Committee. Really appreciate your staying with us tonight and giving us the opportunity to speak. I am the last member of the SEEK Legislative Committee to speak this evening. I'm going to be talking specifically about Raise Bill 1200, an act concerning special education. I'm going to really focus on Section 6 that deals with restraint and seclusion. So of course, it's no secret that we are, against restraint and seclusion. I don't know why, but my special education practice has really exploded with so many more special education restraint and seclusion cases. And these cases all involve, of course, children with disabilities. They are typically in the public school. They're having difficulty with coping skills. Could be that the subject matter becomes too challenging. They're dealing with negative emotions and they don't know what to do. So they act out as their form of communication to say, something's wrong here. I don't know how to handle this situation. So then it could be that the student disrupts the class. It leads to a reactive confrontation that escalates, and the staff ends up restraining or secluding the student, and that further escalates the student. So now the student feels like he or she is attacked, and then they fight back in self-defense many times as an instinctive response. They might kick or yell or swear, or, spit. It's basically your textbook fight or flight response when things have just spiraled out of control. And you've been hearing a lot about this from other speakers, my colleagues, as well as many, many parents sharing so many horrific stories of restraint and seclusion. Many times the parents get called to pick up their child because the school doesn't know how to handle the situation. And the net result here is that the students are traumatized. They're scared out of their minds. They have a mistrust of adults because they think that the adults have harmed them, and they've lost substantial educational opportunities because they're out of the classroom. And this, of course, is especially concerning for students with disabilities. So I just had a case last fall, quickly, involved a first grader who was restrained and secluded 56 times in 6 weeks. So we were able to proactively work with the school to address the underlying causes of the dysregulation and provide the proper supports in the classroom. And that child has not had any restraints and seclusion since. I heard a speaker very recently talk. Yes, a speaker talking about alternative ways to deal with these situations. We absolutely don't think that teachers want to torment students. But Dr. Ross Green spoke a little bit earlier about his collaborative and proactive solution idea of, it's a program where they look to the root cause of what is happening with the child, the unsolved problem, and address it so that you don't need to have any restraints and seclusions. Thank you for hearing my testimony.
Thank you so much, Terry. We appreciate your time. We know you were here in the building earlier. We appreciate your testimony. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Next up is Sarah Fico.
Hello. I just want to thank you all, everybody on the committee, for giving so much of your time and working so hard. I'm Sarah. I'm from the Arts Council of Greater New Haven, and I'm speaking in support of the, I have the bill number, I have it, 6884, in particular, pages lines 956 through 969, which is the Bill of Rights. And so why is an arts organization here talking to you about that? It is because books are art, drag is art, and we've all seen what's being attacked. And we want to make sure that that Bill of Rights is in there for teachers and protecting artists and protecting art. I mean, the things that are going on are so ridiculous. It makes me wonder, like, what's next? Are kids going to be banned from drawing rainbows? And are teachers who like crystals going to be accused of witchcraft and burned in Florida? I think it sends a good message to have this in the bill, that you're there for artists, you're there to protect creativity,
the books, the things that teachers want to choose to show kids. And I think it sends a strong message to teachers in other states that they can move here and work. Finally, I just want to note part of it, protecting teachers from harassment. And can you imagine what that feels like to be accused of pedophilia just for being a gay person and a teacher? And imagine a kid falls and they scrape their knee and that teacher can't even hug that kid for fear of being accused of that. And it just makes me really sad. And I want to leave you with a quote from Mr. Rogers, which is that anyone who does anything to help a child in his life is a hero to me. And so these teachers are heroes and they deserve to be protected. So I'm supporting this Bill of Rights. Thank you so much.
Sarah, thank you so much for your testimony this evening. Have a great night.
Thank you.
I think Karen Green was able to unmute. Karen.
Yes, hi. Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, ranking members, and members of the Education Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 6881 concerning paraprofessional compensation, training, and working conditions. My name is Karen Green. This is my 19th year working as a paraprofessional in a kindergarten classroom at Killingly Central School. I am a member of AFSCME Local 3689. I want to start by saying my current hourly pay is $18.03 an hour. 18 years doing this, and I'm making $18.03 an hour. That's a lot of years to say that's all I make. I could not live on that wage. I am lucky that I have my husband who is the breadwinner in the family. So I'm not fighting for this bill here today because I need the money. Sadly, the most challenging aspect of being a paraeducator is that we are lacking enough people interested in doing this job due to extremely low wages and disrespect from our district administrators. We are spreading ourselves out thin, trying to help so many. All of this affects the morale in our school. We are overworked and underpaid. Many are getting burnt out, finding jobs elsewhere that pay more and give more respect. How can we be expected to support ourselves and our families on the extremely low wages and lousy health and retirement benefits? I know that if I didn't have my husband's retirement benefits, I would not be able to do this job. If we keep losing more paraeducators, it's our children who will be losing more and more opportunities for learning. Legislators need to understand that Connecticut's paraeducators are the bones and support beams to building every child's education. Teachers teach, paras support. Without us, many students struggle and possibly will drop out due to the lack of support socially and academically. Is this what we want for our children of the future?
Karen, may I ask you to summarize, please?
Sure. We're just coming out of a pandemic, and I work with the youngest students, and I see that they need all the help they can get to break their habit of being in front of a screen all day. Please help House Bill 6881 to pass so that more people find it economically possible and enticing to want to be a paraeducator and help the children of our future. These children need us. Let's not fail them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Karen. Karen, did you say you were working for 18 years?
18.
18 years and you're making $18 an hour?
Correct.
Do you remember what you started at?
I believe it was somewhere around $11 or $12 an hour.
Okay. Thanks for that information.
You're welcome.
Have a great evening.
Thank you, you too.
I don't see Elizabeth or Belize, so we'll go to Tiffany. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, distinguished members of the Education Committee. First, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Tiffany Cowett, and I'm Assistant Executive Director of Connecticut Association of Schools. CAS represents approximately 1,000 public and parochial elementary, middle, and high schools in Connecticut. I sit before you today as a leader at CAS, but also as a parent, a former teacher, and a recent building administrator to speak in support of Section 11 of HB 6884, specifically language that supports purposeful play, also called play-based learning. As an elementary level principal, I knew that if we did not hook a child into a love of learning by the time they exited 5th grade, we had failed to succeed at a golden opportunity. The experiences and instruction we provide for children in elementary school can address all developmental domains, including executive functioning skills, and create a desire to engage in their learning, but only if we do it right. The research is there. Play-based learning helps children develop critical social emotional skills such as self-regulation, empathy, and problem solving. That's from the American Academy of Pediatrics. Children who engage in play-based learning in kindergarten had higher reading and math scores than those who did not. This was from the Journal of Educational Psychology. Play-based learning programs were more effective in closing the achievement gap for low-income children than traditional academic programs. That's from a study from the National Institute for Early Education Research. We also know play-based learning is highly beneficial in allowing English learners to access classroom activities with their peers. Play-based learning is a critical component of early childhood education. High-quality instruction is not having 4-, 5-, and 6-year-olds sitting at their seats for 30 and 45 minutes. High-quality instruction does not promote passive learning. Rather, it's creating opportunities for children to play and interact and problem solve and think critically. It's all the things they do when they are engaged in play-based learning. I've been there on the other side. I've watched 4- and 5-year-olds who become dysregulated in a kindergarten classroom when they are not engaged physically or mentally. I've seen the tears and frustration when they cannot access the curriculum. I challenge you to find stories of children who misbehave in the classroom while engaged in play-based learning. It just doesn't happen. By requiring schools to incorporate purposeful play into their curriculum and expecting that play to align to standards, which it should, we can give our